Order, please. The House, please come back to order. The floor is open for debate on the hoist motion to Bill 53. Member for Lac Du Bonnet.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and good morning. It's 8 minutes after 6 in the morning. Thank you to my colleagues, of course, for joining us here this morning on all sides. Again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, you took a bit of a recess here in the chamber to reset the broadcast crew so that everybody can stream. The thousands of Manitobans that are up at shortly after 6 in the morning watching what's happening here in the Manitoba Legislature, and it's interesting to see that again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, no one from the government side wants to stand up and put any words, any positive or negative words about their bits of bill. And it's almost interesting to know, who are they representing? Who are they representing? Are they representing Manitobans, or they're representing themselves? Because it just seems that they're carrying on with their old tired plan, and the way, they're almost taking the old playbook out of the Greg Selinger days, and they've just continued. But I mean, that wouldn't necessarily surprise anybody here in Manitoba, because we know that the former Premier Greg Selinger was a mentor to the current Premier. So let's recap a little bit. So it's shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning. We've gone through a few motions, reasoned amendments brought forward by the MLA for Interlake Gimli, Red River North, and now we sit and we are working on a hoist amendment, which has not happened in quite some time, and it's been brought forward by the MLA for Swan River. And I would just like to read it out for those Manitobans that are watching or listening at home, and maybe on their drive to work here in Manitoba. So the motion and the hoist amendment reads, and I quote, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill number 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2026, Loi d'exécution de budget de 2026 et modifiant diverses dispositions législatives en matière de fiscalité. Be not now read a second time, but that it be read a second time this day 5 months hence. Well, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Manitobans are wondering, and I'm sure that some of the members on the government side are wondering, what does that mean? Well, the hoist amendment basically means that when this passes, because I think common sense will prevail on the NDP side, and I think they'll actually vote for this hoist amendment. And why is that? Because this bits a bill, even though our side, the Progressive Conservative side, has attempted to talk some sense into the government to take the bits a bill to committee and have the public ask questions on whatever they want to talk about in the bits a bill, especially if it's as good of a bill as the Canoe government is trying to sell it to Manitobans. But I think in the big picture, they don't want it to go to committee because they know that their meager tax savings are really not going to add up to too much. Very minuscule tax savings. Now, what we have offered and trying to work with this current government is to bring forward a basic personal exemption. And what that basic personal exemption, with the basic personal exemption, we're looking at raising it to $30,000. And what that means is that every Manitoban would be able to earn up to $30,000 and then keep more of their hard-earned money. Matter of fact, it would add up to about $3,000 on a dual income household. And as I've said earlier and a couple other times, this would, and many of my colleagues have brought forward this message as well, these are dollars that are going to go, probably the majority of them, right back into the economy, because people are in an affordability crisis right now. Things are more expensive, and I'll get into some of the items that Manitobans are struggling with soon within my allotted 30 minutes, Honorable Deputy Speaker. What we've been seeing coming from this Canoe government is that they want to, according to the Education and Early Childhood Learning Minister, they're freezing the PST on groceries. Well, as we've said earlier, many of us have said, the fact is that there's really not a whole lot of groceries right now that everyday Manitobans are purchasing that is not exempt from the PST, except for things like junk food. Now, that being said, many of us on this side of the chamber, I mean, we haven't heard from too many of the government members, but I'm sure over the next few weeks they'll start to want to chime in on BITSA, or maybe even the Hoist Amendment that we've brought forward today. What we're seeing is the rise in, I mean, we know that under the Canoe government, healthcare has declined, gotten worse, wait times gotten worse. We've seen a rise in diabetes. We've seen a rise in obesity. And what this Canoe government's wanting to do is take the PST off junk food and continues to pat himself on the back to take the PST off of Slurpees. I've spoke earlier today, I guess, yesterday, but technically, because we haven't seen the clock, we're still technically on Tuesday, May 26th. And so with that, I would also like to extend that happy birthday yet again, because it's one of those Groundhog Days, but to the MLA for Burroughs. Happy birthday. It's been the longest birthday he's had for a while as far as a particular day, because again, this just continues going because we haven't seen, we refuse to see the clock type of thing, so we're moving forward. So what we've seen is, even though the Premier's patting himself on the back about taking PST off Slurpees and junk food, what we're also seeing is we're seeing a rise in crime. We're seeing a rise in drug use in the city of Winnipeg and in, unfortunately, other areas of the province as well. We're seeing 7-Elevens close, so I'm not sure how many Slurpees people are going to be buying, but that being said, I guess they're going to save a couple pennies on a Slurpee moving forward. I think this Premier, I'm not sure what the Premier has against some of the restaurants and some of the smaller shops, but he is excluding some of those businesses from this PST exemption, and we're hoping that he'll have take another look at this, and that's why the Hoist Amendment has been brought forward, is so that we can take that 5 months, go to the public over the next few months, summertime, hear what the public has to say, Manitobans have to say, get their feedback, and then come back and maybe put a little bit more effort into this BITSA bill. Because what we've seen is that this BITSA bill is being rushed. This BITSA bill is being rushed. Usually, generally, when a government brings forward a BITSA bill, they try to bring it in time for a deadline for certain bills. And that deadline is around that 20th of March time frame, March 18th to be exact, thanks to my colleague from Interlake Gimli. And but what we've seen over the last few years since the Canoe government has taken over power here in our province, to the chagrin of many Manitobans, is that they can't somehow they don't know the rules, or they can't get organized enough to bring some of these bills forward in time for that March 18th deadline, so that would basically make sure that the bills would pass by the time we rise for summer, which is by the backstop date. And so again, what the NDP or what the Canoe government likes to do is finger point, and they like to blame others for their lack of either knowledge or rules. And so that's why we talk about, again, this hoist amendment on the BITSA bill. So we've also tried on this side of the House to show and to prove to the Canoe government that we actually want to work with them, because we want to see affordability measures brought forward that are common sense, that are actually going to make a difference on Manitobans' pocketbooks and help with their way of life, especially again under this affordability crisis that we're experiencing here in Manitoba. And it's unfortunate that this premier seems to not want to be actually listening to Manitobans. He's not listening to community members out there that are experiencing rising crime, drug abuse within their communities, theft, the healthcare crisis. I mean, for goodness sakes, the nurses are every couple days are in the news talking about how unsafe of a workplace under this Canoe government it has become. And so with more dollars into the system, making sure that Manitoba families are out there spending more of their hard-earned money that they were allowed to keep would then increase and grow the economy, which in turn would give more dollars back to the government to be able to afford and spend some more money on things like justice, crime and safety, of course, some real affordability measures in regards to, the premier's promised many things in the last election, and I don't think we're seeing a whole lot. Maybe take the gas tax again completely off of gas, because when we take a look at our neighbors to the south, even when you do the conversion from U.S. gallons to just plain old liters, you're looking at still a cost savings of, and then of course you convert the dollar, the U.S. dollar compared to our Canadian dollar, you're looking at fuel in the States still being 44 cents cheaper a liter. And so I don't quite understand why this premier would not take that gas tax completely off of fuel as we speak, because I know that some of my colleagues have already spoken about the ag industry and the devastating effects these high fuel costs are on the ag industry, and then that all trickles down. What the NDP don't understand, and I don't quite understand why they don't understand, but everything that people are purchasing somehow gets to the stores, gets to the, whether it's fertilizer, whether it's groceries, all of those items eventually has to get here by some form of transportation that uses fuel. And they just can't comprehend that you know, the rotisserie chicken that they're talking about isn't just all of a sudden poof and it's in our grocery stores. I mean, there's a process on how these food items get to be consumed by everyday Manitobans. But I think the NDP members feel that all the food is either grown or raised or processed right in the grocery stores, and they don't comprehend the fact that all of this sort of evolves around energy and the fuel that gets everything transported to the everyday Manitoban. So back on the wanting to show that we're willing to work not just on the basic personal exemption, but pretty much on anything else. Many of us on the opposition side has sent letters to our, as advocates or critics of portfolios, we have sent letters to to the ministers. We're seeing the lights have dimmed here here in the Manitoba Legislature, and I think it's about I don't know what time it is now, about 6. What time is it? 6:24. 6:24 in the morning, and it almost seems as if the affordability crisis has now hit the government a little bit. I'm not sure if they've paid their hydro bill because obviously there's something going on. But we'll continue, and so I'd like to read into the record the letter that I had sent to the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning, dated May 22nd. And so, and again, this is now a public document, and so this is going along the terms of the Hoist Amendment, talking about BITSA and the fact that we're willing to work with them in order to make life more affordable for everyday Manitobans. So, dear Minister, parents across Manitoba are feeling the pressure of rising costs everywhere in their lives, including the growing expenses associated with raising and educating their children. School supplies, clothing, transportation, childcare, meals, and extracurricular activities continue to become more expensive for Manitoba families already struggling to keep up. As both parents and legislators, we know that strong schools begin with strong families. When parents are financially stretched, it affects every part of family life, including students' ability to succeed and participate fully in their education and communities. That is why our caucus is urging your government to significantly increase Manitoba's basic personal exemption as part of the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act. Allowing Manitoba families to keep more of what they earn would provide meaningful and immediate relief for parents while helping strengthen communities across our province. And then it continues. Our caucus has made it clear that if your government is prepared to include meaningful changes to the basic personal exemption in this legislation, we are prepared to work constructively to ensure its passage before June 1st. Manitoba families deserve more than symbolic affordability measures. They deserve real relief. Sincerely, signed by myself, the MLA for Lac du Bonny, and on the letter kept it as critic for education and early childhood learning, Progressive Conservative Party of Manitoba. Now, I've often felt that as with that title of being critic, I always like to change the term to advocate, because in the big picture, we're advocating for education and early childhood learning in this province. And I think to make sure that life is more affordable and that parents and guardians and students and teachers and everybody involved in the education system need, at this time, especially during this affordability crisis under this canoe government, some real tax savings measures. And it was the former Progressive Conservative government that actually raised the basic personal exemption from around $8,800 to $15,000, which put in the pockets of every Manitoban an additional $75 every pay. And I mean, I know that quite a few members on the NDP bench, think $75 isn't a whole lot of money, but it is a lot of money to Manitobans. And again, whether they need it for food, sustenance, transportation, or just once in a blue moon taking their family to a movie or to an extracurricular activity, I think it's very important. And I think also what happened when we did raise that basic personal exemption to $15,000, we also indexed it to the rates of inflation, where we would make sure that it would continue to grow as the inflation kept growing. And with that, I mean, unfortunately, what did we see? We saw that this Canoe government had stopped indexing the income tax brackets and the basic personal amount by inflation. So in the big picture, that's called bracket creep, and it's a sneaky way, and we all know this, is a sneaky way of hiking taxes. Because of bracket creep, inflation can automatically bump taxpayers into a higher tax bracket and raise their taxes even though they can't afford to buy more because prices have gone up. And the cost of bracket creep compounds for taxpayers every year because of inflation. And I know that the finance minister has an economics degree, and I think what probably needs to happen, I'm not putting this solely on the finance minister, I think what needs to happen, and I've seen evidence of varying degrees of bullying here in this chamber, I think the finance minister probably needs to have a good meeting with the premier, and the premier needs to actually open his ears and listen to what the finance minister has to say, because I think the premier is actually driving a lot of this some of these wrong decisions because he's hoping for an additional TikTok like or some kind of notoriety. It looked like...
Order. I'd ask the member to draw his remarks back to the amendment at hand and refrain from deviating too far in any direction. The member for Lac du Bonny.
Okay, thank you. So back to the Hoist Amendment and bringing forward, the reasons why Manitobans can't afford what's happening under the Canoe government right now. And I know that there are some colleagues in the chamber on both sides are hearing from their constituents. And so the comments that I was making was, I think, fairly valid, and I will square that circle and bring it back to specifically the BITSA and the Hoist Amendment, because we are talking about affordability. And if the Premier cannot understand that some of the measures that he is doing is actually costing Manitobans more, well, that's why I think that some of his colleagues should be given that opportunity to have that conversation with him, and I think he needs to be open to that and listen to those recommendations. I mean, we've seen in this chamber some of his bullying tactics, and matter of fact, we've seen it just recently on the national stage, which is absolutely unbelievable of what he tried to grandstand, in front of the premiers. And I don't know if everybody in Manitoba has seen that, seen the video or the news conference where the premier is. So some of the members on the NDP think that it was absolutely wonderful, where the premier basically, our premier of Manitoba basically spoke down to the
Order.
Premier of Alberta.
Order. I've already cautioned the member to please draw his remarks back to the matter at hand. We're talking about the amendment to the main motion of BITSA. So once again, please keep the remarks relevant. The member for Lac Davani.
So thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and I hear and I know that the Chairperson hears the Health Minister as well, trying to body shame myself here in the chamber, and it's unfortunate, but there's nothing new with the tactics of the Health Minister. And again, in regards to the hoist motion, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, it'd probably be good if one of those members would stand up and speak to the hoist amendment. I mean, lots to say sitting down on the front bench, but not a whole lot of anything coming from this health minister, and all we see is many failed health initiatives. And I mean, don't take my word for it. I mean, for goodness sakes, Darlene Jackson, the head of the nurses union, are saying it on a day-to-day basis.
Order.
And so
Order. I'd like all members on both sides to just take it down a notch. It's been a long night, but we have refrained from heckling and interjections for quite some time. The member for Lac Davani has the floor.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, so when we talk about affordability and the raise of taxes and those types of things, and I know that the health minister might sign in for a meeting with the finance minister so he could educate the health minister on some finances and maybe figure out a way on how to improve their own portfolio as opposed to being in here and chirping and heckling from their seat. And again, those bullying tactics that from what I understand, was something very was something that the health minister would do when they were in various schools. So when we talk about taxes, we can just talk about the various property taxes that are happening, and they're actually getting some of the they're passing those additional costs. So instead of the Canoe government actually funding education properly, what they're doing is they're forcing Manitoba school boards to bring in double-digit tax increases onto Manitobans and forcing Manitobans to pay more. So for an example, I know that there's a couple members that represent areas around the River East Transcona School Division. And so we take a look at the last 3 years of Progressive Conservative government. I mean, for River East Transcona, the PCs increased funding by $25.3 million. In the last 3 years under this Canoe government, they only increased money to the River East Transcona School Division by $12.4 million. So under the PCs had given more than double the amount of money to River East Transcona. So what is River East Transcona doing? They're raising school taxes over these last 3 years by a whopping 36%. I mean, Manitobans just can't afford this Canoe government, and that's one example of many. Of course, we've heard, and I've said it in the chamber, and the lack of answers coming from the Education and Early Childhood Learning Minister. I mean, Louis Riel School Division, I don't know why it's so difficult to get together with some trustees and have a conversation about the financial pressures that school divisions are experiencing. But Louis Riel School Division had said, and I quote, in their budget consultation with their residents, had said that their financial position has eroded. So under the PCs the last 3 years, we gave Louis Riel School Division $23.2 million. What has the NDP given in the last 3 years? $12.2 million. Thank you for asking. $12.2 million. Again, about half. So then what is that forcing Louis Riel School Division to do? They're raising taxes by a whopping 43%. Now, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm going to, because the system again is crashing here, I'd like, there we go, just trying to watch the clock. So I'm encouraging all members of the government side to stand up to talk to our hoist amendment.
Members'
I look
time
forward
has
to
expired.
it.
Members' time has expired. Before introducing the next member to speak in debate, I wanted to make sure everyone was aware that French to English interpretation is now available for all members. And I want to take this moment to thank all of our interpreters for the services that they provide on an ongoing basis, and particularly this long sitting. The Honourable Member for Interlake Imlay.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak about the hoist motion that's before this House regarding Bill 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2026. The motion before us is pretty straightforward. It asks this government to pause. It asks this government to reflect. And it asks this government to reconsider a deeply flawed piece of legislation that fails Manitobans on affordability, fails Manitobans on transparency, and fails Manitobans on economic growth. And frankly, Honourable Deputy Speaker, after everything Manitobans have endured under this failing NDP government over the last 2.5 years, 5 months may be the minimum amount of time this government needs to understand just how disconnected this budget is from the reality families are facing across Manitoba. This hoist motion is necessary because the legislation does not meet the moment. Families are hurting, seniors are hurting, young Manitobans trying to build a future are hurting, businesses, they're struggling. Homeowners are opening their tax bills in disbelief. And what is this NDP government offering in response? Pennies. Pennies on junk food. Pennies at the grocery store, well, they take hundreds and thousands of dollars out of your back pocket, throwing away higher taxes. This is what the NDP is about: higher taxes, higher fees, higher hydro rates, and soaring education property taxes. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the people of Manitoba understand exactly what is happening. This government's putting pennies in your front pocket and pulling 20s out of your back pocket. That is the reality that Manitoba families are facing here today. And that is why this bill deserves to be delayed. Take time to reflect and take time to understand Manitobans' needs. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Manitobans were falsely promised affordability. Manitobans were falsely promised relief. They were falsely promised this government would make life easier. Life has become more expensive under this NDP government. Manitoba now has one of the highest, not one of, it is the highest inflation rates in Canada at 4.3%. Food inflation in Manitoba has climbed to 4.9%, the highest in the country. And our farmers produce so much here, and we have still the highest inflation in the country. At the exact same time, families are paying more for groceries, for fuel, housing, and utilities. Manitoban's economy is projected to grow by a meager 1.1%. Think about that, Honourable Speaker. Costs are rising nearly 4 times faster than our economic growth in this province. And we just learned today, this is fresh off the papers, Manitoba delinquency rate rises amid the cost of living strain. And delinquency rate has increased, has ballooned to 2.32%. Families, they're falling behind. Workers, they're falling behind too. Businesses are struggling to keep up, and this NDP government knows, as they are expecting hundreds, if not thousands of workers to become unemployed. And that's why they have put up a Building Up Manitoba program to absorb these workers that are falling out of the workforce under this failing NDP government. They'll spend $3.5 million on a program, but will they spend any preventative money? No, not under this government. And yet, this government continues pretending that a tiny PST exemption on a few prepared foods and junk food is somehow amounting to something meaningful for Manitobans. The cost of groceries, it's up. Fuel prices, they're up. Hydro bills, they're up. Insurance rates are up. Property taxes are up. They're actually beyond up, they're skyrocketing. After all that, the government arrives with the budget, and I should clarify that. Education property taxes are skyrocketing under this NDP government. And after all that, the government arrives with a budget implementation bill offering a tiny tax changes on prepared food items and junk food, and tries to sell this to Manitobans as affordability. Families in Manitoba, they're not fooled. Parents trying to pay for groceries, they're not fooled either. Seniors on fixed incomes, they're not fooled. Young families trying to pay a mortgage, they're not fooled either. They know the difference between real relief and political spin. And with this bill, it's nothing but political spin. Honourable Speaker, the NDP continues to falsely boast about removing PST on the junk food. But let's talk honestly about what it actually means. Most groceries in Manitoba are already PST exempt. This government is trying to convince Manitobans that removing PST from a handful of prepared items and junk food is transformational affordability policy. It's not. We know better. But under this government, education property taxes have exploded. Trying to take your mind off of those. Bracket creep is silently raising income taxes on every single year since this NDP government has been in power. Hydro rates, yeah, they're rising too. Fuel taxes continue to rise. And families are paying more and more and more everywhere else. The government wants Manitobans to focus on pennies at the checkout counter while ignoring the hundreds of dollars disappearing from household budgets every year because of this government policy, and bracket creep is the main culprit. That's why this hoist motion matters. It's because the legislation needs serious, very serious reconsideration. They need to take 5 months to reconsider this legislation and bringing something forward for Manitobans that is meaningful. Honourable Deputy Speaker, one of the biggest failures of this government has been the decision to eliminate the indexation of income tax brackets and the basic personal exemption. Well, they've had many failures. I guess I should just say this is one of the many failures that this NDP government has had. But this decision it represents a hidden tax, and that's why they call it bracket creep. It's a hidden tax hike on Manitobans. And every single paycheck, you could be having more on that paycheck. But no, it's going to this NDP government because they think they know how to spend your money better than you do. So wages need to rise just to keep up, or what else would help? Yes, increase the basic personal exemption. Without this, Manitobans are pushed into paying more and more and more tax every single year. They're not actually getting ahead, Manitobans, with this sneaky bracket creep tax. This is the definition of bracket creep. Keeping it at a set level while your wages go up, the government takes more. Very, very sneaky tax increase. And it disproportionately hurts low-income and middle-income Manitobans. This government broke its promise to Manitobans when it canceled indexation. They promised a middle-class tax cut. That didn't happen. Nowhere to be seen. Not just in this BITSA, every BITSA that they've introduced since forming their failing NDP government. But instead, they find it quite easy to deliver tax increases under their government. And now, they want a round of applause for giving a tiny fraction back through BITSA for junk food. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Manitobans deserve far better than this. The Progressive Conservative Caucus has put forward a serious proposal to address affordability, a proposal focused on meaningful relief, a proposal that would put real money back into the pockets of Manitoba families. Or I should actually say it would allow you to keep more of your money. This isn't a tax credit you get at the end of the year. Each and every paycheck you get would be larger. Less taxes taken off means more money in your pocket. We have called for a major increase in the basic personal exemption amount. We have called for moving forward to a $30,000 tax-free threshold. That would mean up to $1,535 in savings for each individual Manitoban. So up to $1,535 you get to keep, spaced out on every single check throughout the year. You know how to spend your money better, not the NDP government. So now that's an individual. Family income, up to $3,070 annually. That's a lot to help with raising the kids, isn't it? This is real affordability. It's meaningful relief. This is the kind of policy that would actually help Manitobans struggling to make ends meet. Help seniors remain independent. All of us that in this chamber that talk to seniors, those of us who will knock on doors and actually get out to see our constituents, one of the seniors' top values, what they value at the top of their list, is to remain independent. This bracket creep takes money out of seniors' pockets and puts it into the NDP's pockets. People that survive on OAS and CPP, who never used to pay provincial tax, are now getting an increase from the federal government, that's being clawed back by this provincial NDP government. Years, never had to pay. I'm talking to accountants this year. First time seniors are having that money and having to pay at the province. That's what bracket creep is. It's silent. Don't hear it. It's not an announcement, but the NDP is doing it. When families have more money in their pockets, they spend it in their communities. They support local businesses, the mom and pop shops on the corner. That's where that money goes. They support restaurants. A lot of people, if they have a little bit of extra money at the end of the month, they like to take the family out and enjoy a meal. And guess what? That's where the entry-level positions are for our workforce. A lot of our kids or grandkids, they start working at restaurants. That's where they get their first, often they get their first taste of employment. So this method supports jobs. Economic activity grows. Government revenues grow through growth of the communities, not through punishing taxpayers. But this government refuses to listen, and that's why we're still here at almost 7 o'clock in the morning. They refuse to listen, but they might listen to you. Send an email to the Premier. Send an email to the Finance Minister. Maybe they'll listen to you, not listening to us. Instead, they continue pursuing politics that made Manitoba less competitive and less affordable. Honourable Deputy Speaker, even the city of Winnipeg is now effectively sounding the alarm over the impact of rising education property taxes. It's not just the city of Winnipeg, coming to a tax bill near you in rural Manitoba as well. This isn't just a city of Winnipeg issue, it's coming. Mark my words. This year's property tax notices in the city of Winnipeg, they do tell a clear story though. So much so that the city had to put in a pamphlet to explain how much money the NDP has raised your educational property taxes. And school divisions across Winnipeg, they've increased their taxes dramatically. Pembina Trails, 11.6%. Louis Riel, up 11.7%. Winnipeg School Division, up 9.5%. Interlake, up more than 10%. Seine River mill rates are increasing to nearly 11%. Families are seeing massive increases on their education property tax bills. Just that portion. Other ones are going up modestly, but the huge jumps are due to education property taxes. Now, what's the government promising to fix that? Maybe we'll give you $100, maybe next year. Yeah, maybe not. And now the city itself, as I mentioned, has included the insert to explain how education property taxes are driving the increase in your total bill in the city of Winnipeg. And they're frustrated. They're demanding answers. But what they get from this NDP government? Silence. That's what they get. So, Manitobans are frustrated. We are as well, by the way. They know that this government is not being honest about affordability. This government keeps pretending that a modest rebate increase a year from now, maybe, maybe not, somehow offsets the huge increase Manitobans are paying today. Give you money sometime in the future, but no, we're going to take your money today. That's gone. And next year, it'll be up more. Watch. Manitobans don't buy what the NDP government is selling. This government's own numbers show that they're raking in record amounts of education property tax revenue. It's climbing from roughly $667 million last budget. Guess what it is? That's in the 2023 budget. Guess what it is now? What, you ask? Yes, nearly $1.1 billion. That's billion with a B. 667 million in 2023, up to $1.1 billion this year. That's in black and white. Open their budget document. They'll tell you a different story, but it's in black and white in the budget document. Open it up, have a look. So that's almost $400 million more annually. Where's that coming from? Manitobans. There's only one taxpayer here in Manitoba. That comes from you. That money comes from homeowners, comes from seniors that are trying to remain independent in their home, making choices between buying food or paying rent. Now it's between buying food or paying their property taxes. It comes from families already struggling with the cost of living. There's families out there struggling. As I mentioned earlier, government's expecting thousands of people to soon be out of employment, or why did they bring a program forward? And then government offers a tiny rebate. Tiny little rebate, pennies, and they expect you to be grateful for this. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Manitobans are not naive. They understand basic arithmetic. Unlike this NDP government, they know that saving a few dollars at the grocery store does not make up for the hundreds or thousands they're getting out of you in taxes and fees elsewhere. This is why this bill deserves to be delayed. They need to go back to Manitobans. They need to face the actions, the consequences that they're bringing forward in this BITSA bill. They need to talk to you. If you want to talk to them, email the Premier and the Finance Minister. This government needs the time to understand that Manitobans are demanding real affordability measures, not symbolic gestures. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the failures of this budget extend far beyond affordability alone. This failing government continues to run massive deficits while providing little evidence to Manitobans that are receiving better service or stronger economic growth in return. And it's not just that they are running a massive budget, predicting a massive deficit. They predict a massive deficit, then they overshoot it, way over. They had to come back to the Treasury Board last year for hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars additional that they blew right through their predicted overspending to overspend even more. So the Finance Minister forecasts a deficit of nearly $500 million this year. What's it going to be at the end of the year? Every single year, that target has been missed in a negative way. By negative, I mean bad. But Manitobans, they've heard these projections before. The government consistently misses its own fiscal targets. Not by a little, by enormous amounts. Last year's projected deficit nearly doubled. The year before that, the actual deficit was vastly worse than the forecast. This government has no credibility when it comes to fiscal management. They never will. Since taking office, the NDP has added approximately $5 billion to Manitoba's debt in less than 3 years. $5 billion. That's with a B again. And what do Manitobans have to show for it? Are emergency wait room times down? No. They're doubled, quadrupled in some areas. Are hydro rates frozen? No, they're not. Are families finding life more affordable under this government? Absolutely not. Instead, Manitobans are seeing higher taxes, higher costs, and more debt. And every dollar added to the debt becomes a burden on future generations. Your kids, your grandkids, they're going to be responsible for their out-of-control spending. Your kids and grandkids are going to have to pay for what they're spending today. Now, the debt servicing costs are now consuming enormous amounts of the provincial budget. It is, well, I play a game when the kids come in, schools tour the legislature and they have all these questions that they ask, and you know, they hear their parents complaining about the NDP taxes that they keep taking, and they wonder what it's going towards. So, you know, healthcare, a huge portion of the budget. We think we all come to deserve and expect the healthcare that we are getting. I actually think we deserve better than what the NDP is putting out. Then, of course, education. That's our next generation that's coming along, and it's only proper to make sure they have a proper education. That's the second line on the budget. And now, guess what the third line is? Debt. Interest. Paying interest on the NDP credit card, but you're paying the interest, not them. They're running it up. But guess who gets to pay that interest? That's you, the Manitoban. So this budget itself acknowledges that debt servicing now exceeds $2.3 billion every year. So debt servicing is another term for interest. So just the interest on the credit card that this NDP government has racked up is $2.3 billion a year. Now that's a large number, so I break it down when I'm talking to my school kids at tour. And that goes down to $6.3 million every single day that is being paid on interest on the NDP credit card that they've racked up for the average Manitoban. What could that $6.3 million do every single day? Well, that's $6.3 million that cannot go towards healthcare. Maybe that's why emergency room wait times are skyrocketing under this NDP government. That's $6.3 million that cannot go towards infrastructure. Maybe that's why the roads are crumbling under this NDP government. That's $6.3 million that cannot go towards education. Think of all the schools that could build. They're not doing it. But if they do decide to build one, they're going to put it through Manitoba Jobs Agreement and siphon some of that money off into the NDP coffers. That's $6.3 million that cannot go towards affordability relief. And that's what we're talking about here today, about why BITSA needs to be looked at and held back for 5 months is because of you, the average rate payer. We know you need affordability relief. This NDP government's not going to give it to you. That's why we're here at, now it's 10 after 7. The next morning, we've been sitting since yesterday, it's 10 after 7. They're not listening. Not a single NDP member has stood up to defend their BITSA bill. Not one. Where are the major incentives for this mining? We went from 6th in the world down to 26th under this NDP government. They're not only failing with your affordability, they're failing with representing Canada and the minerals in the ground, and that is part of what could be part of our economy. They say went and turned sod on a gold mine in Lynn Lake. Who opened that gold mine? Yeah, the sod turning might have been under this premier. It was the former PC government that made all of that happen. And sure, he got a nice shiny ribbon to cut, a chrome shovel to stick in the ground, turn some sod over. But we all know they're failing. They're failing in affordability. They're failing in healthcare. They're failing in infrastructure. They're failing in education. They're failing you, the average Manitoban. Just the $6.3 million a day, that can go a long way for affordability. Instead, they're sprinkling pennies around. Shiny pennies, though. They're making a big deal out of it. Shiny pennies. And then they're reaching around your back pocket and they're pulling 20s, 100s, and more out of your back pocket while they're holding up these pennies at grocery stores. So with that, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I want to conclude my remarks. I had a lot more remarks to go through, but time goes very fast in this building, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to put the words on the record. And you know who to email.
The member's time is expired. The Honourable Member for Lakeside.
Thank you, and good morning, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and good morning, Manitoba. We've been here all night working hard for you Manitobans to protect you from this affordability crisis that you're living through right now. A lot of passion on this side of the House to try and fight for that protection for you. Not hearing anything from the other side of the House, not much passion coming out of that whatsoever. But it may feel like afternoon to us, but we're ready to work here as long as it takes to stand up for you and make life more affordable for you in this province. So I rise today in support of the Hoist Amendment. Hoist Amendment. It's more like a heist bill. Bill 53 is a heist because this government has taken all that money out of your back pocket when they're putting pennies in your front pocket. So my mistake, the Hoist Amendment. I rise to speak on that today. This motion that be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2026 be not now read a second time, but that it be read a second time this day 5 months hence. So I want to be very clear about what this amendment means and why it matters to all you Manitobans. We'll explain. This amendment is not about preventing any debate here. It's not about refusing to deal with affordability. It's about recognizing that this legislation in its current form does not adequately respond to the economic reality facing Manitobans today. A Hoist Amendment is one of the few tools available to the opposition when government refuses to listen to reasonable concerns and refuses to improve that legislation. When we're hearing from Manitobans, and it's our job as opposition to stand here and fight for Manitobans in these types of situations. So in this case, Manitobans deserve better than what is contained in the Heist Bill 53. It just doesn't meet the moment, Honourable Deputy Speaker. We're living through a genuine affordability crisis. Families are struggling with rising grocery bills, housing costs, school taxes, hydro increases, fuel costs, insurance costs, and growing debt burdens. Businesses are facing higher payroll costs, weaker consumer spending, inflationary pressures, borrowing challenges, and uncertainty, of course, around investment. Municipalities are warning about infrastructure deficits, rising construction costs, wastewater limitations, and the inability to sustain growth without any support. And yet this legislation responds with limited, delayed, and symbolic affordability measures. That's why this bill should not proceed in its current form. Government needs to go back and improve the bill, Honourable Deputy Speaker. This Hoist Amendment sends a message to government. Go back, improve the legislation, Bring forward meaningful affordability measures like the ones that we've proposed from this side. There's still time for government to restore indexation, to meaningfully increase the basic personal amount, reduce the burden on working families, and improve competitiveness. Those are all practical ideas. They're achievable ideas. They're common sense ideas. And those are ideas that would provide relief, real relief, instead of the political headlines that we're getting. Government has framed this debate as though any criticism of BITSA is somehow opposition to affordability. Nothing could be further from the truth, Honourable Deputy Speaker. We on this side of the House support affordability, and that's what we've been up all night fighting for Manitobans. What we oppose is ineffective affordability policy. Manitobans deserve more than pennies. The government wants Manitobans focused on tiny savings at the grocery store, but we know Manitobans are more intelligent than that. They understand the bigger picture. They know that saving a few cents on prepared food does not offset hundreds more in school taxes, bracket creep, higher utility costs, higher borrowing costs, and rising housing expenses. Families are not asking for these gimmicks that the NDP government's bringing forward. They're asking for breathing room. And this bill does not provide near enough breathing room. This amendment is about accountability. The government often talks about listening to Manitobans. Well, this amendment gives them the opportunity to prove that. Stakeholders across Manitoba have already raised concerns. Restaurants, municipalities, business organizations, taxpayer groups, economists, and most of all, who we hear from is Manitoba families. Many are saying the same thing. This budget does not go far enough on affordability. This amendment gives government an opportunity to pause, reconsider, and improve the legislation. That's not obstruction by any means from this side. That's called responsible opposition, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Good governments will accept compromise. Strong governments are not afraid of criticism. Strong governments are willing to compromise when legislation can be improved. During an affordability crisis right here in Manitobans, we'll expect all parties to work together in the public interest. As I said earlier, we often see this at the municipal level. Municipal leaders debate passionately, but ultimately they understand they must find workable compromises for taxpayers. You know, I spent 12 years in municipal government, and I heard a colleague this morning from Fort Garry mention he was in municipal as well, and it's totally different from what we see in here. People worked together, they debated, they compromised, they came up with ideas and solutions that were in the best interests of the taxpayer to make life better for them. There was often debate, there was often disagreements, but there was nothing partisan. They worked together to make life better. And no party has a monopoly on good ideas, Honourable Deputy Speaker. If there are ways to improve this legislation to provide more meaningful affordability relief, government should welcome that discussion rather than resist it. Now, after reviewing this legislation carefully, one thing becomes very clear, and that it is not an affordability bill for Manitoba families. At a time when Manitobans are struggling with, as I mentioned earlier, rising grocery prices, higher housing costs, increased utility bills, fuel prices, school taxes, growing financial anxiety. And these are all things my colleagues and I have been talking about all night, and we'll continue to repeat that because that's what we're hearing from Manitobans. This government has responded with tiny measures that simply do not meet the moment. Families need meaningful relief. Instead, they get symbolic gestures. The government wants Manitobans to celebrate pennies saved at the checkout counter while quietly collecting hundreds more through bracket creep, rising education property taxes, hydro increases, fuel taxes, and other cost increases. And we'll continue to repeat this. It's fundamental. That's the fundamental problem with this bill. The government gives with one hand very slowly and takes far more with the other hand immediately. This legislation does not seriously reduce the cost of living. Again, we could go back to calling it Bill 53, the heist bill. Hoist amendment, heist bill. Does not restore competitiveness, it does not reward work for Manitobans, and it does not reflect the financial reality facing Manitoba households. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Manitobans are under pressure. We need to ground this debate in reality. Across Manitoba, families are feeling squeezed. We know that. I don't think anybody in this House could disagree on that. We hear it daily from Manitobans that they're $200, 50% of Manitobans are $200 from insolvency. People are not imagining this. They see it every month, they see it every day at the grocery store, at the gas pumps, and paying their rent or their mortgages, when opening their hydro bills, and when school tax bills arrive in the mail, which we're seeing and hearing more about in the recent weeks, where they are on the rise. And just in the defense of municipalities, I remember when I was on council, school property tax bills may have been 35–40% of your municipal tax bill. What we're seeing now is well over 50% of a municipal tax bill now is education taxes. And we have to rely on our municipal councils to collect that. But it's caused by this NDP government when we see it on the rise. Many Manitobans are living paycheck to paycheck. We know from affordability reports that many households are within a few $100s of not being able to meet monthly obligations. And I think that's a serious problem. And in that environment, government should be laser focused on putting meaningful money back into people's pockets. Instead, this government is focused on headlines. Premier wants photo ops about removing PST from a handful of prepared grocery items. The Manitobans know the difference between a real affordability plan and political marketing. Saving a few cents on snack foods or prepared grocery items does not offset higher income taxes from racket creep, rising education property taxes, higher hydro rates, higher MPI costs, and increased borrowing costs. Families needed relief they could actually feel. This bill, again, does not provide that. Now, one of the most troubling parts of this government's affordability narrative is that they continue pretending taxes are not increasing. But Manitobans know better. We hear it every day. This government canceled indexation of income tax brackets and the basic personal amount. It means Manitobans now pay more taxes every year simply because inflation pushes wages upward nominally. And that is bracket creep, which we've been hearing about all night. Bracket creep is a hidden tax increase. Workers are not actually becoming wealthier. Their purchasing power is often stagnant or falling. The government takes a larger share anyway. That hurts. It hurts low-income workers, middle-income workers, seniors on fixed incomes, the seniors that help build this province, and young families trying to save and put away to buy a car or a house. We see that, we hear from them, it's almost impossible nowadays. I got four sons of my own, and 3 of them are trades workers already. I still have one in high school, but they all still come home to eat. You know, they make great wages. A couple of them own their own homes. One has a daughter, and they feel the pinch. They feel the struggle every day to make ends meet. So when they come home and mom makes them supper, we don't have a problem with that. It happens quite often, but you know what? It's okay. It's okay. We're glad to have them. What makes this worse than that government campaign on affordability is what they promised. They promised middle-class tax relief, dex tax brackets, and affordability support. Then they did the opposite, Honourable Deputy Speaker. They canceled indexation and increased the tax burden quietly. Now they want credit for tiny affordability measures while refusing to reverse the larger tax increases that they have already imposed. It's not affordability policy. It's a political spin. If the government were serious about affordability, they would restore indexation immediately, and beyond that, they would significantly increase the basic personal amount so Manitobans could earn more income tax free. That would be real affordability relief. The biggest weakness of this bill is what it does not do. It does not significantly increase the basic personal amount. That is the amount Manitobans can earn before paying provincial income tax. A meaningful increase here would help every working Manitoban, would support low and middle income earners, would improve competitiveness, and stimulate the economy organically. Instead, this government chose tiny targeted measures with limited impact. Significant basic personal amount increase would mean up to $1,500 back for individuals and over $3,000 annually for two-income families. That is meaningful affordability measures. That's grocery money. It's rent money. It's money for childcare, transportation, utilities. It's money to help pay the credit card payments that we're hearing in the news that the delinquency is on the rise. People can't make their credit card payments, and the interest that they're paying on their credit cards is outrageous. And unlike boutique tax changes, broad-based tax relief rewards will work, encourages labor force participation, and improves Manitoba's competitiveness. Our province already struggles to compete with Saskatchewan and Alberta. Those provinces offer significantly higher tax-free earning thresholds. Young professionals compare these jurisdictions. Skilled workers compare these jurisdictions. Entrepreneurs compare these jurisdictions. This government is making Manitoba less competitive at exactly the wrong time. And instead of addressing that problem, this BITSA bill, or heist bill, as they call it, ignores it. Now, we've talked over and over again here through the night about the property taxes. So government wants Manitobans focused on pennies saved at the grocery store once again. But education property tax revenue has exploded. Talking about revenues rising from roughly, a colleague from Interlake Gimli mentioned earlier, from $667 million forecast in 2023 to nearly $1.1 billion in 2026. It's an enormous increase. These costs come directly out of family budgets, out of seniors' savings, and household finances. And what this government offering in return? A modest increase to the homeowners' affordability tax credit, which is delayed to 2028. We need that relief now. It's phased in, and in some cases, it's clawed back. Families are paying substantially more now, but the relief is delayed until years later. That's not affordability, Honourable Deputy Speaker. That's deferred political messaging. And now this government is phasing out affordability credits entirely for homes assessed between $1 million and $1.5 million. Again, another clawback, another competitiveness issue, another only in Manitoba tax policy. At a time when Manitoba is already struggling to retain professionals and investment, this government continues layering on policies that reduce competitiveness. The PST changes are more political than they are practical. The government's centerpiece affordability measure is the PST change on certain grocery-related items. But let's be honest about what this actually means. Most groceries were already PST exempt, and we know that. This bill mainly changes treatment on prepared foods and certain beverages. The average savings for many families will be extremely small. Meanwhile, groceries overall remain expensive, inflation remains high, and other household costs continue rising. Even stakeholders have criticized this approach. Restaurants Canada pointed out that identical prepared food products will now receive different tax treatment depending on where they are purchased. That creates market distortions, Honourable Deputy Speaker. It disadvantages restaurants and restaurant workers, and it creates winners and losers instead of broad affordability. If the government truly wanted affordability relief, there would be better options. Restore the indexation, reduce income taxes, raise the basic personal amount, or provide direct broad-based relief. Instead, this government chose a highly marketable but economically limited policy. This bill cannot be separated from the broader fiscal context. This government continues running large deficits while asking Manitobans to believe affordability is improving. Excuse me. The problem is deficits are growing, debt servicing costs are growing, and interest costs are growing. Debt servicing now consumes billions of dollars. That's money that's available for healthcare, infrastructure, education, or tax relief. Debt servicing, let's go back to the delinquency on credit cards. Well, here's our government leading that example to people. We're servicing our debt. We just keep digging a bigger hole and paying more interest. So we're not showing Manitobans a very good pattern here. The government's forecasting record has not inspired any confidence. Projected deficits have repeatedly missed their targets. Deficit has grown dramatically since this government took office. Meanwhile, Manitobans are asking, what are we getting for all this debt? Because many people still see affordability pressures, longer ER waits, infrastructure needs, housing shortages, and economic stagnation. If government borrowing explodes without meaningful improvements in affordability or services, Manitobans are right to ask serious questions. True affordability strategy also requires economic growth. You can't sustainably improve affordability without investment, productivity, job creation, and competitiveness. Yet this budget offers very little for entrepreneurs, small businesses, farmers, or private sector investment. Business groups themselves said they expected more. There's very little in this bill to attract investment, support employers, reduce regulatory burden, or to improve competitiveness. And Manitoba desperately needs economic growth. Without growth, tax burdens increase, deficits worsen, and affordability deteriorates further. This government seems to believe affordability can be solved through small targeted announcements instead of structural economic reform. That approach will not work. Another concern is transparency. Previous bits of bills became massive omnibus bills with limited scrutiny. This year's bill is shorter, yes, but Manitobans still deserve proper public review and accountability. Budget implementation legislation affects taxpayers, businesses, municipalities, workers, and, most importantly, our Manitoba families. There should be robust committee review and stakeholder consultation. That is not obstruction. Again, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that's democracy. Good legislation can withstand scrutiny. If government truly believes this bill helps Manitobans, then they should welcome public input. At its core, affordability means helping Manitobans keep more of the money they earn. This bill does not do that in a meaningful way. Instead, taxes quietly rise through bracket creep. Education property taxes continue climbing. Utility costs increase, debt grows. Manitobans are offered symbolic relief measures that fail to offset the broader financial pressures that they face. Families need broad-based tax relief, competitiveness, and meaningful affordability action. Instead, they got political marketing. A government serious about affordability would restore that indexation, significantly increase the BPA, reduce the tax burden on working families, and create conditions for economic growth. That would put real money into family budgets. That would help Manitoba compete. and that would reflect the reality Manitobans are living every single day. This bill does not meet that standard, and for those reasons, I cannot support Bill 53 in its current form. Now, I also want to speak briefly in the short time that I've got left here, Honourable Deputy Speaker, about something larger than this bill itself. At a time like this, during a real affordability crisis, Manitobans expect elected officials to work together in the public interest. People are tired of partisan games. They're tired of political theatre. And they're tired of watching governments and oppositions dig into the trenches while families struggle to afford basic necessities. Because this affordability crisis is touching every corner of Manitoba society, it is affecting families, it's affecting seniors, workers, small businesses, municipalities, farmers, and investors deciding whether Manitoba is a place worth investing in. Manitobans are looking to this legislature for practical solutions. Families are struggling. There are parents right now deciding whether to fill the gas tank completely, whether to delay replacing worn-out winter boots for their kids, whether they can afford summer activities, or whether groceries need to go on a credit card again this month. Young families trying to buy their first home are watching mortgage rates rise, insurance costs rise, hydro costs rise, and education property taxes continuing to rise. Seniors on fixed incomes are increasingly worried that the homes they worked decades to pay off are becoming harder to afford to keep because taxes and utility costs keep rising faster than their income. Small businesses are struggling too. Restaurants are operating on razor-thin margins while food costs increase, labor costs increase, energy costs increase, and consumer spending weakens. Many local business owners are not asking government for special treatment. They are simply asking government not to make things harder. Retailers are worried about declining discretionary spending. Farmers are facing uncertainty around the fuel costs, fertilizer prices, transportation costs, tariffs, and borrowing costs. Construction companies and home builders are seeing higher financing costs to make projects more difficult to complete. Investors and employers are also watching Manitoba closely. When governments create uncertainty, when taxes rise quietly through bracket creep, when debt grows rapidly, and when competitiveness weakens compared to neighboring provinces, investment decisions change. Businesses begin asking, why Manitoba? Why invest here instead of Saskatchewan or Alberta? Why expand here instead of somewhere more competitive? And that matters because private investment creates jobs, economic growth, tax revenue, and opportunities for Manitoba families. Municipalities are also sounding the alarm. Cities and towns are struggling with infrastructure deficits, rising construction costs, wastewater and water system pressures, policing costs, and housing demands. Many municipalities are saying clearly they want growth, but they cannot support growth without infrastructure investment and affordability improvements. And all of these pressures are connected. That's why Manitobans expect governments to work together during moments like this. People do not wake up every morning asking whether an idea came from government benches or the opposition benches. They ask, will this help my family? Will this lower costs? Will this improve economic opportunity? Will this make Manitoba more affordable and competitive? That should be our focus as legislators. And frankly, there are lessons we can learn from municipal government. Municipal councils across Manitoba operate in a far less partisan environment. Councillors may disagree strongly at times, but ultimately they are expected to debate openly, negotiate honestly, compromise when necessary, and work towards practical solutions for taxpayers. Municipal government, if someone brings forward a good idea, the immediate response is not always which party benefits politically. The response very often is, will this help our taxpayers and residents? That spirit is something this legislature could use more of, because affordability should not be a partisan issue. Helping Manitobans keep more of their own money should not be controversial. Supporting working families should not become political trench warfare. And improving legislation through compromise should not be viewed as weakness. In fact, compromise in the public interest is often a sign of very strong leadership. If government members truly believe affordability is their priority, then they should be willing to listen to constructive proposals, regardless of where those ideas originate. And opposition members also have a responsibility not simply to criticize, but to bring forward practical alternatives like we have done. That is what healthy democracy should look like, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Not endless partisan division, not slogans, not talking past one another, but serious people coming together during difficult economic times to improve legislation and help citizens. Because Manitobans are not interested in political victories right now. They're interested in paying their bills, keeping their businesses open, affording groceries, attracting investment, growing their communities, and creating a stable future for their children. Honourable Deputy Speaker, that requires cooperation. It requires maturity. It requires governments willing to accept that no single party has a monopoly.
The member's time has
ideas.
expired.
Thank you.
The honourable member for Fort Garry.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Everything about this BITSA bill highlights the weaknesses of this government and explains why, despite the overheated rhetoric, it's not bringing results for Manitobans. And we're talking about the politics of brinkmanship. I've been in this legislative chamber now for 7 legislative seasons, and each and every one of those seasons, the Premier of the day has threatened to extend the sitting. And that's never happened. Talking to the clerk, in the 25 years the clerk's been here, the Premier of the day has threatened to extend the sitting 25 years in a row, but I'm told the stat is that it's actually only happened in 4 occasions. But here we are again. It's that season where we have to make threats. And I think the Premier and his hapless House Leader cannot move their own legislative agenda forward. And this isn't the first time. There's a pattern here. They're missing their own bill deadlines. Now, you have the entire government of Manitoba behind you, an army of lawyers and staff, and you can't meet your deadlines. I mean, that's basic governance 101. That's basic, competence. Basic competence. The rules of the House are so weighted in favor of the government, especially with a supermajority, that they can easily get their agenda passed as long as they're simply organized and follow the rules. But this government can't do that. That's just so basic. This government isn't organized, it's chaotic, it's reactionary, and it's performative. And this has thrown the government's agenda off. And to get it back on track, Premier now is trying to bully this chamber yet again and trying to bully the opposition to make up for its own government's lack of competence and ability to organize their own agenda. Manitobans are watching. And this isn't what they call good governance. This isn't how they want their government to play out. So let's talk about why we're here. And this is the government's signature budget 2026 policy, removing the PST off of junk food. Now, this is the Premier's, it seems, sole answer to the cost of living crisis. We have an explosion of food bank use in Manitoba at record levels. We have the highest grocery store inflation prices in the country. Year over year, it's 4.9% increase. Very few Manitobans got a 4.9% increase in their salary this last year. That means everybody is falling further behind. But we have a Premier who is a very talented hype man. I think he has a career in pro wrestling after this. but maybe not so well suited for governance. I think that's his true calling. But very much like Trump, he engages in delusional, over-the-top, soaring, grandiose rhetoric. He said that the greatest accomplishment ever of a Manitoba government was his, of course, very Trump-like, suspending the gas tax for a year and borrowing $340 million to do it. At that time, the gas was about 1.28 cents per liter. Now, anywhere you go in Manitoba, it's about 180 to 190 per liter. But there's no talk now about suspending the gas tax. And if that was the greatest thing the Premier has ever done, or any Premier has ever done, why wouldn't he do it again when gas is 60 cents higher per liter? Of course, he then threatened not to bring back the U.S. liquor sales in Manitoba until Trump releases the Epstein files. I like that one. I'm sure Trump is worried about that and is about to, sign that executive order. I'm sure Donald Trump's right now crying himself to sleep. That's delusional, Honourable Speaker. And it's silly and it's performative, and Manitobans deserve better. That's not the actions of a serious Premier.
Order. I'd invite the member to bring his comments back to the Hoist Amendment and BITSA. The Honourable Member for Fort Garry.
All right. So what I'm trying to get at here is that the BITSA bill is more performative than real. And it's a pattern of behavior for this government where Manitobans are calling out for real action, and they get this. They get a Premier who's more interested in chasing headlines and jumping to the federal Liberal Party than he is actually solving problems in Manitoba. He is literally just visiting. And I wish him well. I actually think that he's a talented politician. I think that he actually has a real shot at becoming Prime Minister of this country, and I wish him all the best. I think he can do it. I think he can do it. I just wish he'd go tomorrow. So food bank has doubled in 4 years in Manitoba, and we know food inflation is up year over year, and we know that it's happening faster than wages. We also know that at the same time, the Premier's only raised the minimum wage by 40 cents. So this year it'll be in October $16.40. And that's the other part of the equation here. The only response is cutting taxes. Well, if you cut taxes, who benefits? People that have money. And the more you cut taxes, the more wealthy people benefit from it. But what happens if you don't have money? What happens if you're struggling? Well, cutting taxes doesn't actually help you because you don't have anything to cut. So that comes, the other opposite side of a cost of living crisis is wages. And wages have been stagnant in Manitoba, and this government has been unconcerned about raising wages. And I'll come back to the minimum wage going up 40 cents in October to $16.40. If you work 40 hours a week in Manitoba every week for a year, no holidays, that's an $832 raise. We know that just food inflation alone, the average price of cost for food for families is going to raise over $1,000 this year. And it's more likely about $1,500 per family a year. Living wage in Winnipeg is at $19.77. That's well below the minimum wage. And Manitoba is, with the 40-cent raise, will have one of the lowest minimum wages in Canada. And 1 in 4 Manitobans don't earn a living wage. Overwhelmingly women-led households, overwhelmingly with young children. We are the child poverty capital of Canada. If we want to move the needle on that, one of the ways to do it is simply go to a living wage. You would pull tens of thousands of female-led families out of poverty by doing that. But this Premier won't. It's a real solution. It's in his power. Could do it today, could do it in Bitsa, but won't. Put some contrast on that. MLAs received a cost of living increase April 1st. They received a 2.7% cost of living increase. For the Premier's salary, that's $5,000 extra a year. $5,000. That's much higher than what this government's prepared to give Manitobans. You compare the $5,000 to the $830 for the minimum wage. In what world is that right? In what world is that fair? Absolutely, Manitobans deserve to have the same cost of living increase that their Premier gets. And I have called and will continue to call on this government to peg the minimum wage increase to the cost of living increase that we give our politicians. It is absolutely immoral that we allow politicians' salary to jump at 2.7% a year when we're only raising the cost of living for Manitobans at 1.1%. People are hurting, and obviously the Premier can read a headline. His signature policy is to cut the PSD on junk food. Because, as we know, we already don't pay PSD on healthy food. And that's the only thing left that's being taxed. And of course, we do that for a reason. Junk food is a luxury. It's not something that can sustain a family. It's processed foods, mostly made in the US or multinational companies, with very little money going to Manitoba agricultural producers. That money isn't staying here, it leaves the province. It doesn't create jobs here, it creates jobs elsewhere. And unlike fresh food, where our producers benefit from it, taking the PSD off of processed or junk food is subsidizing big multinational corporations, not local farmers and producers who are being left out yet again. And of course, we know that we are the child obesity and diabetes capital of Canada. And the government has actually brought in an action plan, and one of its pillars is prevention. Then, without any sort of hint of irony, brings in a junk food tax holiday, making it cheaper and easier for people to buy food that's killing them, and costing the Manitoba health system tens of millions of dollars a year, completely undermining its own diabetes action plan. It's a contradictory policy that absolutely makes no sense, that doesn't support working families, certainly doesn't support taxpayers. This is borrowed money. We're borrowing money to do this. Somebody's going to have to pay it back. It's going to be our children and our grandchildren with interest. And we're going to have to pay higher healthcare costs because of the health aspects of promoting processed and junk food. It makes absolutely no sense. Nobody in the Premier's office thought this through. So taking the PSD off of junk food initially was supposed to be only for big box multinational stores like Walmart, and it initially specifically excluded mom and pop and ethnic grocery stores or inner city grocery stores. And you know, oftentimes those small grocery stores are in food deserts. I have a number of them in Fort Garry, and it certainly seemed out of touch, not understanding that many Manitoba families go to these ethnic grocery stores for their food, go to the corner store in the inner city because there's nothing else around. They can't drive to Walmart. And so initially the plan was basically going to have the effect of making smaller ethnic grocery stores and inner city stores less competitive. It was going to raise costs for them. And it was going to have the effect of Walmart having an easier time of driving them out of business. And again, for this government that says that they want to lower prices by creating competition, This was going to do the exact opposite. It was going to actually remove competition in the grocery store world and was going to elevate the big U.S. chains or the big Canadian chains versus the small, Persian or mom and pop grocery stores. So obviously there was a pushback, and the government did listen, to their credit. But then what appears to have happened is it threw BITSA off. They had to rewrite it. And this is what happens when you don't talk to people, when you don't consult Manitobans, when you do policy on the fly and you're constantly in chaos and crisis and having to clean it up afterwards. It throws off your legislative agenda, and that's exactly what happened here. They obviously had to pull BITSA and rewrite it because they had made a huge, huge mistake. If they had spoken to Manitobans, if they had talked to them, they would have learned, first of all, that Manitobans didn't want this, that they don't view this as real cost of living help. And third, it's a disaster of policy that preferences large companies over small businesses. So this blows up in their face, there's pushback, and then now we're back to the brinkmanship, all because this government can't manage its own legislative agenda. You know, we saw last year, the Premier, again, you could put this in your calendar, the brinkmanship, we're going to sit, all summer, and we got to pass this Buy Manitoba Act, or else the sky is going to fall. We passed the Manitoba Act, and then he doesn't proclaim it into law a year later. I mean, the world was falling apart last year, and we're all, on the road to hell if we didn't pass this legislation. It gets passed, and then they don't make it a law a year later. That's not a serious government. That's not how you seriously run a government or have a legislative agenda. Again, it's all empty, it's all performative, it's not serious. So, imagine a premier who didn't have to bully people, was organized, was strategic, could work with the opposition. And that's the point here, is the opposition is actually willing to work with the premier. The opposition has been listening to Manitobans who've told them that this isn't good enough. And what they're asking the government to do is be better. And if the government is better, they will support them and with quick passage get this through and get their junk food tax through, even though they don't agree with it. But they're prepared to compromise as long as Manitobans see real relief. But the Premier can't or won't do that. He doesn't want to give them the win. It becomes this toxic partisanship in this House where who are the losers? It's Manitobans. We're talking about helping Manitobans, and one side of the chamber says you got to do more, and the other side is fighting to do less. Think about that for a moment. They want to give Manitobans less support, and they're willing to threaten and bully to do it. What kind of never-never land have we entered into where a government acts that way? Where the opposition is prepared to extend the hand of cooperation and say, yeah, we're going to work with you, but you got to work with us. And things have gotten so toxic and dysfunctional here that the Premier will not work with the opposition to fast-track extra financial help for Manitobans in their time of need. So here we are again. The government has missed the guaranteed bill passage dates. It needs the opposition's support, but won't talk to them, won't compromise, won't work with them. And they've created an artificial deadline. They claim that they can't bring in a PSD cut until July 1st unless this bill passed. That's curious, because there's actually no law that says that. None on the books that actually says that they can't do that. Also, there's no precedent at all saying they can't do that. In fact, the opposite is true, and in constitutional law, this is a convention, a precedent, meaning that if other governments have done it in the past, you are allowed to do it in the future. Well, Brian Pallister in 2019 cut the PSD prior to passing BITSA. This premier, at the time, said that was legal and proper for him to do that. So what changed in 7 years? Mark Carney, Prime Minister of this country, took off the federal gas tax this year before the federal government's excise tax, which is equivalent to their BITSA, had passed. The federal government is doing this. It is pretty clear from conventions both in this jurisdiction and across Canada that the Premier is in a legal position to make this change without the passage of BITSA. But the Premier is attempting to create an artificial deadline, an artificial red line where he's standing up for junk food eaters everywhere, and the opposition is blocking a few pennies being reduced from their Slurpees this month. Oh, how awful. What bad people. To support this tortured position, they got the Chief of Staff to call up Leg Council and get them to write an opinion. And within hours of that call, he produces it. I've had a chance to view that legal opinion, and it's concerning. It cites no legal authority. It cites no legal precedent at all to back up its opinion. Basically, Leg Council concedes that there hasn't been a law in Manitoba that says that this can't be done, but comes to the conclusion that, in his view, the law is changing. Based on what? He doesn't say. There's no precedent, there's no convention, there's nothing indicating that the law is changing other than the Chief of Staff calling him up. And with due respect to the Chief of Staff of the Manitoba NDP, that's not a legal high authority. So the conclusion in that opinion letter is not supported by anything. No black letter law, no precedent, no convention. I tell you, as somebody who's been a lawyer for 26 years, I was actually shocked to see that legal opinion. That's not something that would be produced in a professional law firm. It would not be, that would get you fired, actually. If you brought that to your senior partner, your client should fire you, quite frankly. I was concerned about seeing that, and I was concerned that the Chief of Staff would politicize Leg Council, put them in the middle that way, and use them as a political prop. They have to be neutral. They have to stay above the fray of politics. They write legislation for all of us, and they can't be seen to sort of weigh in on one partisan debate over another and to use them in that fashion.
Order. I would just ask the member to tie his remarks back to the matter at hand. The honourable member for Fort Garry.
Yeah, so what I was attempting to do, because the Premier's claim that we need to have BITSA passed before July 1st is based on this legal opinion. So I'm discussing my concerns I have with this legal opinion and how it doesn't actually support the government's position that BITSA needs to pass by July 1st. So what does this tell us about the Premier's leadership style? Well, it shows that the Premier has been incapable of working with other people. He neither listens nor consults the views of Manitobans. He reacts after the fact when he receives negative media coverage, and in this case it was universal negative media coverage, and then he abruptly reverses course. which throws his government into chaos and disorder. They attempt to get things back on track by bullying and attempting to dominate those in their way. Top-down, authoritarian-style leadership that's quite frankly shambolic, ineffective, and ultimately leads to poor policy outcomes for Manitobans. This is a premier that needs to bully, to dominate all other political actors, to submit to his will, and that is a troubling sign. This whole episode becomes this performative power play showing everyone everywhere that he's the strong man. And it's certainly undemocratic and toxic and has not done the people of Manitoba and our politics any favor. And quite frankly, it's weak leadership. If you have to project strength by bullying, by dominating, by belittling your opponents, you're not strong. You're anything but that. The opposition has reached out and is willing to help the government pass the bill. Be the grown-up, extend the hand, sit down, have real negotiations, because at the end of the day, Manitobans are the ones that are going to win from that. So that brings me sort of what's wrong with this bill. The initial estimates is that it will be $24 million in reduced taxes. And with the expansion to corner stores and 7-Eleven, that number will be even higher. That roughly $30 million could go a long way to really assist Manitobans. This is a government that has cut EIA rates 3 years in a row. Again, 4.9% inflation year over year, food inflation. Our most vulnerable Manitobans are having their supports cut by nearly 5% year over year by this government. Our most vulnerable Manitobans, this government is punching down on and making life harder for them. If you took that same $30 million and put that just in EIA recipients, you would pull a lot of families out of poverty, and it would make a real difference in their lives. But this government had a choice to make, and that wasn't it. When they thought about cost of living, they weren't thinking about Manitobans most vulnerable. They were thinking about a headline and how they could attract the most support for something that really would have the least impact. And that $30 million that they're borrowing for this each year is money that's not going to hospitals, it's not going to schools that are terribly underfunded, it's not going to our crumbling infrastructure, certainly not going to eliminate poverty or make real progress on housing or on the drug and public safety crisis. Money that's desperately needed elsewhere. Who's going to benefit most from this? Well, it's going to be bond traders in Toronto, London, England, New York, because they're going to make money off of the bonds that we have to borrow in order to pay for this gimmick and this political stunt. It will also mean higher taxes down the road for Manitobans, because at some point the check gets due, and some Manitoba is going to have to pay this back with interest. And if you had put this to Manitobans straight and you asked them, do you want your children and grandchildren to pay this money back, or do you want a few cents off your Slurpee? It's a no-brainer. They tell you not to do this. It makes absolutely no sense. By the government's own projections, this tax cut will mean a meager $100 savings, and that's if you buy a lot of junk food. And you can only buy a lot of junk food as if you have a lot of money. And so it means that wealthy people and poor people will be treated very differently by this tax cut. And that wealthy people will be able to save $100 a year, but working families will not. And they will not even notice a savings where the government's best projections are $8 a month. So there's an unfairness to this. And under the Canoe government, the tax system itself has been skewed, where the biggest tax breaks have gone to the wealthiest people and tax burdens have been shifting on to middle class and working families. And we saw that with de-indexing the tax brackets. If you're at the highest income tax bracket, you're not indexed to begin with, so your taxes don't get affected. It's the people in the middle that actually get hurt the most, and we'll see their income taxes go up the most. So there's a pattern with this government. High income earners are saving while middle income and working families pay more. In fact, on CBC, the Premier came out, specifically said he was opposed to raising taxes on wealthy Manitobans. He's clearly not opposed to raising taxes on working and middle-class Manitobans, and that's been what he's done since he's taken office. So my message to the Premier is to put aside petty, mean-spirited partisanship, put Manitobans first, work with the opposition, let's find real solutions with real consequences for Manitobans. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The member for Turtle Mountain.
Thank you, Honourable Assistant Deputy Speaker. It's an honor to actually, when I was the Deputy Speaker, to sit in that chair. I don't think I spent this late a day in that chair, but there were some late nights, and I remember being in that chair for many of those debates. But I have the opportunity here, probably one of the earliest morning debates that I ever did. Usually we start at 10. But I just have to say, I want to thank my colleague who's sitting beside me, the honourable member for Swan River, for bringing this hoist amendment to hoist, not heist. Anyways, I want to thank him for bringing that, because the fact is, Manitobans, we need to really defend Manitobans here. It was basically, just like our colleague in Fort Garry had indicated, that this BITSA, the savings of junk food, is basically, that's all basically a person's going to receive. And at the same time, wherever there is action, there's also consequences. And the consequences, when it comes to reducing, back in the day, governments, federal governments, provincial governments put, being that the diets that Canadians and Manitobans had was eating too much junk food. Back in the 70s, participation came forward here to talk about how healthy people should be eating and how unhealthy Canadians were back in the 1970s. And with that movement of participation, I recall the importance of making sure that we live healthy lives, healthy diets, making that sure that we live longer, healthier lives. But at the same time, we're not a strain on our healthcare system. And with this healthcare system right now in shambles, but this government who came into power and during the election basically said that we're going to fix healthcare. But when they start taking taxes off junk food, healthcare food, instead of making more affordability here, Honourable Assistant Deputy Speaker, this is really kind of backwards thinking. The fact is, our healthcare system we're having an aging population. The population of baby boomers are, at one time, that used to be providers of healthcare, are now starting to become consumers of healthcare. My wife just retired from being basically working with ERS with Shared Health. She was clinical manager, and the fact is, she says there's going to be a lot more retirees out there, especially in healthcare. No matter how much more healthcare workers we put out there, there's a lot of retirees that are happening. And right now, some of the baby boomers are still in the workforce. Sooner will be retiring. And then now the Generation X is starting to retire. But the Generation X, at the beginning of that generation, where the birth rate was higher, and there's more of us in that higher cohort than there is in the Generation X going closer to the millennials. And that birth rate dropped in the 1960s, mid-60s, because the birth control pill came out. And better family planning allowed women to be in the workforce, be able to plan when it comes to their careers.
Order. We've provided a little bit of lenience here, but if the member could please tie his remarks back to the matter at hand, the amendment related to BITSA. So the honourable member for Turtle Mountain.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Yeah, it's just basically what I'm trying to get at here is that this bill here is taking tax dollars off of junk food, which again, the reason why I went into the healthcare system is because the fact is it's going to be an impact. There's going to be, if people are going to get unhealthier because that's the only thing that they can afford is junk food, that is really concerning when it comes to affordability in this province. And my concern right now is that our youth. And I look again, I just want to go back to the tax exchange that we have as a family tax exchange, where my son got his property taxes for the first time. And he had a budget. He had a budget to buy a condo in Brandon. And at this age, as a Generation Z, they basically are having a harder time than what we had when I was going out into the workforce. He wants to get in the same career, which again, I'm honored that he actually wants to be a financial planner. He's taken all the appropriate courses. He's connected to a good firm in Brandon. He wants to start his life there. But when he's trying to budget, try to even buy a condo in this day and age, it was very hard. Probably a little bit of help from his parents, his grandmother. He was able to buy this condo. But there's a lot of family members, there's a lot of people out there, lower incomes, that they say that they are trying to help, young people are in student debts. They need this affordability. With the rate rising of tax, when it comes to gas prices, the tariffs, the uncertainty, we are actually seeing a lot of young people having the highest unemployment rate that I haven't seen since the 1980s when I was trying to get into the workforce. And you know what, I just talked with my son. My son actually came with us. I want to reflect of the opportunity when I was trying to get into the workforce or trying to get into a career in financial planning to buy my own first agency at age 26. I had my person that I approached to buy the business. He actually passed away this past January. He was early 90s, but he gave me the opportunity, he gave my wife and I the opportunity, affordability when it comes, again, I'm going to compare the story because it really reflects of the young people, what my son had, like trying to find ways to getting some help out here, especially when it comes for taxation, and especially when that property tax, I want to tell the story here. I was honored to be asked by my former business partner's wife, who also was a business partner, to say a few words at this celebration of life that happened this past weekend. And I just had to reflect of all the good things that happened at that point. I was connected to this insurance agency in Verdon from my wife's family friends who basically knew this other couple who were both in the insurance industry. Reg and Donna Wyatt, they were neighbors of my wife, and Reg actually was a counselor, city councilor. They also had the Wyatt Nutrend insurance agency in Transcona, and he was the one that basically said, I have a couple in places in Manitoba that I have friends who are in the insurance industry that want to retire. They want young people to come in. And again, I'm talking about the reflection that my son had to deal with when he's trying to get into this work, career. I had the opportunity to buy an agency in Verdon. I was 26 years old. My wife and I weren't even married at the time. We're engaged to get married that same year. We bought our first house that year, and I bought business before I bought our house. And I just think today for these young people that are being faced with such high inflation, high taxes, especially when it comes to property taxes. They're trying to find a house, and meanwhile they get slapped with a 60% educational tax increase, on their property taxes. He's devastated that the fact is now he has to find out earn some more money to pay for those property taxes that this government has basically trickled down to young people who are trying to make a go of their careers and their lives. As much as my son is like one of the fortunate to be age 26, 25 when he bought his first property, there's a lot of 30-year-olds, that generation, that are still living in their parents' basement. And it's very concerning. And what we'll look at right now is that, there's these immigration policies are being in place here now, that there's less immigrants coming into Canada, especially in the United States. And that's the impact here is when our young people can't even start families or even have children because it's not affordable. And our birth rate in Canada has now gone down from 1.5 kids to 1.25 kids because majority of the Canadians in this right now, especially young people, live in major centers, major cities that are getting less and less affordable. And Winnipeg is starting to become one of those cities. And the fact is, a lot of times they have to worry about student debts. They have to worry about when it comes to trying to find a house that's affordable. I remember my son trying to buy a house in Brandon. And every time he went to put a bid on a house, there'd be 8 other bids out there. And then that house would go up, but would be actually whatever the listing price was, that house would go up by $30,000 more in some cases. And the thing is, that house wasn't worth that price. So this is why I feel that these young people, especially the youth in our society,
Order.
needs this.
Order. So we've provided quite a bit of lenience here. We appreciate all of your stories and contributions, but we need to make sure that we're not straying too far from the hoist amendment to Bill 53, please. The honourable member for Turtle Mountain.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Again, I was going back to the hoist amendment here when it came to the fact is that we have to really look deeper for this government to actually give some leeway, especially get some opportunities for our youth when it comes to affordability. This generation of youth are really are health sensitive. They make sure that they work out, but the fact is, for a lot of them, this taxes on all food is not really going to have any impact on our youth that are trying to be able to start careers, especially when they even don't have an opportunity even to start a career, because the fact is the unemployment is so high. When it comes to, there should have been a PST taken off of when it comes to dining out. That was something that our arts side has indicated that it would help a lot of small businesses, especially when it comes to, especially comes to restaurants. They really need that opportunity to be able to have more customers come in. And right now, I think a lot of young people that do dine out a lot, that used to dine out a lot, are not able to actually go now with the rising cost of gasoline to fill their cars. And this is where it's going to be really impacting the this youth and our young people. And so I see my colleague from Borderland. He has a family. I believe he has 5 kids now. And you don't see that a lot now, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The fact is, a lot of his generation are still living in their basements. And this is the generation that really, really could use some help when it comes to tax policy, especially with this BITSA bill that we've been debating for hours here now, that we want to make sure that we are looking after our youth. We are looking after our future. And the fact is, the NDP government continues to put ourselves into huge deficits. And we saw the road of good intentions, or is paved to hell, basically, when it comes to the NDP, the Selinger government. You know, even with Dewar government, when he came into power, you know, I know with the Philbin government put, laws in place to balance budgets. And then Gary Dewar comes in early 2000, 1999, 2000, and continues to try to balance the budgets, but on the cost of Manitoba Hydro. The profits of Manitoba Hydro, which we handed to them back in '99, was in very healthy condition as a Crown corporation. But then the Dewar government started balancing their budgets based on Manitoba Hydro profits, basically robbing Peter to pay Paul. And then when it comes to the deficits, that when I first started back in 2014, for many consecutive years, the Selinger government had basically created a huge deficits over the years. And they would always come up with a budget that they were going to only have $300 million deficit. Well, it ends up being 700. It always seems to be higher than what they projected, the actuals. In our case, it's always the opposite. We always, back in November 2020, before really COVID hit, we actually had, we were estimating a $200 million deficit, but end up we had actually a surplus that year. But then, of course, COVID came, and that was another thing that we had to challenge ourselves. But then, again, in 2022, 2021 and 2022, we had another surplus that we actually gave to this current government right now. And the fact is, you know, when it comes to helping, especially consumers, by giving them a break with this BITSA bill, providing more like what our exemption was of $330,000, which would put about $3,000 in the pockets of Manitobans, this would actually will stimulate the economy. We saw that in the United States when they did tax cuts. The economy actually grew because people, again, 65% of people really push the economy. They're actually, 65% of the economy is basically consumer spending. And when consumers have money, they have confidence, they go out and spend it. So that is why we want to put some help for Manitobans right now, especially with our youth, especially that they don't look at other jurisdictions to go to because they are more competitive when it comes to taxation. And that's what we saw back, like history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. We saw that with the Selinger days, where a lot of our young people moved to Alberta, to Saskatchewan. And we have a province like Saskatchewan, who is actually have become a half province, and the affordability there. And we're seeing right now in Manitoba, in Western Manitoba, with the higher taxes for nurses, the cost of living in Manitoba, and with the basically incentives that they get in Saskatchewan, a lot of our healthcare workers are going, even though they may live in Manitoba, now they're going to Saskatchewan to work. And some of them actually are moving there too, because the fact is there are better tax treatments there. You know, they are basically increasing the tax brackets with every year based on inflation. We did that when we came into government because we wanted to compete with Saskatchewan and Alberta. But now, again, this budget that the NDP put out here did not actually allow us to index with the tax brackets. And that's putting a lot of people, and just like the member from Fort Garry just before me had said, that it's going to hurt the middle class. The taxes are going to be more on the middle class because the fact is, even unionized employees, when it comes to workers that are working in factories that are unionized, or teachers or nurses, as soon as you don't increase the tax brackets, they tend to pay more and more in income taxes. And that's kind of a sneaky way of actually increasing taxes because the fact is people aren't aware of it. I think my colleague from Steinbach had really explained that again, the people are not aware of that. And this is why with debating that we're doing right now, we want to show the public that we're fighting for them. That this is why we're spending many, many hours to have some relief for our constituents, for the people of Manitoba, when it comes to this BITSA bill. And the fact is, there's been no change. People are aware of it, that, you know, maybe a rotisserie chicken. They always say that rotisserie chicken in Costco are a lost leader for Costco because it gets people in there just like their hot dogs. They'll probably never increase that. But how much taxes do you save on a rotisserie chicken? And so the fact is, you know what, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we want to make sure that Manitobans, we're fighting for Manitobans when it comes to affordability. I thought that side would be the ones that would fight for affordability, because that's how they basically went on their elections to say about affordability. But all they did was really help their unionized friends. You know, the teachers right now are one of the highest paid teachers in Canada. Back in the day of the Salinger government, the teachers were the second highest paid, but we had the worst results, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Manitoba was dead last when it came to the education, and I think this is no different. I think Manitoba right now, teachers are on the highest paid, half the caucus is teachers, and they want to make sure that their friends were taken care of. And so, Honorable Speaker, you know what? Not everybody can be a teacher. Not everybody can be a healthcare worker. But there's a lot of people out there that are employed by private businesses. And those are the people that are being hurt the most. And when my son wants to go and buy a business, insurance business, investment business, the thing is he's impacted because the fact is now he has a mortgage. He has higher taxes he have to pay. You can keep the taxpayer paying taxes. And then when it comes to the property taxes, right now there should be some relief. When we came in, we wanted to remove education taxes on property. We were doing it. We went up to 25% the first one year. The next year on our budget we went to 50%. If we were in government, we went to 75, and eventually by now there would have been no education taxes. Again, education should be financed just like the way that healthcare has been financed, that there's no extra costs on, except for potato chips and drinks. That was one of the reasons why those items were taxed. They were taxed because the fact is that was causing healthcare, much like cigarettes. Governments realized that healthcare was really impacted by poor diets, by smoking, and excessive drinking. And that's why taxes were put on those items. It was to make sure that our healthcare system was financed through when it comes to bad habits of the population. And how much alcohol really is impacted to an individual who is abusing of alcohol. And the fact is, it does, I know so many number of people that have to have excessive healthcare treatments and needs because of excessive drinking. And that's why there has been more taxes put on those items. And now this government is taking taxes off of junk food, potato chips, soft drinks, and this is why this is going to be an impact to our healthcare system in the long run. And at the same time, I want to say that, you know, my constituents in Turtle Mountain, you know, I've been there since 2019, but for many of them, I was there since 2014 because our boundary commission changes. I still have half of the population when I started. You know, they talk to me about the needs for healthcare in their constituency. And the fact is, it's young people. And it's young people that we need, especially in the town of Melita. I remember when I was minister, I remember going to a healthcare town hall meeting because the fact is it wasn't because we weren't financing healthcare. The money was there. The CEO of Prairie Mountain Health at the time was there to talk. And it was about young people not have in the workforce anymore. When you have an aging population and you don't have tax treatment, especially this BITSA, to help young people who want to stay and stay in small communities. But when you have Saskatchewan just on the other side, a lot of those young people who see the benefit of being in Saskatchewan, the taxation and the healthcare, like the opportunities in healthcare, they're paying a lot more because they're more willing, able to actually pay more for healthcare workers, and that's what we're always competing against. And right now, a place like Melita is going to be really impacted, especially if we find that history doesn't repeat itself. We're scared that next thing that's going to be that we have to debate here all night again is probably PST, because I'm sure that when this government, much like the Selinger government, got into financial troubles, they started putting taxes on house insurance, commercial insurance, and I was from that industry. I was a broker at the time. When that came in, I was thought, oh, this government is out of control when it comes to their spending. And that's what's probably going to happen again, Honourable Deputy Speaker, because I remember it always says history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. And the way this NDP government is going, we're going to be seeing the same impact that we saw in the Selinger government when it comes to increase in taxes, especially the PST. We'll probably be here, I can foresee the next term, we could be here debating into the night again on the PST, because I can see that happening again. The trajectory of their finances, that they have good intentions, but like my mother-in-law used to always have a good saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And the intentions of this government and not helping young people, I saw that would happen back in the 1990s, like I said yesterday, that we saw a lot of young people.
Order. While stories from the past and speculations about the future could be useful at one point in time, could the member please tie his comments back to the Hoist Amendment to Bill 53, please? The Honourable Member for Turtle Mountain.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. But yeah, like I said, I would like to give my other colleagues some opportunity to put some words on the record here, Honourable Deputy Speaker, on this Hoist Amendment. And I would say that that this is why we're here today and into the night, that we want to make sure that Manitobans are going to be looked at very closely when it comes to tax policy from this BITSA bill that really did not put any opportunity for relief, especially in this day and age when there's uncertainty out there when it comes to tariffs, the high cost in gasoline. And the fact is, what, Honourable Deputy Speaker, there is a lot of money that actually gets generated by this province when it comes to oil prices. I don't think anybody really knows in this chamber here how much oil actually gets produced in Manitoba, in the southwest corner. It's usually forgotten because the fact is we do, for 70 years, produced a lot of revenue in this province. A lot of times we got forgotten in that western region. But there is increase in oil production, especially now when there's shipment of oil is being blocked by Iran, and that 30% of the oil comes from that area. It is now being that we see some relief when it comes to jobs in my area because oil prices are higher, there's more production, there's more revenue, and a lot of times, a lot of those oil rights, the province of Manitoba has the rights to those oil rights. This could be an opportunity, and I think that's why Carney, the Prime Minister, actually put gas prices down for Canadians, because the fact is he knows that there's extra revenue when it comes to oil production in Canada.
Order. We're on the home stretch here. I don't enjoy interjecting on your remarks, but we just really need the member to tie his remarks back to the Hoist Amendment to Bill 53. The Honourable Member for Turtle Mountain.
Well, the thing is, what Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm saying this is why I think there should be some more relief. I'm explaining why there should be relief when it comes to this BITSA bill. We are seeing revenues come up in the oil prices, which is really impacting the people of Manitoba when it comes to paying higher prices at the pump. There is a relief here, Honourable Deputy Speaker. This is where I'm getting at. I'm using the example of Canada, that there is revenues out there that could offset this affordability situation that we are faced in with higher oil prices, higher gasoline. We are, as a province, getting more oil revenues, and I would say that this is an opportunity to really have this BITSA bill be able to accommodate some of the tax relief that Manitobans deserve. And that is why I was going that route. So thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, for the time.
The Honourable Member for Borderland.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise this morning once again and put a few more words on the record with regard to BITSA, Bill 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act. And it's been interesting listening to the debate, and certainly proud of my colleagues on the BC side of the House for bringing forward the concerns of Manitobans as they struggle with the rising cost of living in this NDP economy, and as we continue to advocate and fight for real tax relief for Manitobans, for Manitoba taxpayers, Manitoba families. And it's just interesting. Once again, you know, you've got the entire NDP government and sitting there and no one's standing up to say anything. And we've been here since yesterday afternoon, and we've been debating this round the clock. There's been plenty of opportunities for them to get up and to speak, and no one's had really anything to say thus far. But you know, I want to acknowledge my colleague, the MLA for Steinbach, for going on almost 4 hours, and he did so in a very informative and insightful way. And you know, I know several years ago, I mean, Canadians consume a lot of American news, and the American political system is a bit of a mess. But you know, when you have U.S. senators there reading Green Eggs and Ham, or you know, declaring themselves to be Spartacus in their you know, hour-long or many multi-hour long talks, you know, that's pretty thin gruel, and it doesn't seem like serious debate. So, you know, I credit my colleague, the MLA for Steinbach, for really putting some really informative and really interesting insights on the record, which I think are very insightful. And I think I would actually encourage this NDP government to go back and read those comments, and read the comments of you know, the opposition, because it seems like they've had their fingers jammed in their ears, and they certainly aren't listening to the concerns of Manitobans, and we see that reflected in this budget. And you know, as my colleague, the MLA for Steinbach, was saying in his remarks, that, and other colleagues have said as well, that you know, this budget was really hyped, and I felt that way too. You know, reading comments about, you know, the government's going to have something for to help with mortgages, is going to have something for renters, for affordability for renters, going to have something across the spectrum to help Manitobans with affordability. And I'm thinking, okay, this is going to be interesting. Let's see what they do. This could be big. And you know, to sit there and listen to the budget speech, and to go through this whole budget process and realize there is literally nothing in this budget for Manitoba taxpayers, for Manitoba families, is just bewildering, and it's just it's incredible, and it's amazing. You know, that a document this thin got that much hype and that much attention. I think it was frankly a political miscalculation by the government. But I think what they were trying to do is to make it be able to talk about cutting taxes without actually cutting taxes. And that's in keeping with a pattern of behavior that we're seeing from this government, in particular this NDP premier, where they'll say, as the member for Fort Garry said, and others have pointed out as well, that it's all about chasing those headlines and grabbing that spotlight. That is what it is all about. Nothing else really matters. It's not even governing. It's about staying in the spotlight, about hogging that limelight. And so what happens is this NDP premier will go out and, like he did in the last election in the leaders' debate, when he's asked what's the first thing you do in your first 100 days in office, bail reform. Well, he's, like that's a federal issue, and but he wants to grab the spotlight, so he inserts himself into that debate and commits to Manitobans that he's going to deliver bail reform in his first 100 days. That never happened, but he got the soundbite, and we're almost 3 years on now, and haven't seen anything on that front. When it comes to comments about enforcing a proposed social media ban with billion-dollar fines, and then no details to back that up. That's another example of chasing headlines. Saying things like no U.S. alcohol on shelves in Manitoba until President Trump in America releases the Epstein files. That's ridiculous. But with the NDP premier...
Order. Could we please have the member tie his comments back to the Hoist Amendment to Bill 53? The Honourable Member for Borderland.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, absolutely. And I certainly will be doing that. And I thank you for your indulgence. So what I was saying, though, is that we have an NDP premier who I think really says these things in the instance of saying that there's going to be no U.S. alcohol on shelves in Manitoba until President Trump releases the Epstein files. What he's really trying to do is he wants to be named. He wants to grab the attention of President Trump, who also knows how to drive headlines, and he wants to be named in one of his tweets. That's really what that is all about. There's no serious policy, no serious government there, or governance. It's just, or leadership. It is just purely trying to chase headlines and trying to feed this social media beast, and it's really a dangerous thing because he's the premier of a province of 1.5 million people.
Order. Yeah, the member was already asked to redirect to comments back to the Hoist Amendment to Bill 53, and we haven't heard any wording to such effect since the last redirection. So I'd kindly ask you to do so. The member for Borderland.
Yeah, so I would have probably already done that had you not interjected there. But my point is just that there's no serious leadership at a time when Manitoba needs leadership. And I think one of the most significant ways in which you demonstrate that as a premier of a province of 1.5 million people is as it regards the annual budget, which we are debating today. In particular, the Hoist Amendment to the budget, which has been brought forward by the member for Swan River, which reads that the motion be amended by deleting the words after the word that and substituting the following: Bill number 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2026, be not now read a second time, but that it be read a second time this day, 5 months hence. So I think this is a really important amendment to this budget because, as I was saying, we've had a government entirely obsessed, and an NDP premier entirely obsessed with chasing headlines at a very serious time in our provincial history, at a time when Manitoba families are struggling to make ends meet. And, this is really concerning because they should have paid more thought to the priorities of Manitobans. They should have paid more thought to some good policy when they were developing their budget bill, which, as I said, is the most significant document that the government passes every single year. And they didn't do that because of this obsession with trying to chase headlines. And it's really an unserious leadership that we have here in this province. And I think it's important for this, I just want to remind this NDP government, and NDP premier, 1.5 million people in this province. We're a relatively small province, but we've got a lot of people here in Manitoba with a lot of potential. Let's be clear. But at the same time, there's also a lot of people in our province who are struggling to make ends meet. And a lot of these people work incredibly hard. They contribute to their families. They contribute to their communities. They're a credit to our society. And this is a difficult time for them because of the policies that have been imposed, the anti-growth, anti-opportunity policies of this NDP government. So again, happy to be here and to continue to take opportunities to speak to this bill, and hopeful that the NDP government is listening. But as I said, if past behavior is any indication, I don't think that's what's actually going on here. I think is in the same way that they had their fingers jammed in their ears when they developed the budget, they've got that same kind of intransigent nature right now in this debate, and it's just unfortunate because here's an opportunity to deliver real income tax relief for Manitobans. And that's, let's be very clear, that's exactly why we are here. I mean, that's exactly why we have been debating BITSA, and now in particular the Hoist Amendment to BITSA, and asking through this Hoist Amendment that BITSA be delayed for another 5 months is because we are advocating on this side of the House as a PC team for real affordability, for real tax relief for Manitobans. That's exactly what this is all about. And you've got an NDP government on the other side that is doing absolutely everything it can to avoid delivering on that. And so what we are saying through this Hoist Amendment is, no, this isn't good enough. Send this back, put it on the shelf, and go out and consult with Manitobans. Go out and do the actual work of governing. Go out and actually listen to Manitobans and develop and then implement real policies that deliver real relief and real results for Manitobans. They've got plenty of opportunity to improve. There are many areas in which they could improve. I mean, healthcare wait times have doubled in their short time in office. In the 3 years that they've been in office, they've doubled. Across the 7 years that the previous PC government was in power, ER wait times averaged 2.3 hours. And now we are seeing new records in our ERs across Manitoba. 14, 15-hour waits now seem like a regular thing within our ERs. And sadly, we've had 4 Manitobans in the last number of months, pass away waiting in an ER. And those are just the ones that we know about. And our hearts go out to the loved ones and all of those impacted. And that's something that should never happen. And, I know that every Manitoban wants to see improvement in our healthcare system. And, that's an area that this NDP government could focus on and actually deliver some real results. And unfortunately, since they've been elected, we've gone backwards. Wait lists have gotten longer. They took away the opportunity for people to seek treatment and diagnosis and surgical care elsewhere across the country, wherever there was capacity to do that. They took that ability away. So I had constituents then saying, well, hey, I was scheduled to have a hip or knee surgery done outside of Manitoba somewhere, under the previous PC government through the program that they made available at the time. And now thanks to this NDP government closing that down, cutting that program, eliminating that program, there's now no ability for me to do that. I go back and languish on a wait list somewhere. So despite the fact that through this budget, the NDP is now, since they've come into office, they're spending $2.4 billion more on healthcare. The results are abject. They are terrible. We're actually going backwards despite them spending more. And that's, again, consistent with a pattern of behavior that we see anytime NDP governments take office in Manitoba. Manitobans end up spending far more and getting far less in results. We saw that in the 17 previous years that they were in power, those long, dark 17 years. And they left our PC government at that time with two concurrent runaway trains, basically, and one was a runaway fiscal train, escalating an out-of-control deficit and a spiraling fiscal picture, and then the health situation was really bad at that time as well. And again, look, this is an NDP government, as they were then, that isn't dealing with a major a global pandemic, right? Like the PC government grappled with. They don't have those challenges, and yet things are still getting worse, despite them throwing piles of money at the system. So it again speaks to the fact that they aren't doing their jobs. They should focus perhaps a little less on chasing those headlines and on saying those outrageous things, and on trying to grab the limelight, and a little more on doing their jobs, a little more on consultation, and just doing the work of government. They didn't get elected to be activists. They didn't get elected to change everybody's mind on every issue. They got elected to run the government. And
Order. I would just ask the member to please tie his remarks back to the Hoist Amendment to Bill 53, and also caution the member that you had previously reflected on the chair, which we should not be doing, and you know that. So the honourable member for Borderland.
Yeah, so as I was saying, and as I've been talking about the budget through my remarks, that and in particular the Hoist Amendment, is that this government should really take their cue from this Hoist Amendment and take this opportunity to set BITSA back on the shelf for about 5 months and go and do some consultation. Go do the real work of government. And I think that's pretty important. In the meantime, what we are seeing in the data is pretty concerning. Manitoba's Bureau of Statistics confirmed last week's dire inflation numbers from Statistics Canada and the worsening trend that Manitobans are experiencing under the NDP. The new data shows that Manitoba families are facing an intensifying affordability crisis as inflation accelerates across every major household expense category. The All Items Consumer Price Index, CPI as we call it, which is one way that we try to measure inflation or the rising cost of living, that measure rose 4.3% in April 2026, so this last April, compared to April 2025, marking a sharp increase of 1.3 percentage points from the previous month, and signaling renewed financial strain for households already stretched by rising costs. The latest figures reveal that all 8 major CPI categories experienced year-over-year price increases, underscoring the broad-based nature of inflationary pressures in the province. Even more concerning, 6 of the 8 categories saw faster growth compared to the previous month. So the trend is actually accelerating, heading in the wrong direction, and in highlighting that cost increases are not only persistent, but they are actually speeding up in several critical areas. As Manitoba moves further into 2026, the latest CPI figures suggest that the affordability crisis is not easing, but instead entering a more acute phase. The combination of accelerating inflation in key categories and persistently high costs for necessities is deepening Manitoba's affordability crisis, and Manitoba families have nowhere left to cut their budgets. Transportation costs emerged as the most significant driver of rising inflation, with year-over-year growth jumping to 8.3%, a dramatic increase of 5.3 percentage points from March. This surge is particularly impactful for Manitobans who rely heavily on personal vehicles and long-distance travel, compounding the cost of commuting and essential mobility. And it's interesting that this is the case while we have an NDP premier in Manitoba who brags that who says, again, in an outlandish statement, that the most significant thing ever done by a Manitoba government is to eliminate the gas tax. And Well, Manitobans are paying that gas tax today. And boy, our gas prices have they gone up. And that's once again a driver of inflation in Manitoba. And Manitoba leads the pack across the country. A clear leader. Manitoba is a clear leader in the rising cost of living, in inflation. Food prices remain a persistent concern, and this remaining at a 4.9% year-over-year increase, unchanged from March. But this level of inflation continues to erode purchasing power and disproportionately affects lower and middle income households. At the same time, recreation costs, while still rising year over year at 2.4%, saw the largest monthly slowdown, suggesting some moderation in discretionary spending categories. Clothing costs and household needs also saw inflation increases. And you know, it's interesting that while we've been debating BITSA and the various motions, and now we're debating the Hoist Amendment and the rationale for delaying BITSA, the implementation of BITSA by 5 months, is that the Winnipeg Free Press just yesterday, just while we've been in debate, published an article entitled "Manitoba Delinquency Rate Rises Amid Cost of Living Strain," and this is according to Equifax. And these are people that should know something about the cost of living and how Manitobans are coping or not coping in this NDP environment. And the article actually goes on to say that Manitobans are increasingly missing credit card payments as the cost of living rises. It goes on to say that non-mortgage debt in Manitoba jumped 1.84% when comparing January through March to the same time last year. Manitobans' average non-mortgage debt hung around $18,568. Meanwhile, the measure tracking when Manitobans pass payment deadlines by at least 90 days, called a delinquency rate, hiked 2.32% year over year, according to new data from credit reporting agency Equifax Canada. Equifax clocked lessening delinquency rates in most provinces last quarter, so most provinces across Canada, the delinquency rates went down. But Manitoba's year-over-year increase went up. That's concerning. That's not good. No, that's not you don't want to be an outlier in that regard, and yet that's where the NDP government has us. The Keystone Province's 90-plus day delinquency rate, or 1.8%, was slightly higher than the national average of 1.77%. And Rebecca Oakes, the Equifax Vice President of Advanced Analytics, actually said that there's something on the affordability side or cost of living that's really impacting the province. Interesting quote. There's something on the affordability side or cost of living side that's really impacting the province. And you know what I think it is? And I think what Manitobans are beginning to realize in light of this NDP government's income tax increases, this greedy, money-hungry NDP government's tax increases when it comes to not only income taxes, but also education property taxes, is that, you know what? The reason why things are getting more difficult is because you have an NDP government that is good enough at politics that they will bring in a junk food tax reduction so that they can say the words tax cut or cutting taxes or affordability. They can at least say that, when really it's a measure that I mean, if you consume soda and chips and junk food, that'll save you maybe $8 a month, so less than $100 a year. But while they're doing that, what they're actually doing is hammering Manitoba households, taking more money out of your pocket and spending that. And so as a result, the cost of living is rising, and it's getting to be more difficult to manage in this environment, thanks to a government that is, that's actually taking more money away from low and middle income families at a time when they really need help. So what on this side of the House are we proposing? And I mean, we have proposed, and I see my time is running short, but we have proposed for many months now, but particularly this session, on the PC side of the House, several measures. I mean, we had a measure a couple weeks ago to eliminate, calling on the government to eliminate the home buyers' land transfer tax. Yeah. To eliminate the land transfer tax for first-time home buyers. And, they talked it out. They prevented it. They failed to support it. They were quite vocal about the fact that they did not support that measure. We have had other measures, such as, I think, a really good one. There's now that I'm talking about this, there's a number of them that actually come to mind. So my colleague, the member for La Vérendrye, had a really good proposal, a single desk permitting, a single desk economic office. So basically, Saskatchewan's got something like that. I mean, we have 900,000 regulations on the books. And apparently, so my colleague, the MLA for La Vérendrye, is actually educating me on this now and says that even BC, with a socialist NDP government right now, has a single desk economic office. And, so as I was saying, so Manitoba's got 900,000 thereabouts in the neighborhood, regulations on the books. So if you're trying to invest in Manitoba, I mean, if you're actually willing to navigate our red tape and put up with the fact that Manitoba has higher taxes than all of our Western peers, we have incredibly uncompetitive tax environment here that severely puts us at our business communities here, business community at a severe disadvantage relative to our Western neighbors. And frankly, most other provinces. If you're willing to put up with all that, you've got to swim through a sea of red tape and permits and bureaucracy and this and that and think about what that does to your project. I mean, it holds it up in limbo for years as you're waiting for permits, and it costs piles of money. And really what the trickle-down effect is that means less opportunities for Manitoba workers. That means, fewer jobs. That means we're not taking advantage of the potential that is inherent in our province. So why not set up a single desk economic office where if a business person, either inside Manitoba or outside, has a business idea and wants to set up shop, they can go there and be assisted through the entire process in a very streamlined way and get their permit approvals in an expedited fashion. Again, the NDP government opposed that proposal. And I've talked about this before, but the allowing small and medium-sized enterprises to keep their Workers' Compensation Board, WCB, surplus premiums, that also wasn't supported by this NDP government. I mean, these are all things that help to kind of, help Manitobans make their way through this cost of this challenge with the rising cost of living. And none of these measures, none of these ideas that we've put forward in even recent weeks have been supported. So what are we saying today? And what have we been saying for quite some time now? Is why not increase the basic personal exemption, the amount that you begin to pay tax, from $15,000 for Manitoba taxpayers to $30,000? I think it's a brilliant idea. I think most Manitobans support this idea overwhelmingly. Half, and it's actually hard to believe, but it's important for this NDP government to know that half of Manitoba taxpayers, fully half of Manitoba taxpayers, earn $40,000 or less each year. So raising the basic personal exemption to $30,000 would net significant savings, and it benefits everyone. It benefits all Manitobans. And I think that's the right approach, as opposed to the typical your treatment, how we treat you depends on what group you belong to approach of this NDP government. But again, they're not supporting this proposal. And it's a proposal that would help Manitobans who are struggling to keep up with the rising costs of living. So it's just disappointing to see the intransigence of this NDP government, and just not only their failure to really listen to Manitobans, but then in this House to negotiate and work together for the betterment of Manitobans, and to pass into law and deliver real affordability, real income tax relief for Manitobans. So until that happens, we're going to keep on advocating. Manitobans know what side we as a PC team stand on. We stand on the side of hard-working Manitobans, and we will always fight, always advocate for Manitoba families. Thank you.
Member for Red River North.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Manitobans. It is a pleasure again and a privilege to rise this morning to talk about Bill 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act, and of course it's commonly referred to as BITSA. But before we get into that, I just wanted to again thank the member, my colleague from Swan River, for bringing this hoist amendment forward this morning. And I'll just quickly, for the record, again, read in this motion, this hoist amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and submitting the following. Bill number 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2026, be not now read a second time, but that it be read a second time this day, 5 months hence. And again, I thank my colleague for bringing this hoist amendment forward. And just for the benefit of more so the government bench, I just wanted to, again, kind of put on the record what really is and what the definition of a hoist motion is. So a hoist motion is essentially an amendment dating back to the 18th century British Parliament that postpones a bill's second reading for, in this case, it was 3 to 6 months, according to parliamentary procedure. And again, back to the hoist amendment presented by my colleague from Swan River, which reads the second time this day, 5 months hence. So what we're basically seeing here is allowing time to, again, do some deeper diving into what Bill 53 really is doing or not doing for Manitobans. So hoist motions are rare, but sometimes very necessary, and in this case, extremely necessary for supporting Manitobans. But before 1920, most came from the government, which used the procedure to dispose of large numbers of private members' bills during a time when parliamentary sessions were shorter. Well, since then, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it has been a tool almost exclusively used by opposition parties. And the record shows only 4 motions have passed. So again, today, and again, I thank the member from Swan River, let's set a new record and let's pass this hoist motion today and again move it forward so that to allow Manitobans time and to allow this NDP government time to go back and essentially revisit this bill, Bill 53, and come back with real affordability measures for Manitobans. So I hope and I know that that information is probably helpful for particularly the members from the NDP, the government side of the bench, and it's something that they can take back during our continued deliberation today on the Bill 53 and the hoist motion, again presented by my colleague, the member from Swan River. What I do want to talk about again with respect to Bill 53 is, again, there's a very simple observation going on here. Again, I'd like to thank my colleagues for rising during the course of the last 15 to 17 hours and talking about Bill 53 and talking about why this bill needs to be revisited. And again, back to the hoist motion, provide the government time to go back and get this bill right. The observation that we're hearing and seeing and talking to Manitobans about, getting emails about, and I know the government benches are getting emails too, I'm sure. Manitobans are searching for relief that is tangible, immediate, and genuinely meaningful. So again, if you take those three words into account and you kind of expand on them a little bit, well, tangible, something that they can actually affect, like something that they can feel. They can say, "Hey, I've got some extra money in my pocket this month because the government raised the personal basic exemption." Well, that certainly is real tangible savings for Manitoba families and seniors, quite frankly. Immediate can happen immediately. The government can make the decision to go back. They have the majority government. They can go back and say, you know what, we agree. We erred in this bill, and we need to get it right for Manitoba families and seniors particularly. It also affects businesses, and I'll get into that a little bit later during my speech. But again, immediate and genuinely meaningful support. So again, meaningful support, not pennies, not $100 a year, which again is basically for chips and pretzels and cheesies and pop. Well, we know that Manitobans need meaningful support during unprecedented times when it comes to affordability. And again, tangible, immediate, and genuinely meaningful support is what they need. They're certainly not searching for another NDP government media declaring success, because there is no success. Manitoba is worse off today than it was 2.5, 3 years ago. We know that. We know that Manitobans are suffering, whether it be with property taxes, whether it be with grocery prices, whether it be with fuel prices. We know that every time Manitobans step out their door, this NDP government is costing them substantially. And certainly Manitobans are slipping further behind with each passing month. We see it, we hear it, and I know that the NDP bench is hearing it as well. This bill is being promoted by the government as an affordability package. Well, quite frankly, simply, we know it's not. But going back to the Hoist Amendment, if the government was to go back and reconsider Bill 53, or BITSA, as it's commonly known as, they can make a real difference in affordability. And we know that will make a difference. Essentially, this legislation really is limited, and it really is not helping families where it hits them most, and that's in day-to-day life. Like I said, going to the grocery store, doing the things that Manitobans have taken for granted, but quite frankly are now being taxed by this NDP government to point levels and unprecedented. So the Hoist Amendment will help with that. They're again increasing taxes, higher assessments, higher utility bills. We know that the cost of utilities has gone up under this NDP government. I know for myself, I talked to my girls. They both are homeowners, and they have families and kids, and my grandkids, of course. And I know that Dad, our hydro bill is through the roof. We're going to have to consider doing something here, maybe making an investment somewhere else to help heat and offset the hydro costs that are going up. And I said, well, honey, the bottom line is that the NDP are hoping a prayer that we're going to get some rain this summer, and your utility bills will come down. Well, we know that utility bills are not based on hopes and prayers. They're based on reality. And we know that we've been in a very dry session, actually probably 3 to 5 years now. We know we've had Manitobans have suffered in wildfires. Very unfortunate that 2 Manitobans succumbed to fire last year, and our thoughts and prayers again continue to be with them. And we hope that we go through this summer with nothing even close to what happened last summer when it came to wildfires. But the temperatures this week are going to be in the mid 30s, folks, and things are not getting any wetter around here, and hydro costs are definitely going to continue to skyrocket. We know that. Just regular household costs and daily living are going up. Legislation of this magnitude deserves careful review, hence the hoist motion. And again, I thank the colleague from Swan River for bringing this forward. Legislation affects, again, taxpayers, homeowners, renters, municipalities. Oh my gosh, there's so much we can do for our municipalities, more than what this government is doing. We know Bill 53 is not going to be able to be debated by Manitobans, particularly Manitobans that are stakeholders and RMs and municipalities and AMM. We know that they would likely want to ensure that their voices are heard for their constituents. It's really interesting because there's different levels, right? You have your municipal grassroots politicians, mayors, reeves, councillors throughout Manitoba, 137 municipalities. I'm sure the member from Brandon East is aware of that. And they all have voices, and they're hearing from their constituents as well on affordability. And certainly something like the Hoist Amendment can help them if the government takes away this bill, Bill 53 BITSA, and reassesses it and goes back and say, yeah, okay, we've got more for Manitoba families. We're going to be able to help municipalities out. And basically the general public would be far better off with their input to this bill. We know Manitobans deserve the opportunity to come to the legislature. We know that we are one of the only jurisdictions that still allow Manitobans to participate in democracy, which is really cool. Being on the government bench for 7.5 years and having the opportunity to actually get to committee with important legislation and be there and listen to Manitobans, listen to their concerns. We actually, I know for case in point, we had friendly amendments even from the NDP back then that, you know what, maybe we can do better collectively, because bottom line is all 57 members in this wonderful establishment, the legislation, the chamber and the legislative building, have the opportunity to make a difference. And if we all work together with the same outcome, and that's ensuring that Manitobans are supported to the best possible way, then we know that Manitoba is going to be a leader. We're going to lead the country with better taxation, more opportunity, more economic growth. The areas, better healthcare, because we'll have more money to invest in healthcare and education and the social services that Manitobans rely on and count on from government every day. And that's why, in being on the opposition bench, we're extending that I guess the olive branch to government to say, hey, you know what? With this Hoist Amendment, the government will have the opportunity to go back and spend 3 to 5 months, or 5 months probably, and as the Hoist Amendment alludes to, and get it right and ensure that folks are being listened to. Let's get those meetings going with folks. Let's get stakeholders to the table and give them the opportunity. We know under BITSA, Bill 53, that isn't an opportunity. It's not a choice for Manitobans or stakeholders. Even Manitoba Chambers of Commerce or the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce, they will have zero input into Bill 53 for the simple fact that they can't get to committee, because the NDP, the Canoe government, has decided that we're going to move forward with this bill, and we're going to give you pennies, and that's all we're going to do. And it's interesting, I was listening to the member from Fort Garry talk today too as well. And he really nailed his speech on a couple of areas that, good takeaways for the government, I'm sure, and in particular where Manitobans are stuck. They're looking for support from government. They're looking for leadership from the Canoe government. And with the PC opposition, we're giving the opportunity to work out. We're extending that olive branch to work together so that we can get this right and ensure that Manitobans will have their say when it comes to Bill 53. And the Hoist Amendment does exactly that. It gives Manitobans the opportunity to get engaged. And quite frankly, again, we are fortunate. One of the only jurisdictions in Canada that actually supports democracy in the way that we can get there. Manitobans can register, they can make an appointment to either do a written submission to government or a verbal submission during committee stage. And unfortunately, this bill will not make it to the committee stage. But with the Hoist Amendment, it will allow the government to revisit and make the right decision. Because I know that members on the NDP bench are listening intently to the discussions we've had for the last several hours through the evening and the importance of getting this bill right. We're here today because of that, and that's why we're spending the time to work together, putting partisanship at the side and moving together to ensure that we can do the things that are right for Manitoba families, stakeholders, and seniors, you name it, right across Manitoba. And of course, our great north as well, which is a wonderful part of our province that we need to make sure their voices are heard during those stages of committee. And the Hoist Amendment will help serve that well. We know seniors are living on fixed incomes. They're watching costs increase faster every single day. As a matter of fact, remember, they're on fixed income, so their savings are eroding. And under this NDP Canoe government, their savings are eroding faster now than ever before. And it's one of the main drivers, and we talked about it. My colleagues have talked about it too as well. As a matter of fact, I put on the record earlier when I had the opportunity to speak about education property tax. We know that the education property tax has gone through the roof. And the NDP have basically put up a wall in the Minister of Education's department saying, no, nothing to see here. Here's what we're giving you. But tell you what, you go out and you tax Manitobans, you tax Manitoba seniors, you tax young families. They're fighting to pay a mortgage payment every day. You go ahead and you get what you need. Don't worry about Manitobans. Don't worry about their affordability. They'll be fine because we're going to give them $1,600 back. Well, and guess what? Then they say, well, wait a minute, maybe that's not enough. Let's make it $1,700. Let's move it up in 2028. So another year or 2 years from now, 2027, they're going to say, and we're going to give you another $100. Wonderful. Well, that senior living on Lipton Street in the West End that's owned their house for 50 years is sitting there looking at her tax bill or his tax bill, and they're saying, oh my word, what is happening? The city of Winnipeg actually put a leaflet in my tax bill to explain that it wasn't the city of Winnipeg assessment that made my tax bill go up. It was actually the education portion of my tax bill that has made this bill almost double. In one case, I spoke to a woman I'll say in the West End, and she said, my bill, Jeff, went up $650 on education alone. Almost double. And that's just something that is going to affect this senior. And I would venture to say many seniors that have worked for 40, 50 years, even longer, to pay off their homes and simply have a quality of life and not sit there and look at their bank account get eroded under this Canoe government. Not only seniors, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we're also talking about young Manitobans. And again, young Manitobans, particularly, and I think a member from Turtle Mountain had mentioned this as well, and he nailed it, in and around the 28 to 35 range, where young folks are looking now at maybe moving forward with their careers and perhaps getting married and buying a home, but what we're hearing from that generation is they can't afford it. They simply are afraid to take the dive into home ownership because of the inability to essentially pay their bills. And what's happening under the Canoe government is the hydro has gone up, as I mentioned earlier. The education property tax on their home has gone up. And guess what? Assessments are going up in Manitoba, particularly in Winnipeg, where I know that young buyers have been facing bidding wars for years on homes. And what that does, as we know, is drives up the cost of home ownership, and particularly for those first-time home buyers that are just starting out, getting married, wanting to start a family, building their careers. This is the most important and challenging time of their lives when they are in their early 30s and they're just getting started. They're probably paying off student loans. They're already taxed to the nines by the Canoe government. And now they're getting taxed even more. And what does the Canoe government have for those young folks and those young families? Pennies. Yeah, that's right, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Pennies. We know that pennies are not going to help support Manitoba families, particularly young families that are just looking to buy a home and get started and really be an active part of the economy. And where that will help is, again, during the Hoist Amendment, giving the government time to look at the basic personal exemption. So you have this young family that's starting out. They're starting out with, again, high debt already because, again, they're paying off their education and a few other things, I'm sure. And probably have a car payment, as well, because cars are, a starting car is $40,000 to $60,000 now. It's not like you're buying a $20,000 car anymore, because even used cars are probably 20 grand. So they definitely would have a loan there too as well. But the basic personal exemption would essentially be a tool for them to say, oh, look, we've got an extra $5,000, an extra $15,000, an extra $30,000. Now we can start to, budget. We'll sit down at the kitchen table and budget out what we know we're going to get back from support from this government, the NDP Canoe government. And we know that they're going to be there. They've got our back. And the only way that's going to happen, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is if they pass this Hoist motion today, set a new record, make it the 5th motion or amendment that's ever been passed under the Hoist Amendment, and move forward to the point where Manitoba families and seniors will be able to recognize more each and every month, each and every year, to help support them during these unprecedented economic times. We know that for a fact. There's so much to talk about, and I see, I've only got about 8 minutes left, but I've got so much more I want to say and get on the record. So I'll continue on. I guess when it comes to the government, essentially, this budget, the BITSA budget bill, was announced. Basically, it was a signature affordability announcement that the Canoe government is riding on this bill. And we know, even just with the opportunity I've had to put some facts on the record, and again, talking about the Hoist Amendment, we know that that's simply not the case, because pennies on junk food is not going to support the young families I talked about, the seniors, the senior living in the West End that I spoke to, and I've spoke to a number of them, and they tell me the same thing. That this is just not going to work out. And quite frankly, a lot of them go to the local store, local little corner store or whatnot too as well. And because they don't have transportation, because they can't afford a car, they certainly can't afford insurance under the Canoe government, because MPI rates are going up along with hydro rates. So what do? They just avoid shopping, and then they make personal decisions, and it hurts them and hurts their health, and again, it's a challenging time for them. So it definitely, the opportunity and the olive branch that we provided the government is something that I think and I know the members opposite are really considering, particularly after this debate that's been going on for quite some time now, hours. We also know that the pennies back to Manitobans is also going to affect industry. We know that, particularly Manitoba, where we are just one of the leaders in the country when it comes to restaurateurs. Per capita, I believe we have some of the most restaurants and diverse restaurants in Canada. And certainly we'd all like the opportunity to support them. And I don't see that here in the Canoe government's bits of bill. And the Hoist Amendment would allow them to go back and reconsider what they're doing as far as picking winners and losers when it comes to Bill 53, the VITSA bill, because restaurants under this bill will have to continue to collect the PST on prepared meals. So I know when we were in government and I was the minister, I spoke to the Restaurant Association, Canadian Restaurant Association, the Manitoba Restaurant Association as well, presidents, stakeholders, actually restaurateurs, and they were needing support, and COVID was very difficult on that industry. Stores were shuttered for months on end, and but the tax bills kept coming in, and the lights had to remain on, the heat had to remain on. As you know, we live in a very diverse climate as well, so you can't just shut off the utilities and walk away. You need to continue to pay the bills. But the restaurateurs are left out in the cold, essentially, because the NDP Canoe government has decided that they have to continue to charge the PST on prepared foods. And what they do, restaurateurs, these private businesses, the mom and pa's that are in Manitoba, they actually make lunches, breakfasts, even dinners, meals. Working people downtown, particularly in the core area too, that work down in the towers and down in Winnipeg. I know that they're ordering lunches, prepared sandwiches, those kind of things directly from these restaurateurs. They're supporting them, Honorable Deputy Speaker. They're doing their part, and they're getting a heck of a good meal as well from these folks. And the Canoe government says, oh, well, no, you're going to have to buy that sandwich or that bag of chips from one of the large chain stores in the city or across the province or any other of our capital regions. You have no need to support restaurateurs. Boy, oh boy, is that the wrong move. We know what restaurateurs do for Winnipeggers and for Manitobans. We know what they do for the economy. Restaurants are shuttering every day. They need support from this Canoe government. That's why they have to. This government, particularly the First Minister, needs to take away this Hoist Amendment, get around the cabinet table, have a discussion with his colleagues and say, you know what, folks, I'm actually thinking that we probably can do more. And that's exactly what this First Minister needs to do. He needs to do more. He needs to do much more to ensure that Manitobans are recognizing real affordability measures. So, Manitobans hear this government claim that they're delivering these messages or these reliefs, and they're not. We simply know that. And we know that because it's showing up in the media. The local media is writing about it now too. Like, man, this junk tax is just not going to cut it for Manitobans. They need more from this government, and that's why the Hoist Amendment is so important. And I can't say enough about the member from Swan River bringing this forward. What a great amendment! Because really, when you're getting a decision like this out, and you want to do the right thing, you want to make sure you get it right. And we know, and we're hearing on social media, we're hearing we're getting emails, we're getting phone calls from Manitobans saying, this isn't right. The government needs to listen and they need to do better. And that's something that we're not hearing from this government. I see my time is running short again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, but I just wanted to continue on quickly here. I didn't even get into the heart of what I wanted to talk about. I know I'd like to thank my colleague from Steinbach for spending over 4 hours talking about the importance of getting this bill right, Bill 53, the VITSA bill. This is something that is going to make a difference for Manitobans. This could be precedent setting for Manitobans as far as affordability. And if we don't get it right, if the Canoe government doesn't get it right and doesn't even consider the Hoist Amendment and moving forward and taking the time to get this legislation right, we know that Manitobans are going to have to make a decision. And they're going to understand that during probably coming up in the next election, they're going to make the right decision and put a government in place, the PC government in place, that understands and recognizes what real affordability measures are for all Manitobans. And we know that that is coming, and that's just around the corner. So we are looking forward to that. I'll close. I got 6 seconds left. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity. And I really hope that the government gets this right. Thank you.
Member for Springfield, Richard.
Well, first of all, I'd like to wish all my progressive conservative colleagues a good morning. For all of us, this has been a very tough and arduous yesterday, last night, this morning. We voted sometime at about 3 o'clock this morning, and there were a lot of bleary-eyed people voting on the resolution that was in front of us. Now we are debating, and by the way, that yesterday seems like such a long time ago. It seems like almost like years, and that was just the member for Steinbach speech. I do want to address the entire Hoist motion. In my time, I've lived through a few of them, and it's a parliamentary tool to encourage a government, in this case, to delay something for a certain amount of time. In this case, it's 5 months. And it's to give pause into what the government is doing. And we are now in an era of everything has to be fast, it has to be instant, it's got to be quick. And what the Hoist motion does is to slow it down a little bit. And I want to deal with 2 points today. Yesterday, I was given the opportunity to go through the summary revenue, in which I pointed out that the numbers in the BITSA bill were very ambitious. And I choose my words carefully, having been on Treasury Board. In fact, I had the honor of being vice chair. And so we don't want to use inflammatory words. We want to just be very careful. The income projections are incredibly ambitious. And if you go and look at a year over year, they are possible. They're probably not probable. So I had the opportunity to put that all on the record in my speech yesterday. And today I want to deal with two different things. And the first one, and these are both covered by BITSA, and I would make the argument that these two are a very strong case for hoisting BITSA for 5 months, that the government would come back with either more information, which is what I had recommended with the summary revenue, that if they were going to proceed with these incredibly ambitious revenue numbers, they should have some kind of an argument why those would come to pass. Like the hydro recovery numbers were incredibly ambitious. They must have some kind of a narrative. Well, the same thing goes with the tax narrative that the provincial NDP has come out with. And we can only imagine that the premier one day stormed into his office, called up his chief of staff, Mark Rausner, and must have said to him, listen, grocery prices are spiraling out of control. It ends up being we are now the highest food inflation jurisdiction in the country. Let me lay that out again. Manitoba has not just the highest inflation in Canada. Manitoba also has the dubious distinction of the highest food inflation. So the premier would have known this is coming, called in his chief of staff, Mark Rausner, and said, we got to come up with something. We have to do something. And they put their heads together and they talked about, well, meat is spiraling out of control, the price of meat, fresh vegetables, fruit, milk, getting very expensive, cheese, the kinds of things that Manitobans want and should want to be feeding their families. And somewhere in that premier's office, between the premier and his chief of staff, Mark Rausner, a light bulb went on. And they came up with the Hostess Twinkie tax reduction. When it's too expensive to buy meat, vegetables, fruit, milk, and cheese, let them eat Hostess Twinkies. And that's basically what this tax is all about. So you're going to take a few pennies off of junk food. Truly, some of the worst creations in the history of humankind are now available to us. If you go and look at the nutritional value of the fast food that now this NDP premier and his chief of staff and the cabinet have come up with, absolutely the worst things you can put into your body. Absolutely the worst. There's a new nutrition guide came out in the United States. And you can Google it. So if anybody wants to know where the quote is coming from, it's coming from a public document. And the document says to make America healthy again, because in North America, not just in North America, but around the world, we are seeing that people are becoming increasingly unhealthy with their food choices. We must return to the basics, this says. American households must prioritize diets built on whole, nutrient-dense foods, protein, dairy, vegetables, fruits, healthy fats. When you look at the tax policy of this NDP premier and his chief of staff, Mark Rausner, nowhere are those things identified. There's a statistic in this report, and it says the United States is amid a health emergency. And this would actually apply to Canada as well. This is a study that would you could almost say could be mirrored in Canada. And it goes on to say nearly 90% of healthcare spending goes to treating people who have chronic diseases, not genetic destiny, but are predictable results of the standard American diet, a diet which over time has become reliant on highly processed foods coupled with sedentary lifestyle. Right in there, it warns governments about processed foods. And they put out a new chart. I don't know if anybody has seen it. They call it the inverted pyramid, where they're even moving breads to the bottom. It's still part of the healthy food. It's part of healthy diet. But basically, it's protein, dairy, and healthy fats, vegetables, and fruit. And the top line has red meat, chicken, cheese, milk, vegetables like peas, carrots, tomatoes, and so on and so forth. Nowhere in this chart is there a can of Coke. Nowhere in here, and I've looked hard at it, nowhere in here is there a Cheesy or a Hostess Twinkie or any of the other junk food. There is a story out, and I have no idea if it's true or not, that some chickens, these rotisserie chickens that you can buy, are pumped up with some kind of a solution, more than likely water, to make them weigh more so that people will think they're getting more chicken. It's not the rotisserie chicken that we should be necessarily encouraging. We should be encouraging people to buy chicken and cook it at home, barbecue it at home. The entire premise of what this NDP government did, the Premier of Manitoba and his Chief of Staff, Mark Rosner, who came up with the Hostess Twinkie tax reduction plan, flies in the face of everything that anybody is talking about nutritionally in North America. And Manitoba has a particularly difficult challenge. For those of us who over the years have gone out and spoken with Diabetes Manitoba, our government was the one that got the insulin pumps for 18 and under, and now there's a move to move that to others as well. We have a diabetes epidemic in Manitoba. Again, we have a problem with people struggling with diabetes. And the worst thing those people can do for themselves is look at the Premier of Manitoba and the Chief of Staff to the Premier, Mark Rosner, and their approach to helping middle-class families by saying to them, buy a bag of cheesies, get yourself a Hostess Twinkie, and buy yourself a can of Coke. I'm waiting for Diabetes Manitoba and other health organizations to finally realize how wrong this is, how dangerous this is. And that's why a hoist motion absolutely makes sense. This has to be rethought. If we're going to go through and pick foods that may still be taxed, then at least let's go through the healthy alternatives. And when the Premier of Manitoba and his Chief of Staff, Mark Rosner, were concocting up this amazing plan, according to them, the Hostess Twinkie tax reduction, did it never occur to them that there's probably a reason in the first place why there's no tax on these particular items? Did it never occur to them that there's probably a good rationale why we encourage people to buy fresh meat, cheese, milk, vegetables, fruit? There's no tax on those, but there's tax on a Hostess Twinkie, a can of Coke, and a bag of cheesies. And that is by design. That's been there for a reason. And what this Premier, this NDP Premier, wants to do with his Chief of Staff, Mark Rosner, is let them eat Hostess Twinkies and have a can of Coke. The question that should be in everybody's mind is, how is that going to help the diabetes epidemic we have in Manitoba? How does that message encourage people to eat healthy? We have a healthcare system right now that can't handle the demands on it. This NDP government has failed. The Minister of Health has been an absolute disaster, unmitigated disaster. And then adding to that, we have a provincial government that says, well, you know, not just is the healthcare system failing, we're going to add extra strain, extra pressure onto the healthcare system by having people eat cheesies, drink a can of Coke, and then for dessert have a Hostess Twinkie. That will have an unbelievable impact on our healthcare system down the road. This is so poorly thought out. And we know that this NDP premier, he loves the limelight, he loves the little quips, and then he disappears. When it comes to heavy lifting, he's not around. The only time he actually sticks around is when he sits in the chamber and instead of answering questions, barks like a dog at the leader of the opposition. That's the only time you actually get to see him around the place. But he's not defending what this will do to Manitobans. The message it sends that the Premier of Manitoba says, if you're hungry, you're feeling a little bit of hunger, go get yourself a bag of cheesies, go get a can of Coke, and have a Hostess Twinkie. That's the message that's being sent. And nowhere did anybody think about that when this little stupid pet tricks policy came out. That's why we need the hoist motion. Exactly for that reason. Go back and there some foods, there might be some foods possibly that are still being taxed that would be on the dietary guidelines. And if anybody wishes, I can send it to them. It's called the inverted pyramid. It has nuts and grapes and bananas and potatoes. It has avocado on it. I've never heard the Premier ever talk about the value of avocado, ever. Never has he mentioned it. Or grabbing an apple or an orange. What about having like a carrot? What about having something that will actually help your body, that gives your body real nutrition? But this Premier spent an awful lot of time talking about how Manitobans now should celebrate, should be ecstatic that now they can go out and they can get a bag of cheesies, a can of Coke, and a Hostess Twinkie for a couple of cents cheaper. He has become the cheerleader for the worst foods ever developed in the history of humankind. He is the leader of the parade of the worst that you can buy in fast food. And he prides himself on it because he never thought this through. And maybe his chief of staff, Mark Rosner, who's an incredibly bright guy, should actually pull the Premier and say, you know what, Premier, maybe the Hostess Twinkie tax reduction wasn't the right way to go. Maybe we should be looking at that. Maybe we should consult with healthcare. Maybe we should be consulting with nutrition experts. We should be dietitians. Every hospital has a dietitian. When you come in, I remember there was a study once done, and they found that patients in the hospitals found the food absolutely disgusting. And then they went and they researched, and they found out those patients were all in the cardiac ward. And when you're in the cardiac ward, you're not allowed salt. So they didn't like the taste of the food because they were cut off of salt. There are dietitians who would sit down with the government and say, for people who are struggling with heart issues, with clogged arteries, with all these diabetes issues, there are things that we should be promoting. And I can assure the Manitoba Legislature, I can assure them that nowhere will any dietitian, nowhere will anybody who is involved with trying to get people onto a healthy diet, nowhere will you find a bag of cheesies, a can of Coke, or Hostess Twinkies. Nowhere. Take this hoist motion, go back, and do some consultation. I would suggest to members of the legislature that time change has more space in the Premier's head than healthy food. He has been all over the place on the issue, talked about it all over, all sides of his mouth. he was against it, and he's for it, and he has time, he doesn't have time. And now it's in front of the public in Engage Manitoba. Well, why not put this in front of Engage Manitoba? Why don't we ask Manitobans if they think that...
Order, please. I request the member to please tie back his remarks to the Hoist Amendment, please. Member for Springfield, Richard.
Well, without the Hoist motion, we can't put this issue in front of Manitobans. The government needs time. The government needs time to go to Engage Manitoba and put in there, should Manitobans be eating a bag of cheesies, a can of Coke, and a Hostess Twinkie? Or should we be eating good food? We need the Hoist motion to give the government time to come to his senses, because this was not thought out. I would say that this is something that I would suspect came out of a frat house. This is a kind of going to come out of a frat party and not out of a government that's facing a diabetes epidemic. Obesity is a real issue. We keep hearing about heart healthy. We have stroke prevention, which diet has something to do with. We need the Hoist motion to get all of these things in front of them. Let's at least have the conversation with Manitobans. Let's have the conversation with dietitians. This is appalling. Yes, we need a Hoist motion. Go back and rethink this one. And you know what? Maybe just pull this portion out of it, and at least this portion have a conversation with Manitobans, because this will have long-term consequences on people's health, whether they're facing diabetes, obesity, other health-related issues. This kind of approach, that the Premier is the cheerleader for a bag of cheesies, a can of Coke, and a Hostess Twinkie, is disgraceful. Go back, take the Hoist motion, and take this and go back and do some consultation. In the last 9 minutes that I have left, I do want to talk about the Port of Churchill. I have been up there multiple times. It is one of the more unique places that you could ever go to, and the Premier and the government have talked about the Port of Churchill. My question is...
Order. We would invite the member to ensure that his remarks are relevant to the point at hand, which is the Hoist Amendment and BITSA. So the honourable member for Springfield, Rochelle.
Well, you have to give me a minute or two. Yes, we need a Hoist motion to give the government time, because nowhere in the budget is it being budgeted for the development of the Port of Churchill. The Port of Churchill has to be more than a talking point. It has to be more than the Premier gets the opportunity to rah-rah the troops at a speech and then walk away from it. The development of the Port of Churchill is going to come at a heavy price. Where is that reflected in the budget? And I would suggest that for even just that reason alone, never mind the over ambitious income revenue streams, the fact that we're encouraging people to eat themselves into worse diabetes and health issues, but the Port of Churchill is not mentioned in the budget. We need the Hoist motion to give the government the opportunity to figure out what they're going to do with the Port of Churchill. It can't just be a talking point. Like, I've been around for 27 years. We've talked about the Port of Churchill that entire time. And government after government talks about it, and there have been real challenges. We understand. The thing is, nowhere in the budget is there a substantive amount of money for the upgrade of the Hudson's Bay Railway, to get it up to a grade that you could actually haul some of the commodities that need to go up there. We need the Hoist motion. The Premier mentioned oil, grain, other commodities. The railway as it exists right now probably can't handle that kind of traffic. That railway really has to be upgraded to a standard that could handle all that commodity. It's not in the budget. That's why we need the hoist motion. There's a discussion about icebreakers to give more time up north for in Churchill for ships to come and go. There's no mention of that in the budget. That's why we need the hoist motion. They need storage facilities. Where are you going to put all of this stuff that you're going to truck up there or train up there, pardon me, and it's got to be stored while you wait for spring thaw. Nowhere is there any plan for that. It's not in the budget. That's why we need the hoist motion. We need the government to come back and say, well, this is a budget. And listen, we understand that it would be a fudge anyway. These would be fudged numbers, but at least we'd be working on some kind of numbers. There was a discussion that between the federal government and the province, it would be a $500 million input just for infrastructure upgrade. Where is that in the budget? Where is the $500 million accounted for? We need the hoist motion so that the budget, the Premier of Manitoba can go back and put that $500 million somewhere. It's got to show somewhere. Or the Port of Churchill is simply a talking point. And I would suggest for this Premier, that's all the Port of Churchill is right now, because nowhere in the budget are any of these things line itemed. And that's why we need the hoist. Give them some time. Maybe we can go from hot air talk to actual crunching numbers in a budget. Let's give them time with a hoist motion. That's what we need. The Premier is quoted, and this is online. You can Google it, so NDP members need not ask for, was this a private document? It's public. Their boss said this. Here it is. You're talking about 10 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion worth of investment. He's talking about Churchill. I ask the chamber, where is the 10 billion in this budget? It isn't there. We need the hoist motion. Where is the $20 billion in this budget? Where is it even referenced? It isn't. That's why we need the hoist motion. Where's the $30 billion? The Premier said it was going to be a $10 billion, $20 billion, $30 billion project. It's nowhere to be. It's not even referenced that this might be a cost center coming up. We need the hoist motion for that. Or is the Port of Churchill purely a talking point? Gary Doer used to have, there was a lake in the Dakotas that he would, every time he got into trouble, it was called Devil's Lake. And every time he got into political trouble, he'd load up his airplanes and fly down to the United States and rail against this water coming down the Red River. You get the sense that the Port of Churchill is that for this Premier. But rather than being a talking point, let's give it the hoist motion and get the government to at least acknowledge somewhere in the budget documents that we could be, by the Premier's own words, and it sounds more like a car auction than anything else. You know, give me 5, 5, 5, 10, 10, 10 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion. He sounds like an auctioneer here. I'm not even sure which number he landed on, but he just gets himself so caught up. I would suggest to him the difference between 30 billion and 20 billion is a substantial amount of money, even for an NDP Premier. That's a lot of money. Is this just a talking point? Because we need the numbers in the budget. We need the hoist motion. I would also say that time change has more space in the Premier's head than the Port of Churchill. He talks about time change way more than how he's going to fund the car auction, 10 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion, Port of Churchill. It should be in the budget. That's why we need the hoist motion. There is so much missing out of this budget. And, you know, some of us who've been around for a while, I see the member for Steinbach. Good morning, member from Steinbach. And we know that sometimes the budgets come up and they don't say that much, because after the budget is produced, it's presented, then come the announcements. There have been no announcements. There are no announcements about money being invested in the railway, icebreakers, storage facilities, and so on and so forth. And back to the Premier's auction sale that he was running at one of his speeches, there's no mention of the 10 million, 20 billion, 30 billion. It's not in the budget. That's why we need this hoist motion. We have to give the government time. Whether it is the unbelievably optimistic income numbers on the budget, which I spoke to about yesterday, whether it's on the nutrition that this government now become a cheerleader for Cheesies, a can of Coke, and Hostess Twinkies. And for the Port of Churchill, nowhere are these things properly discussed. We need that hoist motion. It is important that the government go back. These things are a problem for Manitoba. And it is very unfortunate that we have a premier who loves to go out and talk. In fact, he loves to sit in the chamber and bark. But that doesn't get us anywhere. We need real action. We need this hoist motion.
The honourable member for Roblin.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to rise again today, this time to speak to the hoist motion put forward by my colleague, the member for Swan River. And I just want to mention the intent of the hoist motion, and the motion that reads that BITSA be not now read a second time, but that it be read a second time this day, 5 months hence. There's some good reasons for this motion, and many good reasons why I am speaking in support of this motion. I think there's a lot of evidence in Bill 53, BITSA, that the NDP government didn't give this bill enough thought. I think with a little bit more time, about 5 months more time, they may come to realize that. An additional 5 months to consider this bill would enable the public to better scrutinize this legislation and really provide the NDP government with feedback. Because this bill has been rushed, Honourable Deputy Speaker. We know that BITSA wasn't introduced before the backstop date. The NDP waited until the last minute to introduce it and expected to ram it through the legislature in a matter of days. And that's simply not enough time for all of our constituents, Manitobans, to understand and provide their feedback on what it is the NDP are trying to do here. And that's why this hoist motion is so appropriate. Another reason that we need to take this back to the drawing board and consider it in 5 months is that it looks pretty half-baked, Honourable Deputy Speaker. And I'll provide some examples. Take, for example, the only so-called affordability measure in the bill. When Bill 53 was introduced, that provision turns out only applied to big box grocery stores, your Costco, your Loblaws, your Safeway, your Sobeys. Those were the only places where Manitobans could access that so-called affordability measure. Somehow, the NDP forgot to include small businesses. They forgot to include smaller stores where you can buy the exact same products that they are proposing to exempt from tax. So they only wanted to do it at the big box stores. There was an outcry, rightfully so, because they didn't think through the legislation. So they had to backtrack on that and make sure that it included smaller grocery stores as well. But now we're hearing from restaurants who have been excluded from this provision of BITSA. The only so-called affordability measure in the bill excludes one of the biggest economic drivers in our province. And if you think about how Manitobans feed their families, This doesn't make any sense. You know, restaurants in many cases are an affordable alternative for families who are rushed. You know, as a parent myself, often rushing to soccer, or to dance, or to gymnastics, or what have you. I can certainly attest to the fact that sometimes it's tough to get dinner on the table, and sometimes it's easier and much more cost effective to simply get pizza from one of the many great local pizza restaurants in Charleswood. But under BITSA, the NDP's bill, you know, families like mine could only access tax savings if I purchased that pizza from Costco, not from the local pizza restaurant that is locally owned and supports local jobs and invests in my community in Charleswood. That doesn't make any sense, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and it's one of the reasons that we need this hoist motion to take this back to, you know, the government needs to take this back and really look at this bill and examine whether what they're doing makes sense to Manitobans, and whether it's really in the best interests of Manitobans, because excluding restaurants from this, the only so-called affordability measure in BITSA, has led restaurants to speak out and talk about the impact that that will have on Manitoba's economy. They've warned that because this NDP government is picking winners and losers in this way, it could lead to layoffs. They noted that they actually met with with the finance minister about this, and that the government was unyielding and wouldn't change its position on this. And in making their case, they pointed out that they're a significant economic driver in Manitoba, that restaurants employ at least 42,000 people, and 40% of those are youth. And not only that, they generate about 3.5 billion in sales annually in Manitoba. So it boggles my mind why the NDP would choose to leave them out of the only affordability measure they could muster, meager as it is. So, and these types of oversights are why this hoist motion is so necessary. I think it's important that the NDP hit pause on BITSA and stop and go back and try to get it right. And in speaking about affordability, I know that it's the number one issue that I hear about when I'm speaking to my constituents. I think it's the number one issue for most Manitobans right now. And you would think that that would be reflected in BITSA. You would think that this budget would be a budget about improving affordability for Manitobans, but it's not. And that's another reason why we need the hoist motion, because we need the government to go back to the drawing board and create a BITSA bill that is actually about improving affordability for Manitobans. We know that Manitoba currently leads the country in inflation. And the reason for that is because of property tax hikes and food inflation. I'll talk about food inflation a little bit because that's a significant affordability challenge for many Manitobans. We see the evidence of that in the number of Manitobans who have had to resort to using food banks. And that's a really unfortunate indicator of how bad things have gotten for many Manitoba families and how severe the affordability crisis really is. But the other thing that's driving up inflation in Manitoba is property taxes. And I just can't emphasize enough how the fact that the NDP has created the conditions where school divisions have had to jack up education property taxes by such significant amounts is, I can't overstate how that is adding to Manitobans' affordability concerns. I was just speaking with constituents a couple of days ago who told me that June is a hard month because in the city of Winnipeg, at least, that's when those property tax bills come due. And so they're facing a significant cost hit this month because of this NDP government's failure to prioritize affordability in BITSA. And that's why we need the hoist motion. Take it back, do better. That's what the Hoist motion will allow the NDP government to do. It'll give them time to get it to create a better bill. In speaking about food inflation, I was actually just reading a CBC News story this morning about the fact that the price of lamb has gone up so significantly that local Muslim families in Manitoba are having to forgo the lamb that is traditional for them and I apologize if I mispronounce this. I've been working on it. Eid al-Adha. And if I've mispronounced that, I apologize to my Muslim colleagues. But I understand that lamb is a traditional part of that celebration and that it's actually doubled in cost in recent years, and that's making it difficult for Muslim families in Manitoba to have that as part of their traditions. And it's not just food that's gone up, and I think every Manitoba family will tell you that the cost of everyday items, clothing, basics like internet access, your kids' activities, streaming services, all of those things are going up, and BITSA fails to meet that challenge. The Bill 53 that the NDP have put forward fails to provide any meaningful affordability relief for those very real challenges for families. And it actually also fails to address the challenges that are of the government's own making. For example, the de-indexing of income tax brackets, which has pushed many middle-income Manitobans into higher tax brackets, reduced the purchasing power of every dollar that they make, and exacerbated the affordability crisis in this province. And what BITSA should have done is reintroduced indexation, and it didn't do that. And that's another reason we need the Hoist motion, so that the government can go back and fix that error that they've made with BITSA. I talked a little bit about property taxes already. That's another error of the NDP government's own making that's had a significant impact on affordability for Manitobans. And again, Bill 53 fails to address that in any meaningful way. When I talk to constituents in Roblin about the fact that education property taxes in the Pembina Trail School Division have gone up by over 37% since the NDP took office, I don't know how the NDP can look at those numbers and still claim to be making life more affordable for Manitobans. They're simply not. I guess, what we've seen is that the NDP will hide behind school trustees or hide behind municipalities and just sort of pass the buck and make it their problem. But education is a core provincial responsibility. So it's at the feet of this NDP government. That's the reason that education property taxes have gone up so significantly for homeowners in the Pembina Trail School Division. And I think with an extra 5 months to consider BITSA, maybe the NDP would see that. And that's why I'm in support of this Hoist motion put forward by my colleague, the member for Swan River. And affordability challenges and cost increases continue to pile up for Manitobans. Hydro rates are going up, pharmacare deductibles are going up, fuel costs, gas, just every line item in any family's budget is going up. And BITSA fails to address that very serious challenge for a lot of Manitoba families. And it's not just individuals that are suffering as a result of the affordability crisis, it's also businesses. And again, BITSA, Bill 53, fails to address the many serious affordability issues that are impacting businesses in Manitoba. And again, that's something that I would hope an additional 5 months before giving second reading to BITSA would allow the government to actually consult with small businesses and talk with them about the things that they're asking for, the things that they need to help them grow and to thrive in Manitoba. But instead, we seem to have a government that's actively working against them. Um, I I look at BITSA and I don't see any incentives for Manitoba businesses to invest here in Manitoba to grow and to create more jobs. And when we know that business optimism is at an all-time low in Manitoba, that should be sounding alarm bells for the NDP government. They should be looking for ways to reverse that trend. Instead, they're actively driving businesses out of Manitoba. And that's evidenced by the fact that for 6 consecutive quarters, business exits have outpaced new business starts in Manitoba. That's another red flag, but it doesn't seem to be generating any concern or urgency on the NDP bench. They don't seem to share Manitobans' concerns about the fate of small businesses in this province, which is really unfortunate, but also very troubling. When you consider that small businesses make up 90% of all employers in Manitoba, and failing to prioritize them and to acknowledge the very real affordability concerns that they are experiencing, that spells trouble for Manitoba. Rising costs are the biggest barrier to businesses' growth, and those costs are in a couple of different buckets. You know, there's rising input costs. The same affordability challenges that are impacting everyday Manitobans are also impacting businesses. Their inputs, their supplies, all of those costs are going up. Some more significantly than others, depending on the type of business you're looking at. You know, certainly tariffs have had a terrible impact on a lot of small businesses in Manitoba. But then there's the costs that the government is directly responsible for piling on small businesses. That this bill, Bill 53, fails to acknowledge or address or correct. I've talked about the impact of the NDP's property tax hikes on individuals. There's a different but equally troubling impact for small businesses because the NDP chose to do away with any property tax rebates on commercial properties, meaning that small businesses who own their property are now on the hook for every dollar of these property tax hikes that Manitobans are seeing. They're not getting any relief at all. You know, we've got a government that's gutted regulatory accountability legislation and allowed red tape to grow unchecked. And I think it's because the NDP doesn't understand that red tape comes with a financial cost to businesses. So by allowing it to grow with no restrictions on that in Manitoba anymore, because they repealed the regulatory accountability legislation, that's creating an added cost for small businesses. It's another reason that businesses are leaving Manitoba. We have a government that, as I mentioned previously, left small businesses out of its only paltry affordability measure. They weren't even considered until there was a public outcry about that. And they're still leaving a significant number of small businesses, namely restaurants, out of that measure. So it really, you know, I don't blame small businesses at all when they're looking at BITSA, at Bill 53, and thinking, how does this help my business? How does this help me continue to employ Manitobans and reinvest dollars in Manitoba and contribute to Manitoba's economy? I don't think they feel that BITSA is doing any of those things. I think that they would agree that an additional 5 months to look at this bill and consider how it could be improved to better benefit all Manitobans would be a good thing. And that's why we're in support of this hoist motion today. So I've outlined some of the affordability challenges that ordinary Manitobans are facing. And I've outlined some of the affordability challenges that businesses are facing. And so I guess, you know, the next question one might ask oneself is, how does Bill 53 address these issues, which are some of the most pressing issues facing all Manitobans. That's evident in anecdotal conversations all of us are having with our constituents. It's evident in the polling. So how does BITSA address these issues? Well, the short answer is it doesn't. Does it take action to lower inflation in Manitoba? No. Does it deal with the fact that the cost of staple food items, which are already tax exempt, are increasing so significantly in Manitoba? No, it doesn't. It proposes to take the tax off prepared foods, saving Manitobans pennies per grocery trip. I don't think that's the kind of affordability relief that Manitobans need right now. It doesn't do anything to address the fact that the core items that parents are buying to feed their kids, that's not being addressed. Those items are already tax-free, but the cost continues to rise and grocery bills continue to rise. The NDP government's BITSA bill has not met that challenge in any significant way. Does BITSA deal with property tax hikes? No, it doesn't. It does nothing to address the fact that school divisions will continue to have to hike education property taxes in the double digits every year in order to make up for the NDP government's refusal or inability to fund education properly. Does BITSA deal with the NDP's decision to de-index income tax brackets? No, it doesn't do that. Again, pushing more Manitobans into higher income tax brackets and adding to Manitobans' affordability woes. Does BITSA take action to freeze or lower pharmacare deductibles? Nope, it doesn't do that. Does it do anything to make clothing less expensive? No. Does it lower the cost of children's activities? No. Does it make it less costly to try and operate and grow a business here in Manitoba? No, it doesn't do any of those things. It doesn't do anything to address the most pressing concerns of Manitobans. But you know what would? And this is where members on our side of the House have put forward a really effective option and really urged the NDP government to consider this, allowing Manitobans to keep more of their own hard-earned money, to spend it on the things that they need, whether that's more money for the grocery store, whether that's more money for your children's activities, more money to replace the clothes that your kids are rapidly outgrowing. Manitobans know best how to spend their own money. So rather than offering them pennies on prepared foods at some food establishments, the government could choose to raise the basic personal exemption. Raising the basic personal exemption to $30,000 would save Manitobans thousands of dollars every year. And that would make a real impact on the affordability crisis that so many Manitobans are dealing with today. This BITSA bill doesn't do that. And that's why we're so supportive of the member for Swan River's hoist motion to take this back to the drawing board for an additional 5 months to really consider whether the motion, the measures put forward by the NDP government are what's really going to help Manitobans. Because I think upon further reflection and study and consultation with Manitobans, the government will realize, no, we could do better. We could raise the basic personal exemption and allow people to keep more of their own money. So the other things, there's the things that BITSA fails to address, but then there's the things that it does to actually make the problem worse. So BITSA is the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act. It's legislation that's required to implement the government's budget. And one of the measures that the government wants to implement as part of its budget is the Manitoba Jobs Agreement. And we know that that's going to add to Manitobans' affordability woes by driving up the cost of projects. And who pays for publicly tendered projects? The public, the taxpayer. That's going to further add to Manitobans' affordability concerns by making everything the government builds more expensive. And that's why our team has remained steadfastly opposed to that and continues to advocate for a solution that serves all workers in Manitoba, not just unionized workers, and that will make all the public infrastructure projects that Manitobans need more affordable for Manitobans, who are ultimately the ones paying for it. But, you know, going back to the hoist motion and why we need some additional time to look at BITSA and Bill 53, to take it to our constituents, to allow Manitobans to have time for feedback, and to ideally have the government reconsider the way they've drafted this bill. We need only look at the way Manitoba's economy is performing. Because the affordability crisis that Manitobans are currently facing is directly connected to the economic performance of the province. And we know that Manitoba is not keeping pace with its peers, particularly in Western Canada. And its economic performance falls behind the national average. Real GDP growth in Manitoba is below the national average and significantly behind Saskatchewan and Alberta. This places Manitoba in the lower tier of provincial growth. Business investment in Manitoba is significantly below both the national rate and that of neighboring provinces. We know that investment follows opportunity, certainty, and return on investment, and Manitoba, under the current NDP government, is not providing those conditions. And BITSA does nothing to address that. And again, the hoist motion would give the government time to really look at that and reconsider how they're failing to generate economic growth in Manitoba. The result of this decreased investment in Manitoba is reduced capital inflows, which limits future growth potential. Net job growth in Manitoba has come from the public sector, while private sector employment has declined. Again, as I mentioned, for 6 consecutive quarters, the number of new business starts has been outpaced significantly by the number of exits from Manitoba, businesses that have closed or left Manitoba because the current government is not providing the kind of environment where they can thrive. Across the rest of Canada, employment growth has been led by the private sector, which drives productivity and long-term wage growth. Manitoba stands apart in relying primarily on public sector expansion. And the reason I'm mentioning all of this is because affordability and economic growth are fundamentally linked. Without growth, rising costs translate directly into lower real incomes for Manitobans. The problem is that with BITSA, with Bill 53, this government has treated affordability as a separate issue from economic growth. Manitoba recorded the highest inflation rate in Canada in 2025, and on a monthly basis is consistently the highest or among the highest in Canadian provinces in terms of inflation. And that's a huge concern for Manitobans. The short-term affordability measures, and I would use that word in quotations, affordability measures proposed by this government, don't address any of these issues. A more effective approach would be to put resources back into the hands of individuals and businesses, where it will be reinvested in Manitoba. When individuals and businesses are free to spend and invest, the economy grows. That's just a fact. Under the current NDP government's approach, under BITSA, under Bill 53, that's not what we're going to be seeing here in Manitoba. So the NDP government wants us to pass BITSA, and BITSA's purpose is to implement their budget. As I've mentioned, it's right in the title. But this budget is not good for Manitobans, and it's missing so many things. there's so many things that should be implemented through BITSA that aren't being implemented, that are a very good reason to put it on hold for 5 months. Consult with Manitobans. Let's take it back to our constituents and invite Manitobans' feedback. I mean, we already tried an amendment to BITSA to take it to committee. The government refused to do that. So if they don't want to take it to committee, let's just hit pause for 5 months, like this hoist motion is asking us to, so that Manitobans really have time to consider what it is the government is trying to do with this bill. One of the other issues that I hear about a lot from my constituents, and I know that my colleagues will agree, is healthcare. And BITSA and this budget is not effectively addressing the issues that I'm hearing about from my constituents. An issue that I have raised a couple of times in question period that remains unaddressed is the fact that ER wait times in the city of Winnipeg have doubled under the current government. And there's nothing in this budget or this BITSA, this Implementation Act, that's going to effectively address that. Because whatever the current government says it's doing, it's not working. The evidence is in the fact that median wait times have doubled under this government's watch. So I think, again, with more time to consider the budget bill, the government could look at, hey, you know, ER wait times are a really pressing issue, and consider how they could better address that. They could look at the issue of nurse practitioners who are ready to be a significant part of the solution here in Manitoba. And BITSA and the budget bill doesn't contain any measures to address the fact that, according to a federal interpretation,
the member's time has expired. Before I move on to the next order. When the speaker is standing, he should be heard in silence. I would like to inform the House that we've been informed that in accordance with Rule 44(2), that the Leader of the Official Opposition has designated his unlimited time on the hoist amendment to the second reading motion for Bill 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2026, to the Honourable Member for La Vérendrye. The Honourable Member for La Vérendrye.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to rise today to speak to the hoist motion brought forward by the member for Swan River. This is a very important amendment to what we consider the BITSA bill, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act. But before I proceed, I'd also like to thank our leader, the Leader of the Official Opposition of Manitoba, for extending so generously his unlimited speaking time, his debate allocation of time to me, that he's entrusted me with unlimited time. Honourable Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to have unlimited time to debate the hoist amendment, and I intend to use all of it. Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, that's right. That's right. Just to clarify for the members opposite, I intend to use all of the time granted to me. The unlimited speaking time, I intend to use all of it. Honourable Speaker, the hoist amendment that's been brought forward by the member for Swan River is of great importance. Honourable Speaker, I'll reiterate what this amendment exactly states. And it states that the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act, the what we consider BITSA bill, be not now read a second time, but that it be read a second time this day 5 months hence. And Honourable Speaker, why this hoist amendment is important is because we have been working to express the concerns, the affordability, the economy concerns, as a focal point for this budget, expressing the concerns of Manitobans. Honourable Speaker, this is a part of the larger budget of this year for the government. And Honourable Speaker, it unfortunately misses the mark. And we've been hearing from Manitobans. Manitobans are voicing their concerns directly to us as representatives of the great majority of Manitoba. And we've been bringing those concerns to debate each and every day in this chamber. Honourable Speaker, we also know that the concerns expressed by Manitobans across the entire province, including, as I say, the majority of the province that we represent, but also those of the areas represented by government representatives. And those concerns have gone unanswered. The concern is that the ministers responsible, together with the Premier, have unanswered the concerns of Manitobans. That's the purpose of this debate. It's the purpose of BITSA bill debate, together with the larger, broader budget debate. Honourable Speaker, what we've seen is a BITSA bill that tries to portray, it delivers theatrics that we've seen from the Premier, delivering a fabricated message of affordability, and then the affordability message is portrayed to Manitobans as making a real difference on both their everyday affordability as well as the economic growth, when in fact we can clearly see that it doesn't. Manitobans are clearly seeing that it doesn't. So, Honourable Speaker, why this hoist amendment is important is because it provides additional time for the government to actually consult with Manitobans, to hear what is of importance to them. Because if the Premier is trying to bring forward a budget that needs to be passed without being brought forward before the backstop date, it's important that it actually represent those that it is intended to. And Honourable Speaker, that is not what this bill does. So, Honourable Speaker, we've seen that we've spoken through the entire night. We're trying to bring forward the message of Manitobans to this government, with a complete unwillingness of theirs to even engage in debate on what we're hearing, the concerns from Manitobans. It's a complete unwillingness. And this unwillingness hasn't been over the last 24-hour period that we've been in this chamber debating other legislation, but primarily the BITSA bill. Honourable Speaker, this has gone on for weeks now. We had brought forward a resolution calling on the government to increase the basic personal exemption, making a real difference for Manitobans. And there's been an outpour of support by everyday Manitobans saying that makes a real difference. The affordability measure, or the misconception of an affordability measure in the BITSA bill, is eliminating PST, the percentage of the PST, the 7%, on a small segment of goods that are purchased within a grocery store that have been taxed. And these are primarily snack foods, the chips, the pop, the things that, in the past government hasn't encouraged consumption of. Unusually, we're now seeing that this government is taking the tax off of the things that governments in the past have discouraged consumption, and now they've brought forward the encouragement of that consumption and are trying to portray it as a real affordability measure. So it's somewhat bizarre, Honourable Speaker, that this is the action that the government is taking to act on the affordability crisis that faces many Manitobans each and every day. So, Honourable Speaker, it's not just about the debate over the last 24 hours, as I've said. It's not about the debate over the last number of weeks. This goes much further. We have tried to reach the government in every way possible, in absolutely every way possible. We're willing to work with the government. We're willing to find a common ground, and our critic for finance has brought forward recommendations and suggestions on how we could find a center ground between what we view and know, with economic support that would make a real difference for growing, supporting the economy, as well as making real affordability changes. But what we've also done is we've also directly sent ministers letters, because obviously, the 40 minutes that were granted for a question period, as well as the time of debate in this chamber, hasn't been enough to even get the government to engage in debate. We've seen now, like I say, now we're nearing on 20 hours, I think, of a debate specifically focused on the amendments that we've brought forward to the BITSA bill and the BITSA bill itself, without any engagement from the government. Zero, none. Not a single member from the government has gotten up. Not a single one. Not a single one has brought forward any support for their own BITSA bill. Has never brought forward any economic theory support to the claims that have been made both publicly and also within the piece of legislation. We've seen none of it. We've seen the finance minister sit silent together with the other members of this government. So, Honourable Speaker, like I say, we've exhausted all measures at this point. And within that are letters, like I say, to ministers responsible for the budget. So, Honourable Speaker, one of those ministers, is the minister responsible for economic development, the Minister of Business, Mining, Trade and Job Creation. And I took it upon myself, as other colleagues of mine have to their government counterparts, to send letters expressing clearly and in an articulate manner the concerns that we're hearing from Manitobans. Unfortunately, I didn't get to another important portfolio counterpart of mine, the Minister of Agriculture. But we haven't seen any action within the budget on agriculture whatsoever. We haven't seen any action on agriculture within this economy. The relevance for the government House Leader is that we're talking about the budget. Agriculture, I'll have the Minister of Families know the importance and the significance of agriculture within our economy. So definitely a significant portion of the budget, of the provincial budget.
I would encourage the member to bring his comments back to a point of relevance connected to the Hoist Amendment and BITSA. The Honourable Member for La Vérendrye.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, for your guidance. I'll reiterate what this hoist, the wording of the hoist amendment brought forward by my colleague, the member for Swan River. So, Honourable Deputy Speaker, again, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act be not now read a second time, but that it be read a second time this day 5 months hence. And the purpose for that amendment is so that there is more time to consult on the BITSA bill. And Honourable Speaker, a large part of the broader budget bill, as well as the supplementary BITSA bill, has significant tie to the agriculture sector. So, you know, if the Minister of Families is at all interested, what actually drives the economy and the economic growth and prosperity of our province, I'll have her know that a significant portion of that is in fact agriculture. Agriculture and the importance of agriculture not only feeds that minister as well as all members of this chamber, along with feeding everybody, it in fact drives the economy and provides for the revenue, the tax revenue that this government is able to enjoy in bringing forward the budget bill as they have. Without a significant contributor as agriculture is, we wouldn't have the tax revenue that this government is able to use within the BITSA bill as well as the broader budget bill, Honourable Speaker. So it's of great importance. But getting back to all extent measures that we've brought forward to portray the importance of affordability of Manitobans to the government through the ministers responsible. I'll share with the House and you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, a letter that I sent to the Minister of Business, Mining, Trade and Job Creation. And we need response to correspondence like this, and that's why we're calling for this bill to not be read a second time until a day 5 months from now. So, Honourable Speaker, the letter to the Minister of Business, Mining, Trade and Job Creation states, Manitoba families and businesses need an economy that is growing, competitive and creating opportunities. Unfortunately, the affordability measures currently contained within the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act do not go far enough to strengthen household finances or support long-term economic growth. That is why our caucus is urging your government to significantly increase Manitoba's basic personal exemption. Allowing Manitobans to keep more of what they earn would not only provide immediate relief for families, but would also stimulate local economies, support small businesses, and encourage economic activity across the province. We have been clear that if your government is prepared to strengthen the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act through meaningful changes to the basic personal amount, our caucus is prepared to work constructively to ensure the legislation proceeds prior to June 1. So, Honourable Speaker,
Order. I just have to clarify, was that document made public in any way? The Honourable Member for La Vérendrye.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Yes, it is a letter that has been made public as well as it's been handed to the Minister.
The Honourable Member for La Vérendrye.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. So to finish, I state in this letter that this is an opportunity to work together to deliver real affordability relief while helping Manitoba's economy grow stronger. I encourage your government to take it. Sincerely, myself, the member for La Vérendrye. So, Honourable Speaker, the point of debate today is to portray the extent that we, the official opposition of Manitoba, have gone through to deliver the concerns of Manitobans. And Honourable Speaker, that is the purpose of the opposition, is to hold this government to account. And they have a complete unwillingness to be held accountable to their actions. Honourable Speaker, Manitobans each and every day have been calling out on this government's actions, and that is only growing. Honourable Speaker, we're seeing the momentum of Manitobans that are seeing through the theatric rhetoric of this government and lack of action. So, Honourable Speaker, I want to say it very clearly that this bill, the BITSA bill, does not meet the moment. It's clear that the government is offside on the bill as a whole. It's clear, Honourable Speaker, that this government is outside of their comfort zone, and Manitobans are seeing it. We see that Manitobans are struggling. Families are paying more for all the things that they consume. That's the groceries, the gas, the hydro, the MPI rates to insure their vehicles. That's rent. That's the mortgages. And they're paying more for education and property taxes. And what is this government offering them today? Nothing. Absolutely nothing, Honourable Speaker. I wouldn't even want to give the government the credit for saving them pennies. There may be pennies, but in many cases there aren't. Honourable Speaker, it wasn't too long ago that when we started the discussion and debate of the resolution as well as this BITSA bill, that I brought forward some correspondence from a concerned constituent of mine. This was shortly after the announcement had been made public on the elimination of PST on junk food. Of course, the Premier at that time didn't portray it as the junk food tax elimination, but portrayed it as an elimination of all tax on groceries. And that's the message that this Premier has tried to spin. It's a spin, that's all that it is. It's simply just a spin. Honourable Speaker, this constituent of mine, and I had said it in debate before I brought it forward in question period, this is not someone that's political. This isn't a long-standing political supporter of mine. This isn't even a member of the PC party of Manitoba. This is someone that's really disconnected from day-to-day politics. This is somebody that owns a small business in southeast Manitoba, goes to work each and every day to provide for their family. So, this person was insulted, and they weren't at first insulted. They were somewhat struck. They were starstruck, as we saw during the honeymoon phase that is quickly being erased from this government. That many Manitobans were starstruck. We saw that in the last election, and we saw it through the honeymoon phase of the first few months of this government. But like I said, the people are seeing through that. And this constituent of mine, they in fact saw through it quite quickly, and they were insulted. What they did is they heard the message on the radio, the interview of the Premier saying that there's going to be an elimination of all taxes on groceries brought forward by this NDP government. And this constituent of mine thought to themselves, wow, I wouldn't have thought, I know that the NDP ran on a healthcare platform, which they're also failing on, but they never thought that affordability, tax saving, building the economy was anything that the NDP would ever be of any comfort within and ever be able to articulate any actual measurable change. So he was actually taken back and a little amazed. So he actually just left a grocery store in South Winnipeg, as he was doing some work there, and picked up groceries for the evening meal. As many times this government has said, well, the savings on prepared food is to help busy Manitobans. So I don't think that you'll get any busier than this individual from Southeast Manitoba that was working on a job in Winnipeg, picking up groceries to feed his family that evening, ran in, picked up $100 worth of groceries. As we all know, $100 doesn't stretch too far when it comes to shopping for groceries. But, Honourable Speaker, that constituent of mine had heard this message on the radio, pulled the receipt from the center console of his pickup truck, and thought, wow, what is this going to save me as a struggling, hard-working, independent business owner that has a family of 4 waiting at home for this meal? It's a good thing, and just out of curiosity, let's look at how much this is saving us. Looked at the bottom of it, and I tabled it for the House. It's on record that it had saved him, and this is a last-minute rushed meal for supper. It saved him 2 cents. Immediately insulted by feeling that he was fooled by the Premier, because he looked and he reflected and started thinking, oh, there isn't actually any tax on food. There was none before. So what does that mean? And where does the 2 cents come from? So as you break down the receipt and the invoice, you quickly realize that he saved 2 cents on the reusable bag. Honourable Speaker, that's the savings that this government is portraying as real affordability measures for Manitoban. It's an insult to the hard-working Manitobans that realize what it takes to make a difference for affordability. Honourable Speaker, I'm feeling that time is slipping away, and as I told the Speaker yesterday, it's amazing how much there is to say about the importance of making a real difference for Manitoba through improving affordability. So, Honourable Speaker, I'm happy to have been granted the unlimited speaking time by the Leader of the Official Opposition, and I intend to use all of that. Honourable Speaker, yes, I plan to use every last minute of my unlimited time. So, Honourable Speaker, we have seen that this government has really ignored what is of true importance to our Manitoba economy, and agriculture, as I stated before, I wish that the Minister of Families, Minister responsible for Families would have listened more intently on the importance of agriculture, and that agriculture is one of the foundations of our economy. As I stated, it feeds the families, it supports our rural communities as well as our urban communities. It creates jobs, it drives our exports, and it keeps this province moving along. But under this NDP government, agriculture producers are seeing more regulation, more red tape, higher costs, and very little support. And that is not at all unique to just the agriculture sector. But unfortunately, Honourable Speaker, we are seeing complete neglect. And Honourable Speaker, the really unfortunate part of it, and like I had stated in previous debate, is that business has options. We're seeing the results each and every day. Investors, people that are actually wanting to make a difference, not only on their own lives, they have the entrepreneurial ability, but what's most important, making a difference on the lives of other Manitobans, building communities, building strong families that will support each and every one. And Honourable Speaker, I've spoken at length over my 3 years in this chamber to my background. and I alluded to some of it last night and yesterday. Honorable Speaker, I grew up in a family of business owners. As I said yesterday during the ministerial debate, or not debate, but the ministerial statement and recognition of the Manitoba Chambers, that when I was a child, I actually came into this exact legislature, the Manitoba Legislature, together with our local Chamber of Commerce, because my grandparents were founders of our local Chamber of Commerce, and I had attended meetings as a young child, sitting on the table, and later going with my parents. But businesses had the opportunity to come to the legislature together with the Chamber of Commerce and express what is of importance to their communities. And I saw firsthand what a real difference that is able to make. So, Honourable Speaker, unfortunately, what I'm seeing is complete disregard for the importance of those that are actually moving our economy by this NDP government. Honourable Speaker, we see that it is these people that build our communities together with the people that fulfill the roles within building products, producing food, and these businesses they produce value not only to the families that they support, in turn, the families that support them, but it reaches much further. Honourable Speaker, so we see the passion. You see the passion when you see the Manitoba Chamber of Commerce, all the other chambers that now make up the chamber community within Manitoba. We see the passion in who they are and who they represent. But, Honourable Speaker, those businesses, those entrepreneurs, those people that are creating the good, valuable lifestyle for their employees, these are people that don't just sit around, right? It takes a select few to create the industry that we have that contributes to all of our social system. It takes a unique person, and like I say, that person isn't going to wait around. So unfortunately, what we are now seeing is we're seeing them look to other places. Honourable Speaker, we're now seeing some very concerning statistics. We see the economic growth in our neighboring provinces, and we're seeing the decline of our economic growth within Manitoba. So that points to the direction that investment is going. So these businesses aren't sticking around. I gave another example, and I've got a lot of examples, Honourable Speaker. I speak to constituents of mine each and every day, as well as constituents across the province, including the city of Winnipeg. As again, I say, lifelong business owner, and growing up in an independent business, I speak to people within the business community and those that represent those businesses each and every day. So yesterday I gave an example of quite a significant now new agriculture processing business, NPI out in Blue North, Manitoba, rapidly growing. We're really a stellar business model run by truly an exceptional business leader, somebody that's able to think outside of the box. Honourable Speaker.
Order. We've provided quite a bit of leniency, but we really need the member to bring his remarks back to the hoist amendment at hand and to Bill 53. The Honourable Member for La Vérendrye.
Thank you for your guidance, Honourable Assistant Deputy Speaker. Thank you for that guidance. But Honourable Speaker, I think this is very important. The Hoist Amendment, as I've stated, states that the BITSA bill be not read a second time, but that it be read a second time this day, 5 months hence. And what that does, Honourable Speaker, what we're asking for, and this has been articulated through the member for Swan River, obviously some thought was put into the words selected for this amendment, Honourable Speaker, is so the government has the opportunity to consult. And so to wrap this all back into where I was going, I read out the letter that I had presented the minister responsible for economic development. We've debated this bill to extent, including now debating it as long as it takes for the government to finally take into consideration the concerns of those struggling Manitobans. And we have gotten nowhere. So I'm giving an example or examples, Honourable Assistant Deputy Speaker, of real life Manitobans that are expressing their concerns about the lack of attention that this BITSA bill has given to actually growing the economy, to actually making an affordability change. And this BITSA bill is portrayed as an affordability measure bill. Honourable Speaker, if this BITSA bill had significant consideration and significant attention to health care or something else in the public service sector, and it included the finances that go along with that, then we would be having that discussion. But Honourable Speaker, the discussion that we're having is that this BITSA bill is portrayed as an affordability measure, but it does not include any affordability measure. So Honourable Speaker, what we're asking for in the Hoist Amendment is more time for consultation with Manitobans. And my examples simply draw attention to that. But Honourable Speaker, I'll save the examples and more so focus on the facts if that would be more appropriate. But I do think as a representative of not only my constituents but of all Manitobans, it is very important that my voice in this legislature is an effective representation of those that I have been selected by to represent their voice here in the Manitoba legislature. So I personally think that what is of most importance when I stand up to debate legislation in this House, that I actually am able to portray the voice of Manitobans. I don't think that there is really any other purpose of my voice in debate within this chamber. So it is unfortunate that that my ability to be the voice of my constituents is limited within this chamber. But Honourable Speaker, as I say, we must portray more of the facts that are included here. So like I said, these businesses as MPI that are moving to other provinces or entertaining the move to other provinces because of the unwillingness of this government to address the concerns that are limiting their competition, is showing results like a 27.7%. More than a quarter of our exports in Manitoba have decreased from the previous year. Honourable Speaker, this isn't brought forward by any independent organization that's critical of the government or the minister's operation and conduct of this government. Honourable Speaker, those are facts brought forward by the Manitoba government themselves. That's directly sourced from Manitoba government records. So, Honourable Speaker, we see a 27.7 decrease in exports, And at the same time, an article had come out just last week from Saskatchewan, our neighboring province, and we're seeing that people are turning to the neighboring provinces when they're looking to expand. And Saskatchewan building permits are up 29.9%. So we lost 27.7% in exports as they gained 29.9% in building permits. So, Honourable Speaker, this forces me to reflect on the conversation that I have with Ryan from NPI, looking at moving a business that is specifically an agriculture processor that exports food grade agriculture products, and they're looking at moving. So they're going to be building new production in Saskatchewan, which adds to the building permit statistics, as well as it naturally would decline the exports for Manitoba. So, Honourable Speaker, these are concerning statistics, and these are things that Manitobans are deeply concerned about, and they are the voices that we represent. And why we bring forward this hoist motion is because the government needs to consult with the people that have these concerns. These aren't just the businesses. These are the everyday Manitobans that are struggling. These are the people that are struggling to pay their mortgage. You know, Honourable Speaker, affordability is measured by things far greater than your ability to buy a Slurpee. Honourable Speaker, affordability can more easily be measured by a family's ability to pay their mortgage. The ability to fill the gas tank instead of put in a partial fill. Honourable Speaker, that is how you measure real affordability. When you're able to choose a sporting activity for your child, when you're able to book a vacation, these are things that measure real affordability. And Honourable Speaker, Manitoba has so much opportunity. Canada, you know, the land of opportunity. We're sitting on such extravagant, widespread wealth, and some of the smartest people, whether it be for those from bioscience to science to entrepreneurial wisdom. Honourable Speaker, some of the smartest people in the world are right here in Canada, are right here in Manitoba. You combine that with our vast resources and our vast space, sitting on some of the most fertile agriculture land, able to produce some of the highest production, best quality food in the world. And there is no reason why we need to be talking about holidays as a luxury. There's no reason why we need to be talking about filling your car as a luxury, or the extravagance of the drapes on your wall. Honourable Speaker, we have all the opportunity we could ever imagine right here in Manitoba. So for a socialist NDP government to tell us that we need to be ashamed to enjoy the luxuries of life is really disappointing, and I think is off base, Honourable Speaker. But further to support that, we've seen some concerning reports come out. One most recently was brought forward by the Economic Development and Tourism Association of Winnipeg. And what they had brought forward are, I'm looking for the exact stats. I think I remember them exactly off the top of my head, but I wouldn't want to misquote. So the Winnipeg Economic Development and Tourism Association just had a forum right here in our city in Winnipeg, and just last week. And they had highlighted international investment, and this also plays to our weak performance that I had highlighted before in exports. as well as business development. CFIB reports are showing that we have an exodus of business. We have more businesses putting boards on their windows than we do grand opening signs. And that's concerning. Honourable Speaker, the same report had highlighted that this is the first time that we're seeing this in recent history. We've been in a drastic growth phase post-Second World War in North America in general, and for this to be seen the first time in Manitoba is a signal, and it highlights a signal that may be of larger concern. But you know what we're not seeing? Those same statistics in our neighboring provinces. So I think we need to reflect inwards upon ourselves. So getting back to the comments and discussion that were made at that forum is international investment into Manitoba is behind the rest of the country, behind the entire rest of the country. And that's concerning. Again, it ties me back to the opportunity that we are not enjoying here in Manitoba. Honourable Speaker, what we saw in the last year was 6 global investment projects in Manitoba. And many people would say, well, what do you benchmark that against? What's the comparison? Is 6 good? Is 6 bad? What's 6, right? But for contrast, Honourable Speaker, Alberta and BC each saw 68. We saw 6. They saw 68. Saskatchewan, who has more large-scale, more clearly defined
Order.
Industry.
So we're talking about Manitoba and the Hoist Amendment. So if the honourable member could please bring his remarks back to that and to Bill 53. The honourable member for La Vérendrye.
For sure. Thank you, Honourable Assistant Deputy Speaker. For sure, we're obviously representing Manitoba, but I think it's of great importance to look outwards as much as we look inwards, and it's important that we are competitive with our neighboring provinces. So I think if we talk about the economic position of our province, we should be benchmarking it against our neighbors. So, Honourable Speaker, Saskatchewan, as I say, they had seen 13 in the last year, opposed to our 6. Ontario, 278. Quebec, 95. Nova Scotia, the second poorest performing. As we know, the Maritimes, the economy is just naturally much more limited. They had even seen 19. Honourable Speaker, if that's not concerning, I don't know what is. So then we look to efforts that again have been expressed publicly without very little substantial action, and that's the government's discussion on trade offices. We had seen that the government had claimed that what would make things more affordable through the growth of the economy is a U.S. trade office. And Honourable Speaker, I can see the concern between yourself and the clerk representative on the relevance to the Hoist motion, but it is very important that we talk about the broader form of the budget together with the BITSA bill and the underperformance of this government, together with the lack of actual address to these concerns within the BITSA bill. And that's why we've brought forward the Hoist Amendment to give this government more time. Simply just another 5 months, we'll come back here, hopefully seeing as though the government hasn't listened to us. They may directly listen to Manitobans, although we're hearing from Manitobans that they haven't. Honourable Speaker, so this trade office, the answer, the be-all to end-all, with our largest trade partner, like seriously, anybody with any economic insight knows that the U.S. is still our largest trade partner. We don't have a supply or a demand issue, Honourable Speaker, in this province. We've got all the customers we could ever want. We have a competition issue, but the savior, the U.S. Trade Office and the trade representative, costing, we haven't been able to get a clear answer, but we've been able to get a vague answer of $500,000, $500,000. And when the minister was asked in estimates what has been delivered upon for that $500,000, $500,000, it was nothing. It was absolutely nothing. Not a single trade deal. But the minister responsible for economic development had actually doubled down and stated that it is not the role of the trade representative or his role as the minister responsible for economic development to make trade deals. So, I think that's somewhat concerning for this province that we have a representative. And if I had more time, I would actually go through the mandate letter of the minister. And although I have unlimited time, I do want to remain respectful and also articulate. So I want to make sure that the speaker is able to follow the direction of debate here today, Honourable Speaker. So we see that as something of great concern. We also see the growing debt and the effects that has in general on our province. Honourable Speaker, Manitoba debt is $38.1 billion. That's billion with a B. What that translates into is $24,831 per person. And this bits of bill doesn't address any of that, right? So you may ask, well, what would be the effect of that? Debt is debt, and it's the government to understand what our debt is. If you got debt with your mortgage or your car payment, the obligations to that. But people don't feel the debt of a government. You aren't able to touch it the same way as you're able to touch the products that you would have been able to purchase if it wasn't for your consumer debt. If you didn't need to make that credit card payment, you'd be able to actually touch something of substance. And Honourable Speaker, unfortunately, with government debt, you just can't do it the same way. So I'll try to draw the comparison. This debt is actually almost $25,000 per person. So, that's roughly every single person, and that's not just you and your wife. It's you, your wife, your children, your grandmother that's now in a personal care home. They're all carrying an extra car payment, right? That is an extra car that your 5-year-old son or daughter may be able to have. Every single person in your family would have an extra car. I hope that draws relation to what it actually means, Honourable Speaker. We could have 10% more of everything if this government would act in more of a responsible way with their budget bill. Honourable Speaker, they haven't been, and they've showcased that to Manitobans. Manitobans are speaking out against it. Honourable Speaker, again, to tie that to something that people can actually put a connection to, I gave this some thought. I find that as debt has increased from the millions to billions for governments, and you don't have that contact to what the debt actually means, people lose touch with $550 million, as this government said that their deficit may be, which in reality we know that they've never hit their target with debt. They far surpass that one each and every time. We're missing the mark on performance of economic growth, but we sure are not missing the mark with debt growth. But, Honourable Speaker, if you look at the quantitative measure put into something relatable, 1 million seconds is 11 and a half days. 1 million seconds gives you 11 and a half days, right? So not quite 2 weeks worth of time. 1 billion seconds is 31.7 years. 31.7 years versus 11 days. So when you switch from 1 million to 1 billion, that's how much more it is. And I talked to some friends the other weekend about that, and they said, we never really thought about that. So when we talk about $1 million, we all know that $1 million is quite a bit of money. And then when we talk about $1 billion, this government throws around $1 billion, like, oh, well, we went from $500 million to $1.6 million. It's only one and a bit, and it's creeping on 2, but 1 and 2 aren't big numbers. What is that? Honourable Speaker, that is the difference between affordability for Manitobans and being suffocated by debt commitment. Honourable Speaker, and that is really unfortunate. And we haven't seen this government take any action whatsoever. We've seen a complete disaster in the past, and now within their current mandate with Manitoba Hydro. Manitoba Hydro holds a $25.3 billion of debt. Honourable Speaker, I don't know if all Manitobans even realize this. This is something that I found quite interesting. Manitoba Hydro, our crown corporation, our crown jewel, holds more debt, this is a corporation within this Manitoba government, holds more debt than half of the countries on the planet. Half the countries. Wow. This isn't half the companies. This is half of the countries of the world have less debt than our crown corporation, and it's exploding. Honourable Speaker, Manitoba Hydro debt is now projected in the next few years to go to $34 billion. Honourable Speaker, that is concerning. But Honourable Speaker, that definitely makes a difference to the affordability of the province. I want to portray that this government is getting it all wrong, and the purpose of our Hoist Amendment is so that Manitobans can be listened to by this government. Another report that had come out in the Winnipeg Free Press just yesterday, is that the Manitoba delinquency rate rises amid cost of living strain. And Honourable Speaker, that was brought forward by Equifax. And this government says that they are listening. They are listening to Manitobans. So I look at social media, because that's what seems to drive and direct this government as social media posts. So we saw the Minister of Health make a social media post about the opposition trying to stall their great affordability bill. Honourable Speaker, I printed it out for myself, just some of the top comments. And Honourable Speaker, it is clear to see that this government is offside, and we would just hope that through the opportunity we have given this government through this Hoist Amendment, through our debate on the BITSA bill, that they would take the time, the suggested time, another 5 months from now, to to consult with Manitobans, those that are concerned, those that are putting out reports like the Winnipeg Economic Development and Tourism Association. But Honourable Speaker, you don't need to go very far to see that Manitobans are concerned. I looked at this social media post, and again, I used the social media post because this is Manitobans expressing their concerns as directly as it could be. And it's in a comfortable new form. It's quite new and modern to guiding government, but clearly this government is guided by that. We see a significant TikTok, Instagram, Facebook presence by the government, and that seems to be how they get their message out and communicate with Manitobans. That's consulting with Manitobans. So I think it's important to address comments that are made. I pulled the first 20 comments off this social media post, and I'll read out some of them. So the very first one, Honourable Speaker, was, "You have a majority government, pass the affordability measures and stop playing games." They see through it. Catio, the second comment, "What's the loophole? I don't understand. Please explain." Manitobans don't understand why this government has such an issue governing the province with a significant majority government. Anything that they learned in school would tell them that when you have a majority government, that you're able to enact the laws that you wish. So Honourable Speaker, this government is clearly doing a poor job at explaining to Manitobans their role of government, or maybe the government themselves. Maybe this NDP government has spent too much time in, hopefully it's going to be longer shortly, but in opposition, that they don't actually know how to govern yet. They're learning on their feet here, and they're trying to get their feet under them. I see this NDP government with the bits of bill that they brought forward, and I compare it to being back on the farm. When you see that young calf just being born, and it just can't get its feet under it. It wants to run. It sees the other calves out on the pasture. It wants to run, but the legs they aren't under it yet, right? So it takes some time, and that calf, it looks to the other animals around it, and it learns on that it needs to actually take some measured steps towards actually walking. Honourable Speaker, unfortunately, the comparison can be drawn to listening to Manitobans, and this government is not doing that. And that's why they just cannot get their feet beneath them. Honourable Speaker, the next comment is by Larry. And this is in order. This isn't picking and choosing, Honourable Speaker. Next comment is by Larry, expressing his concern about this BITSA bill. This is a post by the minister talking about exactly what we're doing here right now. This is about debate on the BITSA bill, and expressing the concern of the opposition debating, our rights as the official opposition to debate and express the voice of Manitobans. And it doesn't get any better than actually hearing the voices of Manitobans. So Larry says, removing a sales tax on junk food is hardly making a dent in affordable groceries that already doesn't have any taxes. The next comment, Brandy. Because dropping the PST on groceries, quote groceries, will give back, what, $25 a year, when lowering basic income tax would give back a heck of a lot more. I'll alter the terminology there. That's NDP mathing. Then, Honourable Speaker, Robert, the health minister promoting taking the tax off junk food. The irony is real. Honourable Speaker, I can go on and on and on, and this is in order, Honourable Speaker. This is, like I said, this isn't cherry-picking comments. These are real Manitobans that this is on an NDP post. So I'd only assume that these Manitobans, in fact, are followers of the NDP. These are probably, each and every one of these are probably the people that helped to put the government in the government benches. I would bet you, Honorable Speaker, that these people are having some real buyer's remorse right now. They are seeing the failures, and they are seeing that these failures are real. Honorable Speaker, we see this. I'm not going to dwell on the facts that we see, but what is very concerning is when you see independent reports by Equifax, as I've stated, a headline Free Press article, Manitoba delinquency rate rises amid the cost of living strain. When Equifax, right, like these are the people, this is the organization that signals to lenders whether or not somebody is viable to purchase. And they're calling out Manitoba as being unique. Manitobans are increasingly missing credit card payments as the cost of living rises. Non-mortgage debt in Manitoba jumped 1.84% when comparing January through March to the same time last year. Manitoba's average non-mortgage debt hung around $18,568. Meanwhile, the measure tracking when Manitoba's past payment deadline by at least 90 days, called a delinquency rate, hiked 2.32% year over year, according to the new data. And Honourable Speaker, this is of most recent data, and it goes to show you people struggling. I tie that back to, we can tie it to all segments of the economy. It's quite easy and clear to do, but it reminds me of the jobs numbers, right? Honourable Speaker, we had the minister together with his whole caucus clapping in question period, saying that there was job creation within the last month. Honourable Speaker, when you drive down into those numbers, we saw that some of the largest decrease in job market numbers were the months leading into the year, the January and February. And then we saw a slight rebound. So I drove into the numbers. Honourable Speaker, I've stated in the past my background. I've got a commerce degree and an economics degree, as well as a lifelong business manager. So it comes natural to me to need to know the whole story. So when I drive down into these numbers, we see a strong percentage of those being seasonal workers. And that's not concerning. That's a Manitoba thing, right? Like we're in a cold climate. We have a construction season that is limited. A large number of our workforce needs to be mobilized for the summer months, and that same labor workforce is really restricted during the winter. So I'm not going to be blaming the NDP government for our seasonal cycles here in Manitoba. That's simply not fair, and I'm reasonable enough to not try to state that. But when we look past that, we look at something else very concerning. Senior job enter has skyrocketed. So these are seniors that would have been outside of the job market, right? And unemployment doesn't account for, and I'm sure all Manitobans are well aware of this, but I'll state it for those that may not be, because it is quite easy to overlook, right? Because when you think of unemployment, you think of the people that don't have a job, and that in fact is not accurate. Honourable Speaker, the unemployment rate only accounts for those that are unemployed for a segment of time. When they've stopped looking for a job, they are no longer included. So that's a little bit misleading. So, anyone that would be long-term on any type of social assistance program or anything like that no longer is considered unemployed because they're not actively looking for a job. So they're excluded. Along with that would be senior citizens that have retired and are drawing on a retirement plan, an old age pension, Canadian pension plan, any of those, no longer considered as part of the statistic for unemployment. A large portion of job entries that we're seeing, or workforce entries that we're seeing, are actually seniors. These are people that retired. They thought, I've worked my whole life, I've put money away, I now am going to enjoy life. I'm going to spend time with my family, my grandkids. I'm going to go to the local pool hall and enjoy my days. And then they realize that under the economic climate of this province, and again, I'm not going to be unfair. I'm not going to say that this isn't something that's more widespread across the country. The unfortunate part is we're leading the country in these types of trends. And what that means is that we are not creating the affordability that people deserve. You know, I feel bad for someone that has contributed their entire life to our province and our country. This is somebody that each and every day they got up, they went to work, they contributed to build wealth for our nation. They paid their taxes, entrusted the government to responsibly use their money to provide services that are beneficial to them. And instead now they're being faced with seeing reckless misrepresentation of that. They're seeing a government that is compounding the problem. They're seeing a government in this BITSA bill, together with the broader, larger budget. They're seeing a government that's taking their hard-earned money and creating additional debt with it. So in fact, that's compounding the problem. You're taking money from somebody else, taking debt, overspending, wasting the money, and then going back to those same people and saying, now you are on the hook to make the payment. It's when you think about it, it's bizarre. It's a neighbor buying a car, or you co-signing for them because you trust them, and then they trash it. They don't take care of it, and then they can't make the payment themselves. You know, they haven't figured out a way that they'd be able to pay for the damages as well as fulfill their obligation. And then they come back to you and say, in fact, you are the one responsible for the situation that we're in. And the government, in large part, has done exactly that to the seniors in this province. And we're seeing it with those jobs numbers. So, Honourable Speaker, those jobs numbers are very concerning. Then, again, we compare it to our neighbors, and we see what are they doing? What are they doing different? And we've brought forward some of these recommendations, Honourable Speaker. That's why it is really disappointing that this government won't even engage in debate with an opposition that was a short while ago in government, that ran balanced budgets. And now we can't even have constructive debate. Obviously, we know, Manitobans know, as I pointed out in the social media comments, Manitobans understand how government functions. They realize that this government has a majority. They can do whatever they want in the grand scheme of things. But I don't understand why, as the official opposition representing a significant portion of Manitobans that are contributing to the position of our province, we aren't being listened to. And in turn, the voices that we represent are not being listened to. Honourable Speaker, so we've brought forward some recommendations that would make a real difference. That is raising the basic personal exemption to $30,000, and that's because we know that would make a difference. I spoke about it earlier. How do you pay for it, the government says. there's economic theory that supports it. Like this doesn't need to be debate amongst politicians that may not have any background in economics. You can open a textbook, go down to the University of Manitoba, speak to an economics prof, get them to flip to the appropriate page and look at the Laffer curve, right? An economic theory that supports when government puts money back into the pockets of its citizens, how that expands the economy, as well as the multiplier effect. And we see, like I said, I had done a paper on it in one of my economics classes during my undergrad, and it's amazing to see when you track a dollar in a local community, what that transforms into by the time it exits your community. So, Honourable Speaker, we know that it's possible. We know that other jurisdictions are doing it. We know that other jurisdictions have done it. And we see that no prosperous nation has ever built wealth on a tax structure for the people that are there to grow and support their country. There is no example around the world, Honourable Speaker, that shows that more taxation, less trust in the citizens that create the wealth, that less trust in keeping more of the money that they earn is a way forward to build our economy. So, Honourable Speaker, we bring forward constructive suggestions. Basic personal exemption is something that we feel is critical to growing our economy and combating the affordability crisis that we have before us. Honourable Speaker, we've brought forward other ideas that would support the business community to support those that they employ. That's a single desk business model. And what that does is it gives predictable avenues to access the approvals that are needed, the permits that are required to build, grow, invest, and prosper. It's something that the government can just take as a recommendation to do something with it, but we're seeing a complete unwillingness. Land transfer tax for first-time homebuyers is another thing that we see as we're facing an affordability crisis. The average age of first-time home buyers is rapidly increasing in Manitoba. Another statistics that we are leading the country in is the average age of first-time home buyers. That's concerning. In a province like Manitoba, we would think this would be something in downtown Toronto or downtown Vancouver where affordability of a home is out of reach. But now we are seeing Manitoba leading the way. Another one that we brought forward before was eliminating the PST on building materials for new homes. When we talk about the lack of affordable living, the lack of homes to address these concerns that we have in Manitobans accessing housing, that is something that would make a difference. And Honourable Speaker, when we talk about reducing tax and building the economy, that makes a difference. That is what this BITSA bill should set out to do. Honourable Speaker, the BITSA bill, together with the budget bill of this government, should be listening to those concerns on the things that actually build our economy, support Manitobans, make a difference so that we can enjoy those luxuries as I started out my remarks on. And that's why we've brought forward the Hoist Amendment, Honourable Speaker, because it simply gives the government more time to listen to Manitobans as well as those stakeholders that are willing to provide the guidance. Honourable Speaker, these are the business organizations, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. These are organizations like the Winnipeg Economic and Tourism Association. These are the guiding voices that know what it's going to take to make a better Manitoba. Honourable Speaker, and we're willing to come to the table and work. Manitobans, clearly, as I stated in all those social media posts, they're willing to So, Honourable Speaker, with that, I would like to give the opportunity to others to speak to this very important hoist amendment and discussion. And Honourable Speaker, I know that I'll have the opportunity sometime in the future to finish my comments. So I thank you, Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Honourable Assistant Deputy Speaker, Honourable Assistant Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act, commonly referred to as BITSA. Today, you've heard for the last few hours that we are moving a hoist motion. Now, before I explain what a hoist motion is and why it matters, I think it's important to note something for Manitobans watching this debate. Because not everyone knows what a hoist motion is. But why are we having this discussion? The Progressive Conservative Caucus has been speaking for over 55 hours in this chamber to this NDP government. For 23 hours alone, in this single sitting, we have been speaking to this NDP government. And not one NDP MLA has stood up and put one word on the record. Wow. Not one NDP MLA or minister or premier has spoken to why their budget is a good, what they think to be a good budget. Not one of them has defended their position. Not one of them has said what we're saying is wrong. They are just not working. They are not listening to you. We have brought forward your concerns to this chamber, to this NDP government. And what do they do instead? They play video games. They watch movies on their iPads. They put their feet on the chairs, they take their shoes off, they wrap themselves in blankets, they take naps on the couches. They do not want to work. If you think what I'm saying is not true, you can simply go back and look at the footage, Honourable Assistant Deputy Speaker. This is not a serious government. This is not a listening government that they campaigned on. This is a government who is merely trying to make flashy announcements and pass by. Now, when I refer to why that's important is because it brings me directly to the hoist motion, which is what we are debating today. And that is brought forward, and I want to thank the member for Swan River for his diligence, for his hard work, and for his commitment to bring this motion, this hoist amendment forward. Yeah. And that is, and I'll skip to the end of the hoist motion here where it says, be not now read a second time, but that it be read a second time this day, 5 months hence. 5 months hence. So we're saying in this hoist motion that this should be brought forward in 5 months. Why in 5 months? Because after 23 hours of straight sitting, they're not listening. After 55 plus hours of discussions in this chamber, they are not listening. So we are hoping that after 5 more months with this hoist motion, they will finally listen, Honourable Assistant Deputy Speaker. If this NDP government isn't willing to put one word on the record to defend their own budget, how can they possibly ask Manitobans to vote for it? How can they in good conscience sit here in the chamber, collect their salaries while they're watching movies and sleeping in the chamber, while at our side of the house we put up speaker after speaker after speaker, committed to bringing your issues forward, committed to representing your concerns, to having this NDP government just for a second listen. Listen to what Manitobans are saying. And what they're saying is clear, that they are struggling. They are having a hard time paying their bills. That they can't put food on the table, they can't put gas in their car, they can't put their kids in sports, and they can't, God forbid they want to do this, take a trip with their family. Because life is not affordable in this province under this NDP government. But what is happening here? This NDP government is playing games. They're playing games with your life. They're playing games by saying, we on this side of the House somehow magically are blocking the work they're doing. Well, Manitobans have listened, and they've heard. Like my member from Brandon West speaks so eloquently when he says there's a difference between listening and hearing. They might say they're listening, but they're not hearing. It's not resonating with them. They're not acting on it. It's not getting into their soul. When Manitobans now are saying, listen, hear what we're saying. What we're telling you is we're struggling. And this NDP government has the audacity to go forward and say, we are going to make your life more affordable by saving you a few pennies off of junk food. That is their crown jewel in this. If you listen to anything this government has said, is that we are going to save you money on junk food. Manitobans are saying that's not enough. A hoist motion will give this government 5 months to just listen. And after 5 months, if they come back with the data and the reports and they say, hey, we listened for 5 months, here are all the people we talked to, Honorable Assistant Deputy Speaker, these are all the people we've spoken to, and they say that saving money on junk food is what they want. Well then great, pass it. But I guarantee you that's not what they're going to hear. That's why they don't have the courage. That's why they don't have the backbone. That's why they don't have that conviction to stand up in the House today and put one word on the record. Because they know they are fundamentally wrong. They know that saving you 7 cents on a can of pop, 14 cents on a bag of chips, 2 cents on 1 liter of milk is not going to make the difference. That's why we on this side of the House have been speaking for 23 hours straight, and we're not done yet. We will continue to go forward. We will continue to message that from Manitobans because they have to listen. And that is exactly what a hoist motion does. The Minister of Finance wants to heckle once again when I speak. He has a habit of heckling when I speak, but he has a habit of also not putting words on the record. It's concerning that he is the Minister of Finance that came forward with this awful budget. And now he doesn't want to listen to Manitobans. When we give him the opportunity, this is your out, Minister. You have the ability to, now he says I'm not serious, he wants to heckle again. You know what's not serious, Honorable Assistant Deputy Speaker, Minister of Finance? When you tell someone that they can save money on junk food. When Manitobans are dying in hospitals, when Manitobans can't pay their bills, when Manitobans are waiting 20+ hours, when Manitobans are begging to be heard, when our economy is dead last, they're begging to be heard. A hoist motion allows that ability for Manitobans to be heard if the Minister of Finance would put his ego aside. Put your pride aside. You are a servant for the people of Manitoba. Listen to what they're telling you. And like my great esteemed colleague from La Vérendrye said, when he quoted off time and time again of Manitobans bringing their concerns forward, where the Manitobans talk about how this NDP, and this is Manitobans, this is public, and this is actually on the NDP social media. NDP social media, where they said, quote, you have a majority government, pass affordability measures and stop playing games. Removing a sales tax on junk food is hardly making a dent in affordable groceries that already doesn't have any taxes. The health minister promoting taxing, taking the tax off junk food is, the irony is real. The PC plan results in a way more money in your pocket. Your plan saves a handful of dollars a month. It goes on and on and on. There's thousands of comments online. Thousands. Again, you can hear them clear as day. They're mocking. They're laughing. When they have the opportunity to put words on the record, they don't want to do it. You know what that's called? When you want to heckle someone, yell at someone, when you actually don't have the opportunity to do it? It's called being a coward. It's called being cowardice. It's called being ashamed. It's called being embarrassed. It's called you might be held accountable for the words you put on the record. And they don't want to be accountable because they know this is a terrible budget. They know there's no affordability changes in this. That is why, after they have voted against a reasoned amendment, that is why, after they have voted against 23 hours of debate just in this one day, and we will continue to go, that they don't want to put words on the record. Today's hoist motion simply allows Manitobans to have more of a voice for 5 months. And they don't want to do that. They want to play games. Families are struggling with groceries, mortgages, rents, taxes, fuel, the cost of everyday life. The Minister of Finance says, well, pass the bill. Okay. What are you doing to make life more affordable, Minister? Put some words on the record. So he says here in the chamber, take the PST off junk food. That's his answer right now. He says, take the PST off junk food. It's embarrassing. It's comical. It's pathetic that this is what he actually says in the chamber right now. Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Manitobans are struggling.
Order, please. Please keep it low. Member for Fort White.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I appreciate you calling the Minister of Finance to order there. It continues to speak on a narrative of this NDP government. Symbolism over action. Big flashy announcements over real affordability changes. Getting the headlines instead of doing the work. Continue time and time again. The hospital in Portage la Prairie, done, built, funded by the previous PC government. The 7 RAM clinics that are open in the province, done by the previous PC government. 15 schools built now, done by the previous PC government. $100 million in arts, culture, and sport and community fund, done by the previous PC government. What do? They show up, they cut the ribbon, they say, oh, look at us. But in reality, they haven't done any of the work. Just like they are not doing the work today. Just like they refuse to come forward and speak. 23 hours they've had the opportunity. Now the Minister of Addictions and Homelessness wants to put some words on the record. Oh, no, wait, they don't. They want to heckle. Because they're cowards. They don't want to speak to their actual budget. They don't want to be held accountable for their actions, and they don't want any transparency. Families are struggling. Families
Order, please.
Have the right.
Order, please. I would request the member to tie it back to the hoist amendment, please. Member for Fort White.
Thank you very much, Honourable Assistant Deputy Speaker, and I thank you for your guidance on that, and I'll tie that back, and everything I've said is about allowing Manitobans an opportunity to come forward and speak. Allow Manitobans 5 more months to have their voices heard. That is exactly what a hoist amendment does. Is that it not to be read a second time this day, 5 months hence. 5 more months for Manitobans. Now the Minister of Finance wants to say we're delaying it. Last time I checked, and Manitobans, you can fact check this, the NDP is the government. They are the premier NDP leader. They have more seats. They have more votes. They can implement what they want, and they're clapping, so they acknowledge this. They acknowledge that they have that power. Yep. They acknowledge they have the power, but they want to play political games. They want to play political. They can implement the changes they want. They can implement the changes they want. They refuse not to. Greg Selinger did it when he increased the PST after he promised he wouldn't. Brian Palliser did it when he lowered the PST. Mark Carney did it without a vote when he removed the federal gas tax. This NDP government, what do? Nothing. Play games. Don't put any words on the record. Don't want to work to get it done. Don't want to listen to Manitobans. They want to make flashy announcements with none of the hard work. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Assistant Deputy Speaker, how did junk food become a priority for this government? At a time when our healthcare is crumbling, crime is out of control, addictions, homelessness is at record highs, our economy is dead last, education property taxes are 3 times higher than anywhere else in the country in Manitoba. Inflation is the highest it is in the country, Manitoba. Food inflation is the highest. And this government prioritizes junk food. This government prioritizes talking about picking winners and losers. A meal prepared by a local restaurant owner will not be PST exempt, but a meal or a pizza prepared at Costco or Sobeys will. Help me make sense of that. And when asked to do it and brought forward, it might be a bit of an honest mistake. Hey, you made this mistake, you left this out. Manitobans are saying this. This is what the host motion will bring more examples like this forward from Manitobans. You have the opportunity to change it. They choose not to. Why? Because of their arrogance. Because of their ability that they can do whatever they want and you have no say. We're simply proposing a hoist amendment to say, give it 5 more months. Talk about it. If you want to implement things, you can implement them. You have the majority of votes. You can do it, Honorable Assistant Deputy Speaker. It's time to listen, consult. It's time to hear. It's time to let it resonate with you. It's time to make a real difference in the province of Manitoba. They have that opportunity. I have so much more to talk about. We got quotes from the Canadian Taxpayer Federation. We have quotes from CFIB. We have quotes from Harvest Manitoba, Doctors Manitoba, Manitoba Nurses Union, Restaurants Canada. Every one of them talks about more consultation, being shut out, not listening to what their sector needs, not listening to what Manitoba needs. Every one of them is wrong, but this Premier is right. That is the definition of arrogance. That is the definition of not listening to Manitobans. Honorable Assistant Deputy Speaker, we proposed a simple plan. A simple plan that would increase your basic personal exemption to $30,000, meaning that a family would save up to $3,000. This NDP government refuses to discuss it. They want to attack personal attacks, they want to make jokes, they want to laugh, they want to bark, but they don't want to do the work of debating, having that conversation here in the chamber. 23 hours have gone by and they refuse to do it, Honorable Assistant Deputy Speaker. When it comes to delivering results, this government has failed. When it comes to broken promises, this government has excelled. When it comes to delivering for Manitobans, no one believes them anymore. No one believes what they're going to say. No one believes Manitoba can become a half province under this government because they have misled them so many times. No one believes that they will listen. That is why we have made an effort to bring forward this hoist amendment. Now, 23 hours in, not one NDP member stood up. Not one stood to defend their affordability plan. Not one stood to defend their junk food tax. Not one member on that side of the House put words on the record, but they love to heckle. They love to try to intimidate. They love to make jokes, but they don't want to do the work. That tells Manitobans everything they need to know. But I will tell Manitobans, do not lose hope. There are brighter days ahead. This NDP government is being exposed for what they are. On this side of the House, we will listen. We will work hard for you. We will compete, and we will grow Manitoba to a half province, Honorable Assistant Deputy Speaker. We will build a province where families keep more of what they earn, where every opportunity returns to Manitobans, where Manitobans are listened to, and Manitoba will move from a have-not province to being a province of growth, opportunity, prosperity under this PC Party of Manitoba.
Are there any further speakers? Seeing none, is the House ready for the question? The question before the House is the hoist motion to Bill 53 moved by the Honourable Member for Swan River. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I hear a no. All those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Could we please check this in a recorded vote?
A recorded vote having been requested, call in the members.
Order. The 1 hour provided for the ringing of the division bells has expired. I am therefore directing that the division bells be turned off and the House proceed to the vote. The question before the House is the hoist amendment for second reading of Bill number 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act. Would the House like the hoist amendment read? No. Yes. The hoist amendment reads that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: Bill number 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2026, Loi d'exécutation du budget de 2026 et modifiant diverses dispositions législatives en matière de fiscalité, be not now read a second time, but that it be read a second time this day 5 months hence. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Okay, nice and slow.
Mr. Khan,
Mr. Khan,
Mr. Johnson,
Mr. Johnson,
Mrs. Stone,
Mrs. Stone,
Emily Bereza,
Emily Bariza,
Mrs. Cook,
Mrs. Cook,
Mr. Nars,
Mr. Narth,
Mr. Balkin,
Mr. Balkin,
Mr. Ginter,
Mr. Ginter,
Mr. King,
Mr. King,
Ms. Byram,
Ms. Byram,
Mr. Nisbet,
Mr. Nesbitt,
Mr. Wasco,
Mr. Owasco,
Mr. Schuler,
Mr. Schuler,
Mr. Ginter, oh, Gerson,
Mr. Gertson,
Mr. Wobchuk,
Mr. Wochuk,
Mr. Pipniuk,
Mr. Panyuk,
Mr. Vasiliev.
Mr. Vasiliev.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Honorable Mr. Canoe,
Honorable Mr. Canoe,
Honorable Minister Fontaine,
Honorable Minister Fontaine,
Honorable Minister Schmidt,
Honorable Minister Schmidt,
Honorable Mr. Beep,
Honorable Mr. Weeb,
Honorable Minister Seguera,
Honorable Minister Asaguera,
Honorable Minister Sala,
Honorable Minister Sala,
Honorable Mr. Castician,
Honorable Mr. Christitian,
Honorable Ms. Smith,
Honorable Ms. Smith,
Emily Loisel,
MLA Loisel,
Emily Cross,
MLA Cross,
Honorable Mr. Bushy,
Honorable Mr. Bushy,
Honorable Mr. Simard,
Honorable Mr. Simard,
Honorable Minister Marcelino,
Honorable Minister Marcelino,
Honorable Minister Kennedy,
Honorable Minister Kennedy,
Honorable Mr. Moses,
Honorable Mr. Moses,
Honorable Minister Cable,
Honorable Minister Cable,
Honorable Minister Naylor,
Honorable Minister Naylor,
Honorable Minister Sandhu,
Honorable Minister Sandhu,
Honorable Mr. Moyes,
Honorable Mr. Moyes,
Honorable Minister Morose,
Honorable Minister Morose,
Mrs. Schott,
Mrs. Schott,
Emily Malloway,
MLA Malloway,
Emily Chen,
MLA Chen,
Emily Pankratz,
MLA Pankratz,
Emily Tivgen,
MLA Devgan,
Emily Compton,
MLA Compton,
Mr. Oxenham,
Mr. Oxenham,
Emily Corbett,
MLA Corbett,
Emily Delacruz,
MLA Delacruz,
Mr. Brar,
Mr. Brar,
Emily Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually, asking each remote member to audibly state their vote, responding with either I vote yes or I vote no. I would also remind members to unmute their mics only when they are recognized and then immediately mute them again once they have declared their vote.
Mr. Prashad,
I vote yes.
Mr. Prashad votes yes.
Mr. Wharton,
I vote yes.
Mr. Wharton votes yes. Well done, Renee. Ayes 19, nays 31.
I declare the motion defeated. Before we move on to debate on the main motion, I would like to direct all honorable members to the public gallery, where we have joining us the pages for the upcoming fall and spring sessions. So we welcome them here and welcome them in the fall to join us here working in the chamber. So we will now resume debate on the main resolution for a second reading of Bill 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act, and the floor is open for debate. The honourable member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. And I hesitated for a bit to get up because I thought somebody from the NDP side would want to stand up and talk about this bill that they've introduced. But unfortunately, they don't have the confidence in their own bill to stand up and talk about their bill and what it is not offering Manitobans for a tax relief and for any economic relief. So I rise today to talk about Bill 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act. And it gives me great pleasure to bring these words on behalf of my constituents in Brandon West. And I'm sure each and every one of us want to represent our constituents to the best of our ability. Each one of us has approximately 25,000 constituents, and we want their voices to make sure is heard here in this chamber. And that's what we're here to do. They have spoken, they have talked to many of us about the issues that they're seeing regarding affordability here in Manitoba. And unfortunately, it is getting more and more difficult for individuals to survive in this climate during this affordability crisis. And I think before we get into the minutiae of this bill, we really have to recognize that there's much broader issues across Manitoba, actually across Canada, but here in Manitoba particularly. The fact that people are worried. People are worried every day. They're waking up and wondering how they're going to pay those bills. They're wondering how they're going to put food on the table. They're wondering how they're going to keep their kids in sporting activities when affordability crisis continues throughout this province. They're having no ability to pay those bills. They're having to make decisions between paying rent, maybe making their mortgage payment, buying drugs that will help them, prescription drugs that will help them throughout their life to help them in their health journey, or do they have to buy groceries? Do they have to take their kids out of sporting activities? There's just so many decisions that families have to make, and they're worried. Workers are worried because they know that they could be getting much, much more out of their paychecks if they had the basic personal exemption raised to $30,000. And that's something that this PC team has offered to work with this government, to work with the Canoe government and say, hey, let's move that marker forward. Let's help all of our constituents across this province, and let's give them a reason to want to stay here, to work in our province, and to make us prosper. So the workers are worried. They know that if the basic personal exemption was raised to $30,000, they would get an additional $1,535 in their pockets. And to some people, that's not a lot of money, but for people that are struggling, for people that need those resources, that maybe have 3, 4, 5, 6 children, that makes all the difference in the world. That will help them with a number of different areas, and I've went over some of them. But, you know, food inflation in this province is the top in all of the country. And that $1,535 could actually be used to put towards very healthy food for each of those children or each of those families. So that's why workers are concerned. And they know that if they're a family of two, and most families nowadays have to have two working couples to survive. And so that family, if we raise the basic personal exemption to $30,000, would have over $3,000 a year in their pocket. And now that's real money. That's areas where I talked about this in one of my previous discussions, where they could take some of that money and invest it into college education or university education or trade school or some sort of post-secondary education. And we know they won't be able to do that at MITT because it's getting closed down. But many of the other post-secondary areas throughout the province would, love to train these future workers and have them invest in our economy. These are the ones that are going to help build Manitoba. They're the ones that are going to be at the construction sites. They're going to be running the cable when it's time to put the electricity in. They're going to be doing the pipes when it's time to do the plumbing or the gas fitting or any of these areas. Unfortunately, when I talk about the trades, this government has decided to go to a 1-to-1 ratio, and so we're losing those qualified tradespeople through our province. They're fleeing, they're scurrying to other provinces because it's more affordable there, but it's also the fact that they can get the training that they desperately need. They can get the training that is required for an apprentice. They can get that training in other provinces because here, this government has decided to cut that back to 1-to-1 ratio. In other provinces,
I'd remind the member to make his comments relevant to the motion. The piece of legislation in front of us. The honourable member for Brandon West.
Right, moving that forward, we're talking about the economy, growing the economy, and making sure that there's affordability measures put into place here within Manitoba. And so making sure that we have the proper workforce here in Manitoba is very important, and I would say extremely relevant to why this debate is happening. We're having many people within our constituencies come and talk to us about their ability to work or their inability to get those apprenticeship areas. And with that, they can help spur our economy, help move it forward, increase our affordability here within the province, and maybe support families. Support a young family, a growing family that we want to see happen here in Manitoba. We want to grow our population so that they can eventually work within our province, pay the taxes, and help support our overall system here in Manitoba. And that's important. Young Manitobans are trying to build a future and they're worried. The reason they're worried is simple. Life has become significantly more expensive, and many people no longer feel confident that they're getting ahead. They have to stretch every penny, and pennies is what they'll save under this junk food tax. 7 cents on a bottle of pop. That's what they will save. And so they need to stretch those pennies, and we don't even have them anymore. So they need to stretch those nickels. They need to make sure that they work for each family and that affordability is there for the families that are going through our systems here and unfortunately having to live through this affordability crisis. In fact, many feel that they're falling behind despite doing everything right. They're upgrading their education. They're finding higher paying jobs. Some people, and I know in my family I've seen this too, are working in other provinces or working outside of the city that they live in to get higher paying jobs and be able to bring that paycheck home to support their family. That's not healthy for families to have that separation of spouses or a parent or a guardian away and not supporting that family, because these are the young individuals, their children, that we want to see a bright future for here in Manitoba. And unfortunately, they're not seeing that. They're budgeting extremely carefully. They have to nowadays. You go to the grocery store and a head of lettuce can be $4.99 now. You get some cauliflower or broccoli, stuff that's healthy, and all of a sudden you're walking out with one bag with a few vegetables in it, and you've spent almost $100.
Yeah.
And that's unfathomable.
Yeah.
My wife and I were talking about this just last week when we first moved into our home about 30 years ago, the home that we're presently in, and we remembered going on a big shopping spree because we had just moved in and we wanted to, stock the refrigerator and stock the cupboards, because that's what you do when you move into a new home. You want to be ready to do your family meals, to sit down at the kitchen table. We spent $253 and we could barely see the kitchen floor for all of the bags of groceries that were on there. And we stocked the refrigerator, we stocked the pantry, all of the drawers were filled with healthy snacks for our children, and made sure that it was there for $253. And now I get 2 small bags of groceries for that. And if I'm adding meat to that, forget about it. There is no chance whatsoever. So families today, I don't know how that they're able to get by. I actually feel very, very sorry for them having to go through this and trying to raise their family and trying to make sure.
I just going to interrupt because we have some guests that are going to be leaving in a couple minutes. So we have a group of students from Grey Academy who are guests of the honorable member for Tuxedo. So we have with us in the gallery Nath Goldenberg, Lev Shizik, RJ Silver, Zev McFlicker, Nevo Pace, and Ben Singer Abrams, alongside their coach, Dr. Micah Dirksen. The honorable member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. And, I had the opportunity to see the guests in the hallways earlier. So on behalf of the PC caucus, we welcome them here today as well. And we look forward to moving forward. So as I continued on, people are working hard. They're doing everything that is humanly possible for them to make sure that they are setting a budget, that they're being able to support families. But what they're doing is they're also cutting back on spending. They're forced to cut back. And that's unfair. That's unfortunate for a lot of these families that really just want, as parents, we want to see our children do better than us. That is our goal, is our parents do better, or our children do better than us, as our parents wanted to see us do better. And I know my children want to see their children, my grandchildren, do better yet. Unfortunately, right now in this province, it's difficult to do that. And I don't know, unfortunately, I didn't hear what the Premier yelled across there, but when I'm talking about family and the support of family, I find it incredibly difficult to hear people bark back and forth over here at us and make insults about family and about children when we're trying to talk about something very serious. When we're talking about affordability for the next generation of Manitobans. We look at the rising costs that are happening here. Housing costs have increased unbelievably. For a house that we could buy at one time, when I was younger, for about twice of my wage, now the same houses in the same area are quadruple the wages that my son makes in the same profession that I did. So affordability is a real issue for families, for young families getting started. They often have to stay with their parents for many more years than what we did to try and save up a down payment to start a home on their own and start that family that so many people desire to have, and to work towards having that community built amongst them, amongst their family. Mortgage costs have increased, of course, because of the cost of the housing. Mortgage costs are going up. And my parents talked to me about at a time when they bought their home and interest rates were at about 21%. Now, thankfully, and I'm very thankful that they don't have to experience that, because I don't think anybody could afford the price of a home now plus pay 21% interest. That's why affordability is so important, and that's why we're having this debate on BITSA, is to make sure that, you know, affordability is a measure that each and every one of our children and our grandchildren and future family members can afford here in Manitoba. Rental prices have increased. Food prices have increased, insurance costs have increased, utility bills have skyrocketed, especially the last several years when we look at our hydro rates and our utility rates. You know, unfortunately, we have a government that wants to bypass the pub and just set rates on their own, and that, again, is a significant barrier to individuals, because they know that this government will take every penny out of their pocket that they can when it comes to taxes and utility bills and anything that they can increase their coffers on the backs of Manitobans. And in many cases, wages simply have not kept pace. There's an affordability crisis facing Manitoba families, and it's not theoretical, it's not political, it is real. It's a real experience that each and every one of our constituents face day in and day out. And I talked about it earlier, them having to make the critical decisions, life-altering decisions sometimes, of whether they want to pay for their medication or whether they want to feed their family, whether they want to pay the mortgage or whether they want to put gas in their car so that they can go to work. These are real, tangible issues that Manitobans are facing during this affordability crisis. The government's primary affordability measure in this bill is the removal of PST on certain prepared foods, but just the foods that are sold in grocery stores and convenience stores. I think if this government took pause and actually listened to individuals that ran restaurants, they would have given it a second thought. And maybe had they thought about voting in favor of the hoist motion, they could have consulted with those restaurant owners and heard firsthand. And I know letters have been sent to members of our caucus. I'm not privy to what letters have been sent to the NDP caucus or individual members from the Restaurants Association, but I'm sure they have sent the same message saying, why are you picking winners and losers within Manitoba? You know what? Why does one place get all of the benefit? Why are we supporting some of these super big department stores and not the individually run home-based businesses that have built Manitoba's economy? Why? because this government does not support small business. Our side of the House have always supported small business. As a matter of fact, I would think 75% of the people on the side of the House have owned small businesses or worked within small businesses to help increase our economy. Now let us think honestly about what this means for Manitoba families, because they don't have a chance to have that equity when it comes to grocery shopping versus a restaurant. A family might be able to save a few cents here and there on prepared food items. Meanwhile, they are paying hundreds more each month on housing, hundreds more on groceries, on utilities, on transportation, and on interest payments. And that brings me to the next point that I wanted to talk about, is interest payments. In Manitoba, we're paying $2.3 billion in debt servicing each and every year. And from my understanding, that's about the third largest department within the government is debt servicing, the Department of Debt Servicing. And my friend and colleague from La Vérendrye did a great explanation earlier about the difference between million and billion, because the word billion has been thrown around so much lately that it seems like people are getting almost immune to it. But when we think about $1 billion debt, double that and then add another 300 million on it, we have $2.3 billion in debt servicing here in our province, and that is a real issue on affordability. Manitobans are paying that, millions of dollars a day for debt servicing that could go into supporting families, that could go into the healthcare system. We have an aging population. We know that we're going to have to invest in healthcare. But what's going to happen here is that instead of investing in healthcare, this government is going to continue to increase our debt exponentially, billions of dollars more since they've taken government, and that's millions and millions more in debt servicing. It's unbelievable that that money could go to so many places within Manitoba. $2.3 billion is approximately 46 brand new school builds here in Manitoba at about $50 million apiece. Now, we know that under the Manitoba jobs agreement, the job killing agreement, that would probably only be about 35 schools now, because all of that money that is extra that's going to go up and cost Manitobans and, you know, feed the coffers of the NDP's union bosses. But we still have to know that we could build a number of schools to help educate our young children and move them forward throughout their educational journey and into the workforces, which is something that we certainly want to do here. It's unfortunate that individuals in Manitoba are forced to dip into their long-term savings. And we've seen that across all of our constituencies. I'm sure a number of you have heard from your constituents, a number of us have, that they're $200.
Order. I'll remind the member to direct all comments through the chair. The honourable member for Brandon West.
Well, yes, I'm very sorry about that, Honourable Deputy Chair. I'm sure all of us have seen and spoken to individuals within our constituencies, even outside of our constituencies, because I know for myself, many people from Brandon East will come and talk to me because they can get the ear of an MLA if I'm there to talk to them. And it's unfortunate that so many people are within $200 $1,500 of insolvency, of bankruptcy, of trying to make ends meet. And that's after, we've already discussed this earlier, stretching budgets to the limit, making sure that their dollars go as far as they can. And I'm sure for many families that means that, not by choice, but they're no longer eating meat products because it is so expensive. And so now they're going to have to find their protein in other areas like peanut butter or different areas that they can purchase and get their protein that way. Having that steak dinner with the family, the sit-down meal at the table where you get to discuss what's happened throughout the day. I know we used to sit down with our kids all the time at the end of the day, and we made it mandatory to have a sit-down meal at home so that we could catch up on everybody's day and find out what is happening. And oftentimes we would have steak or pork chops or chicken or any of these areas. But nowadays, I don't think families can afford that, and they can't do that same amount of feeding their family because the costs have just skyrocketed under this NDP government. And it's just deplorable, actually. And that should concern every member of this House, because when families lose confidence in their financial future, it affects the entire economy. Consumer spending slows, business investment slows, population retention becomes more difficult. And we talked about that earlier, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is the out-migration of individuals leaving our province for what they believe is greener pastures. So with those words put on the record, Honourable Speaker, I just want to say to the members of Brandon West that are tuned in, probably the 23,000 that are watching right now, and that are very thankful that our PC government is standing up for them when it comes to affordability, to try and help them live a life that every Manitoban should. I'm happy to support you, and thank you for the honour of being here in this esteemed chamber. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
On House business.
On House business.
I would like to announce the Standing Committee on Legislative Affairs will meet in camera at 6 p.m. on May 27, 2026 to consider the hiring of the Chief Electoral Officer. If the House is still sitting at that hour, the committee will meet as soon as possible after the House rises. If the House is still sitting at 9 p.m. tonight, the committee will not meet tonight, but will instead meet in camera at 9 a.m. on May 28, 2026 to consider the hiring of the Chief Electoral Officer.
It has been announced that the Standing Committee on Legislative Affairs will meet in camera at 6 p.m. on May 27, 2026 to consider the hiring of the Chief Electoral Officer. If the House is still sitting at that hour, the committee will meet as soon as possible after the House rises. If the House is still sitting at 9 p.m. tonight, the committee will not meet tonight, but will instead meet in camera at 9 a.m. on May 28, 2026 to consider the hiring of the Chief Electoral Officer. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I rise today once again to speak to Bill 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act, commonly known as BITSA. I rise today for the third time to speak to the NDP if they will finally listen to Manitobans. It's now over 24 hours we've been sitting straight in this legislature with not one word from the NDP on the record. Media might report it as a debate. A debate is a two-way street. This NDP government refuses to even engage in any sort of conversation. They refuse to listen to Manitobans. But I proudly will stand up with my colleagues, with our colleagues on the PC side of the House, and bring forward your concerns. Bring forward your questions and your worries as you try as you struggle to make ends meet living in this province under an NDP rural government. The debate is about one simple question. Is life becoming more affordable for Manitobans under this NDP government? Yes or no? Unlike the Premier, we will answer that question. And for many families across this province, the simple answer is no. Life is not becoming more affordable in Manitoba under this NDP government. Families are struggling. They're struggling to make ends meet, to pay rent, pay mortgages, with fuel, hydro costs, with everyday costs that a family has to pay. They are struggling under this NDP government. The cost of living continues to rise while families are expected to do more with less. Yet this government, this canoe government, wants Manitobans to believe that Bill 53 is a meaningful affordability bill. It's comical. It's comical because those Manitobans that are listening at home or have been following the legislature know that what this NDP government has proposed is absolutely a joke. The same government who hadn't even put up a single speaker to defend their own budget, to justify what their Bill 53 is, to try to make sense of their terrible budget. They won't even do it. 24 hours for someone to stand up and put words on the record, and they won't do it. They have the courage to heckle from across the way, to laugh, to bark, to try to intimidate, but they don't have the courage to put words on the record. Why is that? Because they know they've fallen short. They know that they have completely missed the mark. Because the problem with Bill 53 is not that it does anything. It does nothing. The problem is it absolutely does nothing when it comes to affordability for your family in Manitoba. It doesn't do enough in all of the other areas that this budget bill should touch on, which I will go into in much detail. What Manitobans increasingly see from this government is symbolism ahead of solutions. It's big flashy announcements with no work. Catch the spotlight, but don't do any of the actual hard work behind the scenes. Take credit for what previous governments have done. The building of the Portage la Prairie Hospital, which is now closed under the NDP. The opening of 8 RAM clinics under the previous PC, 0 under the NDP. But they should stand up and proudly take credit for opening a drug consumption site in Manitoba. That is what the priorities, and we hear from the members across the way. Building the economy. They want to open drug consumption sites. Our side of the house, recovery. Access to addictions medication. Them, they want to provide you a place to do the need on it, and they support it. But they still won't stand up and put words on the record when it comes to that. This symbolism that this government and this premier are well known for, of going out and making an announcement but not actually fact-checking anything before, is really coming home to roost. Manitoba's Teacher Society has said the exact same thing, that it looks like political theater when the premier makes announcements on banning YouTube. Manitoba Nurses Union questioned this premier where they say, we can't find any of the nurses that you talk about. The Manitoba paramedics say that the numbers that the NDP have gone out on are false, and that there is actually a net loss of paramedics in this province, not a net gain of 200 like they promised. There's a net loss. Manitoba Jobs Agreements, which I'll touch on as well, is dividing Manitobans. And now they're picking winners and losers when it comes to local restaurants and businesses. There's so many examples of how this canoe government wants to get out and take the spotlight, take the flashy picture, impress their followers on TikTok and Instagram, do a dance, make a cake, change their clothing. But when it comes to doing the work behind the scenes, they have fallen flat, and that is what Manitobans are seeing in this budget. Families are asking for help. They can feel it. They can feel it every time they go to the grocery store, every time they open the fridge to make a healthy meal for their families, every time they go to the gas pump. And at the end of the month, when the bills are due, Manitobans are continuing to face rising property taxes, historically high property taxes, higher housing costs, growing government spending, continued affordability pressures and bracket creep after the removal of the tax indexation, which this Canoe government, this premier promised he wouldn't get rid of. He promised Manitobans he will not get rid of tax, that he will keep tax indexation in place. And he removed it. He literally broke that promise to you. The reality is simple. The more inflation rises, as it is in this province, where Manitoba has the highest inflationary rate increase in the country, where food costs inflation rate is the highest in the country at 4.9%. As inflation rises, the more the government tax, the more taxes rise, the more Manitobans pay in taxes, even when they are not actually getting ahead, Honourable Deputy Speaker. This is not affordability. This is this NDP government taking $20 out of your wallet and putting a nickel in your back pocket. Actually, not even a nickel, pennies. Sorry, I misspoke. Pennies is what they're putting back in your pocket, taking 20 bucks out. And the way they're going, they're going to be at the $100, taking it out of your pocket. On our side of the house, we believe that's wrong. We want to put money back into your pocket so you can make the decision on where you spend your money. Nothing demonstrates this disconnect more than the centerpiece, the crown jewel, the big announcement this government made when it comes to affordability, and that was saving you PST on junk food. Families are struggling with mortgages, rent, hydrofuel, like I mentioned, and this government wants to save you money on Cheetos, on Cracker Jacks, on pop, on Slurpees. Wow. This is literally where the centerpiece of this NDP's budget is. Where are you going to get a Slurpee from when they close down all the 7-Elevens? It's a great question. Yeah. Businesses are fleeing the province. We'll talk about that later as well, Honourable Deputy Speaker. But this is the priority of this government. The priority for affordability is saving you money on junk food at a time where families are wondering if they can even afford groceries at all. Healthy groceries, apples, fruits, vegetables, meat, non-processed foods. They're wondering if they can afford that at all. And this government is actually picking winners and losers. They're picking junk food to be the winner. They want to incentivize you to buy junk food. How does that even make sense from a health perspective, from a societal perspective? When obesity and diabetes and health concerns and cardiovascular disease are at a rise, this government is offering incentives to buy junk food? Even my 13-year-old son understands that's insane. And that doesn't make sense. Former NDP MLAs are coming out and speaking. MLA Sorelli is saying that this doesn't make any sense. And yet this NDP is pulling ahead. The Premier himself told national media, from his words, his mouth himself. Now again, I know you were sitting at home listening to speeches saying, well, how can we trust anything he says? And you're right, you actually can't. But he said $100, so he probably shot on the high end of that as well. And it's going to be significantly less. But he says he wants to save you $100 for a family of 4. Not even $100 each. A family of 4 will save $100 on this PST tax. It's embarrassing. It's not the right thing to do. On our side of the house, we proposed an increase to your basic personal exemption. They want to laugh, they want to ridicule. They're just upset that they didn't think of that idea. They're just upset that it's a really good idea and it's going to make life better for Manitobans, but the arrogance of this NDP government and Premier refuse to humble themselves and say, you're right, it is a good idea, let's work together. On our side of the house, we've said, let's work together. On our side of the house, we've said, you can take the full credit for it. Just bring this measure forward for Manitobans. Yep. It makes sense. Increase your basic personal exemption from $15,000 to $30,000. That means you won't pay any provincial tax up to $30,000. Yep. Well, who earns $30,000, Honourable Speaker, now? Minimum wage workers, single moms, single dads, students, people trying to rebuild their life maybe, people trying to get ahead. The poverty line in Manitoba is about $25,000. This government wants to start taxing you after you make $15,000. So from $15,000 to $25,000, which is below the poverty line, This NDP government believes it's right to tax you. We think that's wrong. We want to actually increase that to $30,000 to give you back up to $3,000 a year, $250 a month. Imagine what you and your family could do with $250 a month. Now, you might say this is political theater, you're just bringing up talking points, but it's a real plan. It's a common sense plan. The question is, why are they refusing to even discuss it? Why are they refusing to stand up and defend their own budget bill? Why is the NDP not put one speaker in 24 plus hours? In over 60 hours in this chamber this session, we have discussed budget, affordability, cost, taxes. But within the last 24 hours, our colleagues, our members on the PC side of the House have not left this building. We are trying to work with this NDP government. Minister of Families laughs now. Minister of Family laughs when we talk about affordability. How many families and organizations does she work with when she goes and laughs with them? We know she laughs at ASL interpreters. We know she laughs when families are being. Now we have the Minister of Homeless Addictions wants to jump in on the Minister of Families again is heckling. Minister of Addictions is heckling. And here's the fundamental difference, Manitobans will see this. I am standing up trying to talk about affordability, and here they are attacking me. And we're talking about ministers attacking. It has nothing to do with male or female. It has nothing to do with, it has to do with the merit of the quality of work. The quality of work by the Minister of Families is awful. The quality of the Minister of Families, where she fails families, where we talk about affordability for families. When we talk about affordability for families, the Minister of Families wants to yell at me. It is not a matter of sex or race or gender. It has to do with the merit, the quality of work. And the quality of work by this Minister of Families is an F. Failing Manitobans, just like the Minister of Finance has failed Manitobans when it comes to this budget, Honourable Speaker. Now, when you look at the centerpiece of this budget bill, let's take a quote, direct quote from Kelly Higginson, the President of Restaurants Canada, said about this budget, and I quote from a public document, "The PST exemption was the centerpiece of the Manitoba budget. So it is both disappointing and concerning that the Premier cannot find time to meet with the industry that will be most harmed by this NDP government's approach." End quote, said Kelly Higginson, President and CEO of Restaurants Canada. Quote again, "This policy creates a government-directed tax advantage for large grocery chains at the direct expense of local restaurants, their workers, and the communities they support," end quote. There you have it right there. From the President of Restaurants Canada saying that this NDP government is picking winners and losers. Here's another quote from her. It says, "This is not a neutral affordability measure, and it is not a tax cut on food. It is a shift between competitors. Consumers only receive relief if they change their meals, which actively shifts demand away from restaurants and towards large grocery chains, even when the food product is identical. At its core, this policy uses the tax system to pick winners and losers," end quote. That is a direct quote from the President and CEO of Restaurants Canada, an industry that brings in $42 billion into this province. An industry that hires our youth, the next generation of employees, of leaders, of builders, of entrepreneurs. This is what the President of Restaurants CEO Canada is saying. As I mentioned, Honourable Speaker, that was a public quote that was in the newspaper today as well. Now, good jobs have to be more than a slogan. This government called their budget 2026 was supposed to be a budget that was supposed to help with jobs and lower costs and better health care. All of that has turned out to be false. They've completely missed the mark. Good jobs, not under the NDP. Lower costs, not under the NDP. Better health care, definitely not under the NDP. When wait times have doubled, tripled, and quadrupled. When Manitobans are dying waiting in the ER for services that this NDP government won't call the public inquiry to. All of these things are worse under the NDP government. Just like I opened with when I said, Manitobans have to answer some question. Is life more affordable under this NDP government? And the answer is no. Just like healthcare, just like crime, just like cost of living, every single thing is worse under this NDP government. Manitobans deserve more than words. They deserve more than a fake smile and a flashy news conference. They deserve more than confrontational behavior. They deserve more than barking and intimidating and heckling and yelling across the way. When someone questions you on the quality of work you're doing, it is a question on your ability to do the work. That's what our job is. Minister of Families again wants to continue to heckle. Really unfortunate that when we talk about families, this is the approach of the Minister of Families. The government says
Order, please. Members cannot continue to just holler across. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to thank you for calling the Minister of Families to order there, because it is very hard to hear when you're being heckled that constantly. I guess the Minister didn't, learned from the Premier. It's on that whole side. 24 hours have gone by, not one member has put a word on the record. What is this government's strategy for growing our province? None. Absolutely nothing. You have to grow the province, you have to grow the economy, you have to grow the business sector, you create the environment, you create jobs. You have good paying jobs. Families can get ahead working those jobs, they can pay their bills, they can afford to buy healthy food, they can see a prosperous future under you, but not under this NDP government, because the economy is not growing. Our economy is going in the opposite direction. Investments are leaving the province. Our youth are leaving the province. The structural tax in this province is set up to hurt growth, to penalize success under this NDP government. Why? Because they believe your success should all go to the government, and the government will decide how to spend the money. Where is the plan to grow private sector investments? Absolutely nothing. Where is the strategy to compete with neighboring provinces? Nowhere to be found. Saskatchewan, Alberta, both economically booming provinces. Manitoba, opposite direction. We must compete. We must be at the table. We must compete for investment, for jobs, for workers, to create opportunities. Families don't just need affordability today, they need confidence for tomorrow. That's how provinces grow, that's how economies grow, that's how businesses grow. The confidence in the future. And under this NDP government, that confidence has been crushed. From top 10 being ranked in the mining industry to well into the 30s and 40s now. From an A+ in red tape reductions under the previous PC, they now have an F. Investments are leaving. Businesses do not have confidence. Even the mayor of Winnipeg himself said he was disappointed with the NDP's budget, that they did not recognize the importance of investing in the wastewater treatment plant. That wastewater treatment plant would guarantee development, growth, opportunity, economic prosperity for this, not only the city of Winnipeg, for the province. The province said, no, we don't want to give you any money. Nowhere in the budget is to be found. The Premier goes out and says, oh, there's money there, there's money in the budget. Where? It's nowhere to be found. The mayor, Scott Gillingham, came out against that because people are seeing that this government is not doing what they said they were going to do. Prosperity creates affordability. That is the cycle Manitoba needs to build. They're not going to build it under this NDP. The Premier said somehow magically he's going to wave his magic wand and LNG will be flowing in 3 years. Not under this NDP. I'll remind the Premier and the NDP government that Manitoba is the only province in Canada to be left off the federal major projects list. Even after all the photo ops and shoots with Prime Minister Mark Carney, nothing. How are you going to get LNG in 3 years? You haven't even tabled your legislation for your Indigenous Crown Corp, and you've been talking about it for 2.5 years, Honourable Speaker. Permits take years. There's the permafrost issue, there's the investor issue, there's the consumer, there's the supply chain, there's so many issues that this Premier said that 3 years would have done. Well, in 3 years, let's look back at what he's done in 3 years. Nothing. So what makes you think in 3 years he's going to get LNG out of Churchill? He's not. Honourable Speaker, Alberta came out with their pipeline plan. They said minimum 7 to 10 years. This is Alberta. who has experience doing this. Manitobans are raising concerns. Manitobans will continue to be a have-not province under this NDP government. Honorable Speaker, it's telling that so many industries have come out against this NDP government, against this canoe government. The Canadian Taxpayer Federation, Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, Harvest Manitoba, Doctors Manitoba, Manitoba Nurses Union, Manitoba Teachers Society, Winnipeg Construction Association, Construction Association of Rural Manitoba, Manitoba Heavy Construction, so all came out against this NDP government. They came out on them for a few things that they all had. One was that they don't listen to them. They don't consult them. They don't listen to them. It's the problem. 24 hours we've been sitting here trying to get the NDP to listen to Manitobans, to listen to their own followers on their Instagram and TikTok feeds, because this is what they're saying. We want real affordability measures to be seen in this budget bill, and they're not in there. This is all we're doing as opposition, is bringing the voice forward, and they won't do it, Honorable Deputy Speaker. This NDP government has divided Manitobans. It has picked winners and losers, union, non-union, 12%. This NDP government supports 88%. They're shutting out of it. I mean, I have so many more great things to talk about when it comes to how much this budget bill has actually really brought Manitobans together against this NDP government. Yep. How much this budget bill and their empty talking points has really mobilized Manitobans to come forward and say, you know what? What they sold us is not what they're delivering. What he said, bail reform in 100 days, fixing healthcare, growing our economy, economic horse pulling the social cart, dead. Horse is dead. So Manitobans are seeing it now for what it is. So this budget bill actually, I believe for the future of the province of Manitoba, is a good thing, because people will see. They're waking up. They're seeing that Manitoba is falling further and further behind on this. Honorable Speaker, this bill was presented as an affordability bill, but Manitobans need more. They need more action. They need more relief. They need more vision, and they need more affordability. The reality is that families are still struggling, and they deserve a government focused on making life easier, not more expensive. But Manitobans, again, are asking a simple question. Is your life in Manitoba, is my life in Manitoba better, more affordable under this NDP government? The answer is no. Is life easier? No. Can I afford groceries more now than I could in the past? No. Can I afford rent now? No. Can I afford my mortgage? No. And can I keep more of what I'm earning? No. Not under this NDP. Affordability is not measured by slogans. It's measured by whether families can get ahead, and too many Manitobans still cannot get ahead under this NDP. We believe Manitoba can grow. We believe Manitoba can compete again. We believe Manitoba will be a have province, but not under this NDP government. We believe Manitobans deserve real affordability, real opportunity, and a government focused on results. We will always work for families, we will always work for you, and we will grow the province of Manitoba to being a have province, unlike this NDP government, which fails when it comes to this budget bill. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Further speakers? So just before we move on, we have seated in the public gallery from Faraday School. There's supposed to be 25 type 3 to 5 students under the direction of Madly Friesen, and they're located in the constituency, the Honourable Member for Point Douglas, and I believe there's some more coming yet. We welcome you here today anyway. Are there any further speakers? Seeing none, is the House ready for the question? So the question before the House is second reading of the Budget Implementation and Taxation Amendment Statutes Act 2026, Bill 53. Is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. I hear a no. All those in favor of adopting the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. My opinion, the ayes have it. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Recorded vote, Honourable
A
Speaker.
recorded vote has been requested. Please call in the members. Order, please. The 1 hour provided for the ringing of the division bells has expired. I'm therefore directing the division bells be turned off and the House proceed to the vote. The question before the House is second reading of the Bill 53, the Budget Implementation and Tax Statutes Amendment Act 2026. All those in the House in favor of the motion, please rise.
Okay.
Honourable Mr. Canoe.
Honourable Mr. Canoe.
Honourable Minister Fontaine.
Honourable Minister Fontaine.
Honourable Minister Schmidt.
Honourable Minister Schmidt.
Honourable Mr. Wiebe.
Honourable Mr. Wiebe.
Honourable Minister Asagwara.
Honourable Minister Asagwara.
Honourable Minister Sala.
Honourable Minister Sala.
Honourable Mr. Costician.
Honourable Mr. Costician.
Honourable Ms. Smith.
Honourable Ms. Smith.
Emily Loisel.
Emily Loisel.
Emily Cross.
Emily Cross.
Honourable Mr. Bushy.
Honourable Mr. Bushy.
Honourable Mr. Samard.
Honourable Mr. Samard.
Honourable Minister Marcelino.
Honourable Minister Marcelino.
Honourable Minister Kennedy.
Honourable Minister Kennedy.
Honourable Mr. Moses.
Honourable Mr. Moses.
Honourable Minister Cable.
Honourable Minister Cable.
Honourable Minister Naylor.
Honourable Minister Naylor.
Honourable Mr. Sandhu.
Honourable Mr. Sandhu.
Honourable Minister Moyes.
Honourable Minister Moyes.
Honourable Minister Morose.
Honourable Minister Morose.
Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott.
Emily Malloway.
Emily Malloway.
Emily Chen.
Emily Chen.
Emily Pankratz.
Emily Pankratz.
Emily Davegun.
Emily Devgan.
Emily Compton.
Emily Compton.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
Emily Corbett.
Emily Corbett.
Emily De La Cruz.
Emily De La Cruz.
Mr. Blaschko.
Mr. Blaschko.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Brar.
Emily Redhead.
Emily Redhead.
All those in the House opposed to the motion, please rise.
Okay.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mrs. Stone.
Mrs. Stone.
Emily Bariza.
Emily Bariza.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. Ginter.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Schuler.
Mr. Schuler.
Mr. Gertzen.
Mr. Gertzen.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Panyuk.
Mr. Panyuk.
Mr. Wasiliu.
Mr. Wasiliu.
We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually, asking each remote member to audibly state their vote, either responding "I vote yes" or "I vote no." Also remind members to unmute their mics only when they are recognized, and then immediately mute them again once they have declared their vote. The page will now conduct the vote.
Emily Legacy.
I vote no.
Emily Lagasse votes no.
Mr. Pershot.
I vote no.
Mr. Pershot votes no.
Mr. Wharton.
I vote no.
Mr. Wharton votes no. Very well done. Thank you. Ayes 32, nays 20.
The motion is accordingly passed, and now the hour being past 5 p.m., this House is adjourned and stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. on May 27, 2026, or as soon as possible thereafter.